Chapter 1763. This young woman who was referred to as the little princess was named Dong Huangying. When she saw so many world overlords greeting her, she smiled and nodded to the surroundings, but she didn't say anything. Given her status and identity, even if she was facing world overlords, there was no need for her to say anything. Her beautiful eyes turned to Qin Wentian, waiting for Qin Wentian's reply. Qin Wentian was also extremely shocked when he heard her identity. He smiled and nodded, "Many thanks for little princess's kindness. It's just that I'm used to being idle and carefree. I still prefer to be the overlord of a world. Although I'm living in a remote corner of the world, it's still a peaceful and carefree life." This was a rejection. Everyone stared at Qin Wentian. This Qingqing realm lord even rejected the invitation of the little princess. Given Dong Huangying's status, she personally invited him to join her. This was already giving him a lot of face. In addition, she even brought him a piece of extremely unfavorable news. But even under such a situation, he still rejected. Everyone couldn't help but to feel curious. What sort of character was this Qingqing realm lord exactly? Was he really infatuated with the authority of a remote corner of the world? But even so, he had to pass this hurdle first. Jin Ji, who was at the side, felt her heart trembling. Earlier, as long as Qin Wentian agreed, he would be part of the Donghuang clan and the Dragon Pool Manor wouldn't dare to touch him. With such a status, he actually rejected it without any hesitation. From this, one could see how arrogant he was. No wonder he would be so angry when she insulted his woman. She regretted that matter even more. Why did she berate Mo Qingqing back then? Could it be that she was jealous of the beauty of Qin Wentian and Qing Er? A look of surprise flashed in Dong Huangying's eyes. The young man beside her had a look of interest on his face as he stared at Qin Wentian. After that, Dong Huangying smiled, "Since this is the case, I won't force you. I just feel that it's a pity." The pity in her words, no one knew if it was because she didn't succeed in roping in Qin Wentian or because she felt that Qin Wentian wouldn't be able to survive this calamity. Qin Wentian nodded to her. After that, Dong Huangying found a pavilion and sat down. It was like she was prepared to see what would happen next. The Heaven Immortal Tower promised that if they brought Qin Wentian and the others to the Heaven Immortal Tower, they would be able to choose any treasure they wanted. Such a tempting condition would definitely cause the hearts of many to move. Naturally, those who investigated the Heaven Immortal Tower before this also knew that the most ordinary world overlords wouldn't be able to do so. At that time, even Old Hua and the other two world overlords didn't dare to stop them. From this, one could see that the people the Heaven Immortal Tower wanted to capture were all existences that couldn't be trifled with. But even so, with great rewards, there would definitely be courageous people. Let alone the fact that the convention of the Myriad Realms was about to commence, this time city didn't lack experts the least. World Overlord level experts weren't lacking either. Hence, very soon, people arrived. Two people came together, a man and a woman. The man exuded an evil aura and had a powerful cultivation base. He was a world overlord character. As for the woman, she was extremely seductive and was dressed in a revealing dress. Her cleavage could be seen faintly in and out of sight, exuding an alluring aura. Her cultivation base was also at the World Overlord realm. The attitude of the two of them was extremely intimate. The woman leaned against the man while the man's hand caressed her smooth and tender skin through her dress, not at all afraid of outsiders. "It's them." Someone spoke in a low voice. The instant he saw these two, he instantly recognized them. Although he hadn't seen them before, there weren't many world overlords like them. They were two terrifying world overlords from Time City and were rumored to be husband and wife. This man and woman both exuded an evil aura and their cultivation methods were very unique as well. However, they were extremely powerful. This was especially so if they joined forces, they would definitely be even more terrifying. They giggled, their gazes roaming through the crowd. When they saw Dong Huangying, a strange look appeared on their faces. That beautiful woman at the Empyrean realm wasn't someone good to antagonize. Just by looking at the followers behind her, one could tell that her identity was extraordinary. Also, there was a place in this inn where many world overlords gathered. There should be some powerful characters among them. However, their target wasn't Dong Huangying. Very swiftly, their gazes locked onto Qin Wendian as evil smiles appeared on their faces. Didn't we agree that the treasures this time around will be considered a gift to me? The woman's charming eyes were like silk as she stared at the evil-looking young man beside her. Fine, I'll give it to you. The young man laughed. Their faces were very close to each other, almost touching each other. Under the gazes of so many people, they didn't have any misgivings at all. Ha, you two ambiguous fellows. This time around, I'm afraid there's nothing for you two to do. This time around, the treasures of the Heaven Immortal Tower will be mine. A clear voice rang out. A resplendent light flashed in the air, and after that, everyone saw an imposing figure descending from the sky. He was like a heavenly god that descended, causing the entire space to tremble. This was an imposing middle-aged man with a fearsome aura. He stood there like a towering ancient mountain, unshakable and filled with strength. It was like with a casual wave of his hand, he could cause the heavens and earth to tremble. Another powerful world overlord has arrived. All of them came here for the treasures of the Heaven Immortal Tower. And this was only the news of this just circulated out. Most probably, there would still be more experts arriving later on. Gu Hua, do you want to fight against us first? That evil-looking young man sinisterly spoke. Do you think I'm afraid of you guys? The middle-aged man tyrannically spoke. Don't waste time. I'm afraid more people will come later. Since you are already here, let's see who can capture him first. How about it? That beautiful woman smiled evilly. This idea isn't bad. The Gu Hua Realm Lord nodded. He glanced at Qin Wendian. Sir, since you won't be able to escape, why don't you follow me? These two ambiguous fellows are named Xie Sha and Yin Sha. Both of them are extremely evil characters. If you guys end up in their hands, I'm afraid things would be very miserable for you. Don't listen to his nonsense. If you end up in my hands, I will definitely let you enjoy the pleasures of the mortal world. Yin Sha smiled. Her gaze seemed to penetrate Qin Wendian's mind, causing him to be immersed in it. Scram. Qin Wendian continued sitting there. Even at this moment, he didn't stand up. He only coldly spat out a single word, scram. What a temper. I like it. How about handing him to me after you capture him? Yin Sha stared at Xie Sha as she spoke. Sure. Leave his woman to me then. Xie Sha spoke. Did you hear that? Come with me. At the very least, I can protect you all until you reach the Heaven Immortal Tower safely. At that time, things might still turn for the better. But if you end up in their hands, the consequences would be extremely dire. The Gu Hua Realm Lord spoke. Qin Wendian inclined his head. His eyes were cold to the extreme as he stared at Xie Sha. Since this is the case, there's no need for you guys to leave. Qin Wendian stood up. He didn't make any movements, but he instantly appeared in the air. Using them to exchange for treasures. The Heaven Immortal Tower gave such an order, causing him endless trouble. Since this was the case, he might as well settle this once and for all. What arrogant words. Yin Sha laughed. Let's fight in the air. There were many people with extraordinary statuses in this inn. Also, the owner of this inn wasn't an ordinary character as well. The commotion caused by a battle between world overlords was extremely great. It could easily destroy the inn and disturb the others. Yin Sha still felt some trepidation. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Qin Wendian calmly spoke. How arrogant, no wonder you dare to bring people away from the Heaven Immortal Tower. Since this is the case, I want to experience it for myself. As the sound of the Gu Hua Realm Lord's voice faded, he released his world heart. In just an instant, everything in the world seemed to slow down. The people in the inn felt their movements becoming extremely sluggish. They wanted to lift their hands, but they discovered that it was extremely difficult. They had to struggle even if they wanted to move. What world heart energy is this? The hearts of everyone trembled. How could they still fight if they released their world heart energy? This Guhua realm lord was very powerful. No wonder he was so unexcelled in the world. Since you are here, I'm sure you have already thought of what price you want to pay. Qin Wendian acted like he didn't sense the power of his opponents. As the sound of his voice faded, he released his world heart. When his heart domain enveloped the Guhua realm lord, Xia Sha and Yin Sha, the expressions of the three world overlords instantly changed. At the instant the power of his world heart enveloped them, they felt the flow of space turning sluggish. An absolutely terrifying energy was suppressing everything. The Guhua realm lord's eyes were filled with shock. Under the influence of his world heart, his opponent actually did the exact opposite, using a similar method to suppress him. At this moment, he felt that his body didn't belong to him. His reactions became sluggish and the power of his heaven heart mandate seemed to be completely suppressed. Just with the world hearts you guys have comprehended, you guys actually dare to come here to take people away. Qin Wendian coldly spoke. Although these three world overlords were stronger than Old Hua, there was no difference to him. At this moment, Qin Wendian stepped up into the air. The three world overlords actually didn't dare to act. They only stared at Qin Wendian as their gazes kept changing. Where would their earlier arrogance be? Sometimes, the moment a world heart was released, one would be able to tell the difference in strength. If the disparity wasn't too great, they would naturally be able to fight. But if the disparity was too great, it would result in absolute suppression. How would they still have the courage to fight? We were only joking with you, sir. Please forgive us. Xia Sha spoke to Qin Wendian. Qin Wendian coldly glanced at him, like he was looking at a dead man. Today, there's actually someone who dares to be disrespectful to my wife? Qin Wendian was truly angered. He stared at the three world overlords in the air as he icily spoke, for those who dare to offend me, I will kill them all without mercy. Slay. As the sound of the word slay faded, a supreme might manifested in the air. The faces of the three world overlords were filled with terror. They only felt heavenly might descending upon them. Their eyes were filled with boundless terror and despair. A formless killing light appeared in the air. Everywhere it passed by, everything was destroyed. The bodies of the three world overlords struggled in pain as they turned illusory. After that, the body of the Yin Fiend world overlord transformed into nothingness and vanished. Next, Xia Sha did the same. No. Finally, the Guhua realm lord was the last one. He roared loudly, but he still had no way to block the arrival of the Grim Reaper. In just an instant, silence filled the inn. The gazes of everyone were focused on the figure in the air as their hearts pounded violently. Chapter 1764. Qin Wendian's body floated in the air. Only now did everyone understand why the little princess Donghuang would personally come to the inn to invite him. Because, this man was a transcendent-level world overlord. Three world overlords were instantly insta-killed, they had no way to retaliate at all. In fact, they didn't even have the chance to unleash their world heart mandates. Before this Qingqing realm lord, they were all killed in a single strike. How domineering was this? It's rumored that the three world overlords in the Heaven Immortal Tower didn't dare to obstruct him from bringing his people away. Most probably, the three world overlords also felt the suppression of his world heart. The experts silently mused. This Xia Sha, Yin Sha, and Guhua realm lord all felt that their strength was extremely high, stronger compared to the three world overlords of the Heaven Immortal Tower. In addition, they were quite famous as well. When Xia Sha and Yin Sha joined forces, they could unleash many types of heaven heart mandates. Their coordination was even better, allowing them to greatly restrict their opponents. It was precisely because they were confident in their own strength that they came here. However, they clearly underestimated Qin Wendian's strength. Strong coordination. He basically didn't give them any chance to cooperate. Absolute suppression of his world heart, absolute disparity, insta-kill. Dong Huangying's beautiful eyes gleamed brightly, staring at Qin Wentian. Although she sensed a trace of his aura, Qin Wentian's world heart was completely targeted at the three world overlords. Hence, her senses weren't very clear. World overlords had perfect control over their own strength, they could use it as they pleased. Jin Ji also stared at Qin Wentian in a daze. Only now did she realize that the man of the woman whom she scolded with disdain was a world overlord existence. This time around, she had truly caused trouble. Numerous figures flashed over. Not only were there experts from the outside, there were also world overlords in the inn. They naturally saw the battle in the air. A battle between four world overlords, it was difficult not to notice it even if they didn't want to. The people in the inn felt shock in their hearts. As expected of the commencement of the convention of the myriad realms. Just a random person they met in the inn was actually a transcendent level world overlord, able to insta-kill three world overlords. His world heart should have been formed from the fusion of his three source origins. In fact, he even infused some of his comprehensions into it. As for those who came, many of them came here for Qin Wentian. Or more accurately, they received the bounty from the Heaven Immortal Tower and wanted to capture Qin Wentian. But after they arrived, they saw three world overlords being killed on the spot. How would they dare to act recklessly? Qin Wentian glanced coldly at the realm lord who had just arrived from the void. The threat in his eyes was not concealed at all. He didn't have any life and death grudges with the three world overlords, but if people were kind, they would be bullied. Sometimes, one had to be more decisive when killing. These people were tempted by treasures and wanted to bring them away. Did they even think about their lives? Even if the Heaven Immortal Pavilion wanted to kill them, these people wouldn't show any mercy. In addition, if he didn't domineeringly kill them, there would be endless troubles. There would be people coming to find them, wanting to capture them. He didn't have the mood to deal with these troublesome matters. At the World Overlord level, although it wasn't easy to cultivate, they had to pay the price for their actions. Since he didn't care about their lives, how could Qin Wentian be merciful? The death of three world overlords was a clear deterrent. Nobody dared to make a move. In the air, a resplendent light flashed. A new world overlord arrived at the 10 Miles Inn. When he saw the stalemate, he was stunned. Why was it so quiet? He glanced below and saw Qin Wentian. He also saw Jin Ji below Qin Wentian. This should be the group of world overlords. Seems like everyone is here for the same purpose. This world overlord stared at the other world overlord standing in the air as he smiled. The three world overlords had already turned into ashes, their souls dispersed. This world overlord who arrived later had no idea what kind of battle happened. When everyone heard his words, they all glanced at him with interest. Their gazes caused this world overlord to feel a strange aura. Qin Wentian coldly glanced at that world overlord and spoke, "Those who want to stay in the inn, look for the attendants. Those who want to drink, find your own seats. If there are still people staring at me, I will assume that you are here to act against me. I definitely won't show mercy. If you guys are here for this purpose, you can all scram now." Qin Wentian's domineering voice rang out through this entire region. After that, he returned to his seat and sat down, showing everyone his back view. He was extremely domineering and he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. What's going on? That world overlord who just arrived was stunned. So arrogant. In addition, these world overlords didn't even dare to let out a fart. It was like they silently agreed with Qin Wentian's words. No one dared to doubt him. His reaction was very fast, he instantly knew that something must have happened here earlier or such a scene wouldn't have appeared. Could it be that this young world overlord was someone whom the other world overlords couldn't afford to antagonize? He found a world overlord he heard of before and transmitted his voice to ask. That world overlord only replied with a single sentence, "If you don't want to die, go ahead and give it a try." After leaving behind this sentence, the world overlord directly left, clearly not intending to continue getting involved in this mess. The Heaven Immortal Tower truly had evil intentions. It wasn't so easy to earn treasures, it wasn't easy to become a world overlord. At this moment, within the 10 miles in the courtyard where many world overlords were gathered, an extraordinary character walked out. He was clad in green and had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He exuded an imposing aura even without being angry as he casually glanced at the world overlords in the courtyard. We pay our respects to Senior Absolute Beginning. We pay our respects to the Absolute Beginning Overlord. Upon seeing this person appearing, many world overlords regained their composure as they stared at the major character before them. This Absolute Beginning Overlord was a world overlord who has been famous for a very long time in the Mystic region. He was a legendary world overlord character and his fame originated from Time City. In the convention of the Myriad Realms that was held once every 10,000 years, he was considered an extremely dazzling character, lofty. It was rumored that many years ago when the convention of the Myriad Realms was held, the Absolute Beginning Overlord caused trouble in Time City and angered a supreme clan in Time City. That clan was a local power of Time City and had many world overlords under their command. They were naturally extremely domineering and wanted the Absolute Beginning Overlord to kneel and apologize to them. In the end, the Absolute Beginning Overlord went there. In a single battle, he killed all the world overlords and razed that clan to flat ground. From then on, his name shook Time City and displayed his brilliance in the convention of the Myriad Realms. He was considered a famous character in the convention, and every time the convention of the Myriad Realms was held, there would always be world overlords coming to pay their respects. Although he was in his room, everything that happened outside the inn naturally couldn't be hidden from his eyes. As long as he wanted to know, he could see everything clearly. This young world overlord had shocking talent and an extraordinary world heart. He was someone with great potential, and in addition, he offended a major power like the Heaven Immortal Tower the moment he arrived in Time City. This truly reminded him of his past self. Little friend, your strength is extraordinary and you also have an extraordinary world heart. Why don't you come to my place for a chat? The Absolute Beginning Overlord stood there, but his voice directly rang out in Qin Wentian's mind. Also, his figure was imprinted in Qin Wentian's eyes. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed as he stared in a certain direction in the inn. Although he couldn't see anything with his eyes, everything that happened at the Absolute Beginning Overlord's side was clearly imprinted in his mind. It was like he was seeing it with his own eyes, or even clearer. There naturally wouldn't be any obstructions when they conversed. This person who spoke had an extraordinary aura. He was none other than the person who reminded him earlier that the Dragon Pool Manor wanted him to join him. Maybe, the Dragon Pool Manor wouldn't mind. However, Qin Wentian wasn't acquainted with the Absolute Beginning Overlord. How could he possibly beg him? That was clearly a melodramatic suggestion. Sir, your aura is also extraordinary. It's just that right now, I'm currently enjoying a banquet with my family and friends. I won't be going over, please forgive me. Qin Wentian replied. Why? Could it be that little friend is looking down on me? The Absolute Beginning Overlord was somewhat surprised. He was actually rejected. There were so many world overlords who came to pay a visit, but he didn't receive any of them. Earlier, he saw that Qin Wentian's world heart was extraordinary, and hence, he wanted to understand what Qin Wentian's world heart was. Hence, he came out to invite Qin Wentian to his courtyard so that he could understand more. I have the same intention. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded from afar. He truly didn't have such intentions. It's just that his mood today wasn't very good. Their relationship with the Dragon Pool Manor hasn't ended, and he didn't know how Qingqing was feeling right now. He naturally wanted to accompany her more and didn't have the mood to chat with other world overlords. If it was during normal times, he might go over. After all, there were many world overlords paying a visit, and this person should be extraordinary. Since little friend doesn't have the intention to look down on me, come over then. I'm very curious about little friend's world heart. The Absolute Beginning Overlord smiled. Everyone has their own path of cultivation. Why is there a need to be curious? If I'm free, I will pay a visit to Sir again. I won't be going over now. Qin Wentian still smiled as he replied. He felt that this person was an extraordinary character, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of pride. He didn't look down on this person, but did he really have to go over? This caused him to feel a little baffled. The absolute beginning overlord frowned, feeling a little unhappy. He had already invited Qin Wentian twice, but he was rejected both times. Humph, the absolute beginning overlord coldly snorted. He flicked his sleeves as though he was a little angry that Qin Wentian didn't give him face and returned to his own room. Qin Wentian felt very baffled, but he couldn't be bothered with whether the other party was happy or not. What he needed to consider was the people around him. Although you are an extraordinary character, there's no reason for me to go over just because you want me to, right? If I don't go over to pay a visit, can't you come over and drink with me? Clearly, that expert thought too highly of himself and felt that Qin Wentian had to give him face no matter what. Dong Huangying, who was at the side, giggled. Seems like this Qingqing Realm Lord's personality was like this. No matter who it was, he wouldn't give face to. Not long ago, he rejected her invitation, and now, he even rejected another extraordinary character. This fellow. The people in the courtyard of the absolute beginning overlord were also speechless. They had specially paid a visit to the absolute beginning overlord, but it was difficult for them to even meet with him. This Qingqing realm lord was actually rejected despite the fact that the absolute beginning overlord personally invited him. Many people whispered to each other. Qin Wentian felt extremely unhappy when he heard these voices. He clearly didn't have any appetite. But at this moment, a beautiful serving girl came over with food and wine. The fragrance of wine permeated the air. Qin Wentian was somewhat taken aback. Do we still have food and wine that hasn't been served yet? Sir, you've misunderstood. This is the intention of our boss. We will serve the food and wine for free. In addition, in the future, Sir's accommodation in the inn will be paid for by our boss. Sir, you can stay as long as you want. The serving girl smiled. A strange look appeared on Qin Wentian's face. This was truly an interesting person. There were truly many strange things happening in this place. However, his mood at this moment finally improved a little. Chapter 1765. The fragrance of the wine permeated the nostrils. Clearly, this wine was much better compared to the wine they drank earlier. When it entered their stomachs, they felt a scorching heat before it transformed into a clear current that circulated throughout their bodies, causing them to feel incomparably carefree. Qin Wentian and the others only drank a small mouthful before they involuntarily praised, "Good wine. This wine is truly good." The inn's boss kept it for himself. Jun Mengchen laughed. Little rascal hugged the bowl and started gulping down the wine, looking extremely adorable. This inn's boss is truly an interesting character. Qin Wentian laughed. Using world stones to order food and wine, yet it was inferior to the wine he gave away. What would the other customers think of this? However, the other party clearly didn't care about this. Although he didn't show his face, he gave them good wine and dishes. He was truly an interesting character. Before this, there were people who said that this inn's boss and the world overlord who invited him earlier were all extraordinary characters and told him to seek help from them. Right now, both of them have expressed their stances. The absolute beginning overlord was clearly arrogant and had a lofty view of himself. Compared to him, this inn's boss caused Qin Wentian to be more interested in him. It wasn't that he was biased towards the inn's boss because he gave him some benefits. Although the food and wine were good, it was merely a minor matter to him. As long as the two of them had the same attitude, Qin Wentian would naturally like the inn's boss more. The group of people enjoyed the banquet. There were many world overlords who came and left the 10 Miles Inn. The name of the Qingqing Realm Lord also began to circulate around Time City. Right now, many people outside the inn were discussing about this Qingqing Realm Lord. That expert from the Heaven Immortal Tower brought Qin Wentian away. He directly rejected the invitation of the little princess of the Donghuang clan and didn't seek protection from others. It seemed like he was extremely arrogant. But after that, he killed 3 world overlords in a single battle, causing the Heaven Immortal Tower's promise of treasures to fall through. Now, no one dared to challenge him again. Who knew how powerful a transcendent-level world overlord like the Qingqing Realm Lord was exactly? That battle where he killed 3 world overlords wasn't a one-sided slaughter, it was a domineering insta-kill. For the sake of a treasure, he might even lose his life. It wasn't worth the risk. For experts who could kill transcendent-level world overlords, the temptation of the Heaven Immortal Tower's treasures wasn't that great. In addition, it was said that the absolute beginning overlord was also staying in that inn. He personally invited Qin Wentian to his place for a chat but was rejected by Qin Wentian. The absolute beginning overlord was in a bad mood, but the boss of the 10 Miles Inn actually gave him wine for free for the Qingqing Realm Lord to enjoy. This matter soon circulated, causing the name of the Qingqing Realm Lord to become extremely famous in Time City. Naturally, the people of Time City didn't feel too surprised. To the people of Time City, this was merely the norm in history. Before the commencement of every convention, there would always be someone who rose to fame and attracted the attention of others. This convention naturally wouldn't be an exception. The Qingqing Realm Lord wasn't the only one. At this moment, in other locations in Time City, there were also some things happening. There were some world overlords who displayed their brilliance. However, the people of Time City paid more attention to those powerful existences who were already famous in history. For those legendary characters, each of them had a soul-stirring story. For a newcomer like the Qingqing Realm Lord, he was merely a pursuer, inheriting the path of the predecessors. It was just that no one knew what heights he would reach in the future. Many people were paying attention to the movements in the Dragon Pool Manor. The Heaven Immortal Tower's plan was dissolved in a single battle. In that case, what should they do next? Could it be that the Dragon Pool Manor would personally send a powerful world overlord to suppress the Qingqing Realm Lord? At this moment, in a courtyard in the Dragon Pool Manor, a young world overlord stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura was extraordinary and his entire person radiated a formless might. His name was Long Yuan Haoyu and he was a genius world overlord of the Dragon Pool Manor. His status was extraordinary and Jin Ji was one of the many women he had. For a character like him, it was extremely normal for him to have many beauties. Everyone has desires, world overlords are humans as well, there was no exception. He had never married, but could it be that he wouldn't touch women? This was clearly impossible. Naturally, women to him weren't too important. Back then, Jin Ji took the initiative to tempt him and he didn't reject her. After that, he arranged for Jin Ji to work in the Heaven Immortal Tower and only a few people knew that Jin Ji was his woman. For such a matter, he naturally wouldn't publicize it. Jin Ji wasn't qualified to become his future wife and he also didn't have deep feelings for her. But even so, his woman naturally wasn't someone anyone could humiliate, let alone being abducted by someone else. He didn't want to admit it, but it was also a fact that the Qingqing Realm Lord had smacked his face and even caused the Heaven Immortal Tower to lose some face. Hence, he invited an elder in his clan who was in charge of the Heaven Immortal Tower to issue an order. This order was none other than the order he issued earlier. But even so, he didn't care too much about it. To him, this was merely a minor matter. As long as he captured Qin Wentian, he would be able to humiliate Qin Wentian and regain the face of the Heaven Immortal Tower. But the problem was that not only did he fail to accomplish this minor matter, this news actually circulated around because the person the Heaven Immortal Tower wanted to deal with was a transcendent-level world overlord who insta-killed 3 world overlords in a single battle. This matter even circulated around Time City, causing a huge commotion. That Qingqing Realm Lord borrowed the power of their Heaven Immortal Tower and instantly became famous. Many people were waiting for the Heaven Immortal Tower, or more accurately, for the Dragon Yuan clan's attitude. Haoyu. A voice drifted over. Long Yuan Haoyu's eyes flashed as he replied through the air, "Uncle. Next, what are your thoughts? How do you intend to handle this matter? Right now, even your father already knows about this matter but he didn't ask about it. After all, this matter was caused by you. That woman should be one of your people, right? A voice rang out in Long Yuan Haoyu's mind. Since such a thing happened, it was naturally impossible to hide it from his elders. I'll go meet that Qingqing realm lord. Long Yuan Haoyu spoke. Right. The other party replied. After that, there was no more sound. Although Long Yuan Haoyu was his junior, he was also an expert at the World Overlord realm. There was naturally no need for him to handle everything. In the future, everything in the clan would be passed down to the later generations. They didn't send anyone to suppress Qin Wentian. Because, even if their Dragon Yuan clan could do it, would a major power in Time City be able to suppress a transcendent-level world overlord who participated in the convention of the myriad realms for the sake of a serving girl? Would their reputation be good? Would they be able to redeem the face of the Heaven Immortal Tower? Most probably, people would only criticize them, thinking that the Dragon Pool clan didn't follow the rules when doing things. Don't forget that the cause of this matter was because that serving girl first berated the wife of the transcendent-level world overlord. The wife of a transcendent-level world overlord, how could a serving girl from the Heaven Immortal Tower casually berate her? Could it be that because the Heaven Immortal Tower belonged to the Dragon Pool Manor, they can be so tyrannical? If the Dragon Pool Manor continued to issue such an order, they would only be criticized by others. Hence, after that, the Heaven Immortal Tower didn't make any movements. The Dragon Pool Manor was very calm as well, like they had forgotten about this matter. In fact, some people even felt that this matter would end here. Both parties would treat it as though nothing had happened and no longer pursue the matter. A serving girl offended a transcendent-level world overlord and was captured. How could a transcendent-level world overlord not have any temper? Qin Wentian, who initially thought there would be more trouble, actually spent a few days in peace. Jin Ji also didn't have any temper at all. She was treated as a serving girl and served by his side. She was on the verge of despair. Did he give up on her just like that? Today, Qin Wentian was in his courtyard when he suddenly frowned. After that, he asked, "Who is it?" "Long Yuan Haoyu." A voice drifted over. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. "Have the people from the Dragon Pool clan arrived?" "Come in." Qin Wentian calmly spoke. After that, the figure of a young man appeared before him. It was none other than Long Yuan Haoyu. A figure flashed over. Jin Ji had a look of joy on her face when she saw who it was. She called out, "Haoyu." Long Yuan Haoyu calmly glanced at her before shifting his gaze away. Just a single glance from him caused Jin Ji to feel her entire body turning cold, like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Jun Mengchen and the others respectively walked over. They stared at this uninvited guest with wariness in their eyes. This young man's aura was very strong and his surname was Long Yuan. Clearly, he came from that place. During these days, they have heard of the Dragon Pool Manor's name many times. Qingqing Realm Lord. Long Yuan Haoyu stared at Qin Wentian. Recently, your fame has been extremely resounding in Time City. Just speak your mind. Qin Wentian stared at him as he spoke. Sure. Long Yuan Haoyu nodded lightly. You brought that person away from my Heaven Immortal Tower, making things difficult for my Dragon Pool Manor. Why don't we both take a step back? You send that person back to the Heaven Immortal Tower and the Heaven Immortal Tower will allow you to choose a divine weapon or accessory. Both sides would have a way out of this embarrassing situation. How about it? Qin Wentian stared at Long Yuan Haoyu as he coldly laughed in his heart. Wanting him to send the person back first meant that he had to compromise first and the Heaven Immortal Tower would give him a treasure. Why don't the Heaven Immortal Tower send the treasure here as an apology first before I release the person? Although the cause of this matter was caused by this woman, if the Heaven Immortal Tower was fair and allowed her to apologize, I wouldn't have pursued this matter any further. Qin Wentian replied. He didn't have any objections to both sides having a way out of this embarrassing situation. But there was no reason for him to compromise first. The meaning behind this was completely different. Sir, why must you do this? My Dragon Pool Manor has been established in Time City for many years and no matter what, we have some reputation. Long Yuan Haoyu spoke. So, given how powerful the Dragon Pool Manor is, I should take a step back, right? Qin Wentian smiled. Actually, there's no need to be so troublesome. Before this, I've already said this before in the Heaven Immortal Tower. I have no intention to make things difficult for the Heaven Immortal Tower or the Dragon Pool Manor. The person who insulted my wife was this serving girl, hence, I captured her. She should pay the price for her actions. As for the Heaven Immortal Tower's reputation being tarnished because of this, I'll just treat it as though nothing has happened. In that case, sir, you don't intend to take a step back. Long Yuan Haoyu frowned. He had personally made a trip here, but this Qingqing realm lord still had such an attitude. If you came here to make me compromise, you can leave now. Qin Wentian impolitely spoke. He already said that he wouldn't pursue the matter of the Heaven Immortal Tower giving the order, and both sides could be considered to have let bygones be bygones. This was him taking a step back, and he also didn't want the matter to blow up. However, the Dragon Pool Manor wanted him to send the person who insulted Qingqing back. Was this the attitude of the Dragon Pool Manor? If this was the case, he would play along with them. Chapter 1766. Long Yuan Haoyu stared at Qin Wentian, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Qin Wentian was chasing him away, not giving the Dragon Pool Manor any face at all. He has already taken a step back, no longer finding trouble with the Dragon Pool Manor. As long as he sent Qin Wentian back, the Heaven Immortal Tower would be willing to express goodwill and this matter would be resolved. However, Qin Wentian felt that the Heaven Immortal Tower should apologize first before he would release Qin Wentian. How domineering. Farewell. He spat out these two words, then flicked his sleeves and left with a tinge of anger. Qin Wentian stared at the departing back of Long Yuan Haoyu with no expression on his face. As expected of a world overlord from a peak power. Such arrogance was something he was born with. It was as though it was only natural for him to apologize first. Seeing Long Yuan Haoyu leaving just like that, Jin Ji's beautiful eyes stared ahead in a daze. Did he leave just like that? Her man personally came here, but Qin Wentian still refused to release her. At this moment, an intense sorrow filled her heart. This is your reliance. You think you are extraordinary because of this world overlord. However, he didn't even bother to look you in the eye. Qin Wentian had his back facing Jin Ji as he calmly spoke. His voice was like a knife that pierced into Jin Ji's heart. That's right, what did she count as? She was just a woman, he could give her up at any time. Most probably, he wouldn't be willing to have anything to do with her now. Pitiful woman, scram. Qin Wentian calmly spoke. Jin Ji started, she stared at Qin Wentian and asked in disbelief, you want to release me? I want you to clearly see how pitiful you are. Consider it as you paying the price for your actions. What's the point of keeping you alive? I disdain to kill you. Qin Wentian still didn't look at Jin Ji. He had no sympathy at all. Pitiful people would naturally have their own despicable points. Jin Ji stared at Qin Wentian in a daze. Long Yuan Haoyu personally came to ask for her and he replied domineeringly, wanting the Heaven Immortal Tower to apologize first. But after Long Yuan Haoyu left, he actually released her. This was the attitude of the Qingqing Realm Lord. The Dragon Pool Manor wouldn't be able to force him to compromise. If he wanted to release them, he could do so. This was his attitude. He had his own pride. Jin Ji cast a deep glance at Qin Wentian before leaving this place. She wouldn't return to the Heaven Immortal Tower anymore. She also wouldn't look for Long Yuan Haoyu. Their relationship has already ended. Even if she went to look for Long Yuan Haoyu now, he most probably wouldn't want to see her. After Jin Ji left, Qin Wentian said to the void, have you seen enough? We were discovered. A low voice rang out. Then, a man in white robes walked out from the void. His entire body was white, without a speck of dust. In fact, he even had a pair of white eyebrows. Only his pitch-black eyes were extremely spirited. How interesting. The Dragon Pool Manor came to ask for Qin Wentian, but you didn't agree to compromise. After that, you actually released him. You are truly an interesting person. The white-browed man smiled. Sir, it isn't too good to spy on us like this, right? Qin Wentian stared at the white-browed man. This. The white brows of the white brows twitched. After that, he smiled. I saw Long Yuan Haoyu coming here and thought he wanted to cause trouble. Hence, I decided to take a look. If he wants to cause trouble, what does it have to do with you? Qin Wentian asked. Naturally, it has to do with me. I'm the boss of this inn. The white-browed man spoke as though it was a matter of course. Qin Wentian started. This white-browed man before him, was he the boss of the 10 Miles Inn? That mysterious man who gave him good wine and delicacies, allowing him to stay in the inn for free. Even if you are the boss of the inn, you can just take a look if you want to. Using a world heart to spy on us. That's not very elegant. Qin Wentian laughed. Who knows if I would be discovered? The white-browed man mumbled in a depressed manner. After that, he smiled. In addition, this inn originally belongs to me. What's wrong with me taking a look? Don't forget that I'm staying here for free and I didn't charge you any world stones. You don't have to be calculative with me for such a small matter, right? Qin Wentian's face was filled with black lines when he heard the white-browed man's serious tone. This fellow was truly a weirdo. What made him speechless was that he had no words to refute this logic. This inn did indeed belong to the white-browed man and he didn't have to pay anything for it. Seems like it's better for me to pay world stones. Qin Wentian speechlessly spoke. Don't joke around. I'm a very forthright person. This time around, I actually came here to treat you to some wine. You came to Time City because you want to participate in the convention of the Myriad Realms, right? I have a few drinking buddies who would also be participating in the convention this time around. Are you interested? The white-browed man continued, Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is 10 Miles Springwind. You can just call me 10 Miles. Such a poetic name can be considered extremely rare in the mortal world. It should be very easy to remember. Amichum, I've discovered it. Qin Wentian's face turned black as he nodded. He had indeed discovered that this inn's owner was extremely narcissistic. He came here to peek but still claimed to be forthright and boasted about his own name. Simply shameless. Everyone is saying this. Although the name Qingqing Realm Lord sounds a little tacky, it's not bad. Although there's a big gap between my name and it's still quite catchy. 10 Miles Springwind seriously spoke. Jun Mengchen and the others who were behind Qin Wentian all had their eyes wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at this world overlord. Today, it could be said that their worldview had been refreshed. So it turned out that world overlords could be so shameless as well. Let's go. If we are late, those few drunkards would come looking for me to drink again. 10 Miles Springwind urged. Qin Wentian glanced at the people behind him and asked, Are you guys going? We won't be joining in the fun. The few of them laughed. Although this inn's owner didn't seem to be arrogant at all and was somewhat shameless, it was clear that he wasn't an ordinary character. Since Qin Wentian was qualified to sit together with them, it didn't mean that they were qualified as well. Qin Wentian nodded. He stared at 10 Miles Springwind and spoke, Let's go. Right, don't worry. We will stay in the inn and we can see the situation here. Nothing will happen. 10 Miles Springwind spoke. After all, this was his inn. He still had this bit of confidence in himself. Qin Wentian left together with 10 Miles Springwind. Jun Mengchen stared at their departing backs as he felt a huge mental blow. This can't do. I have to enter closed-door seclusion. There are so many world overlords in Time City. This is too much of a mental blow. If you directly used your Heaven Heart mandate to infer your world heart, wouldn't you be able to break through to the world overlord realm earlier? Yet, you have to learn from Wentian and reap what you sow, little rascal mumbled. Jun Mengchen directly rapped little rascal on his head, since senior brother can do it, could it be that I can't as well? If you are not convinced, why don't we fight it out? When he heard his words, little rascal shrank his head and mumbled, violent maniac. Qin Wentian followed the 10 miles spring wind and arrived at an independent pavilion. This was the best location in the inn, and one would be able to see the best scenery there was. There was only a single pavilion, and it was surrounded by lush greenery. Drinking wine here was indeed an extremely enjoyable thing. When Qin Wentian arrived, he saw that there were already 3 people in the pavilion. An old man, a middle-aged man and a woman. These 3 were completely different, yet they were gathered together. In addition to 10 miles spring wind, the 4 of them could be said to have 4 different styles. The first person Qin Wentian glanced at was that old man. Because he had seen him before. Before this, when he first arrived at Time City, he met that old man with a stooped back. He didn't expect that this old man was a friend of 10 miles spring wind. He actually met him here again. The old man narrowed his eyes as he surveyed Qin Wentian. The middle-aged man was clad in a blood-red robe and was extremely conspicuous. He had a beard, thick brows and large eyes. His long hair reached his shoulders and he exuded a sense of imposingness. His aura was like that of an emperor, extraordinary. The woman looked very young. She was clad in a tight-fitting long dress that perfectly accentuated her fiery figure. Her beauty was comparable to Jin Ji, but she had a more heroic air to her. Little pretty boy, you have been gone for so long. Did you prepare some good wine for us? The old man narrowed his eyes as he smiled at 10 miles spring wind. His gaze was extremely wretched. If you continue to address me like this, you won't be able to drink any wine today. 10 miles spring wind was just bragging to Qin Wentian when his lie was exposed. He couldn't help but to be angered. Sure, the handsome spring wind world overlord, what good wine did you prepare? The old man was like a drunkard, asking for wine from 10 miles spring wind. This way of addressing me is acceptable. Only then did 10 miles spring wind nod. He brought Qin Wentian to the pavilion and took out a flask of wine. This is the wine for today. Just this little. The old man spoke in a depressed manner. It's not even enough to dry my teeth. Are you trying to send a beggar away? There's a new friend here today. Let's add another flask. 10 miles spring wind took out another flask of wine. Back then when Phoenix joined us, you weren't so stingy. Could it be that you look down on new friends? The old man laughed. Cough cough. 10 miles spring wind coughed and spoke straightforwardly. Am I such a person? I'm just joking with you guys. There are only 3 flasks of wine left. Old ghost, you should know that it isn't so easy to obtain such wine. 1 flask per person. Phoenix, he looks down on you. The old man spoke to the young woman. Back then when Phoenix first came here, he only added 2 flasks of wine. Boring, I'm leaving. Don't call me in the future. The young woman turned and prepared to leave. Fine, I will add 2 more flasks as an apology. 10 miles spring wind didn't expect these fellows to be so despicable. After 10,000 years, they had become even more shameless. This is how my big brother 10 miles should be. The young woman turned and smiled. 10 miles spring wind was on the verge of tears. Brother Chow, I'm loyal enough this time around, right? 10 miles spring wind glanced at the middle-aged man. I'm the ruler of the boundless territories, what can I not have? Good wine and beautiful women, I can easily obtain them. Only in your territory, it's so difficult to even drink a cup of wine. Moreover, it's only once every 10,000 years. What's there to say? The middle-aged man calmly spoke, his voice filled with imposingness. You guys are ruthless. 10 miles spring wind took out another 8 flasks of wine. After that, he tossed the interspatial ring on the table and spoke, it's already empty. If you don't believe me, you guys can take a look for yourselves. This is how brother 10 miles should be. Straightforward. A smile instantly appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Everyone's expressions changed faster than flipping the pages of a book. Alright, it's time to introduce our new friends. The old man smiled at Qin Wentian. Recently, your fame seems to be quite high. Even the Dragon Pool Manor dares to antagonize you. Seems like old sir already knows about it. Qin Wentian smiled. Staying in this lousy inn, it's difficult even if I don't want to know. Phoenix smiled at Qin Wentian. Chapter 1767. 10 Miles Springwind laughed, you guys are all great Buddhas. It's really unfair for you to stay in my inn. That's true. The middle-aged man nodded seriously. I know you have a great background and I can't afford to serve you. If you have the capabilities, don't drink the wine today. 10 Miles Springwind angrily spoke. I still have to drink the wine. The middle-aged man ignored him. 10 Miles Springwind was speechless. He glanced at Qin Wentian, seems like they all know you. Since this is the case, let me introduce them to you. This beautiful young lady is a phoenix, not a demon. Her name is Phoenix. This arrogant fellow has an extremely tyrannical name. His name is Chao Tian. I wonder how his parents named him. If you dare to say this in front of them, I guarantee that you won't be able to live past the next second. Chao Tian coldly snorted. Yes, your background is impressive. 10 Miles Springwind spoke in disdain. As for this shameless old man, you can just call him Old Ghost. After speaking, 10 Miles Springwind took out 5 wine cups and poured a cup for everyone. I won't say too much. Being acquainted with each other is fate. Since Brother Qin is able to come here today, after drinking this cup of wine, we are all brothers. Come, cheers. Seems like on account of little friend Qin, I won't be calculative with you. The old man coldly glanced at 10 Miles Springwind before raising his cup to Qin Wentian. Brother Qin, my personality is somewhat arrogant, causing others to feel uncomfortable just by looking at me. In the future when we interact with each other, please bear with me. Chao Tian straightforwardly spoke as he raised his cup to Qin Wentian. Phoenix also smiled at Qin Wentian. This group of people were all very friendly. Qin Wentian stared at their gazes and couldn't help but feel that there was a conspiracy. However, since everyone was so cordial, he could only raise his cup. The 5 of them drank together. As the wine entered their stomachs, an indescribably wondrous feeling manifested. At this instant, Qin Wentian only felt that his entire body was incomparably clear. It was as though his state of heart had become more transparent. Even his senses became clearer. This feeling was too wondrous. Good wine. Qin Wentian praised. That fellow has always been stingy. It's rare to be able to drink his wine even once in 10,000 years. This wine is naturally good wine, every drop of it is priceless. It can allow one's state of heart to become clearer and their senses to grow stronger. In addition, it also has the effect of tempering one's body. You will be able to sense it if you continue drinking it. It's extremely useful even for world overlords. Old Ghost wasn't stingy with his praises for this wine. Qin Wentian nodded his head. Seems like this wine was even more precious than elixirs. He wanted to get a few bottles for Qing'er and Qingqing to taste. It was just that it wasn't convenient for him to ask for such a precious wine. You guys make it sound so easy. Every time there's a gathering, you guys only know how to ask for wine. However, you guys don't know that even if I had 10,000 years, I wouldn't be able to get much wine. My background isn't as great as Brother Chao. Why don't you guys get him to get better wine? 10 Miles Springwind spoke. It's not like you don't know his situation. Why do you have to say that? Phoenix faintly spoke. She stared at the bewildered Qin Wentian as she explained, Brother Chao's identity is somewhat special. However, he chose to establish his own sect and became a hegemon of a region. Qin Wentian nodded. It wasn't good for him to probe too deeply. After all, this was the first time they met. It wasn't good to ask some questions openly. But from their words, This Chao Tian should have a very powerful background. It was just that he might have some conflicts with his clan and decided to establish his own sect. These are all matters of the past, they aren't worth mentioning. Chao Tian took a flask of wine and poured a cup for Qin Wentian. At such a time, we should only talk about wine. As he spoke, he directly poured the wine into his mouth, causing Qin Wentian to be dumbfounded. 10 Miles Springwind was speechless when he saw this scene. Old Ghost also took a flask of wine and started drinking as though he was afraid he would be at a disadvantage. After that, Phoenix followed suit. A sexy beauty also followed suit and drank the wine. Such a scene caused Qin Wentian to be speechless. These people were all world overlords with extraordinary statuses. They were truly some of the best. But since they said they were brothers, they couldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Hence, Qin Wentian also took a flask of wine and directly poured it into his mouth. 10 Miles Springwind howled in grief and could only follow suit. Over 10 flasks of wine were emptied in the blink of an eye. How was this wine tasting? This was clearly snatching wine. This was the first time Qin Wentian saw people drinking like this. Are you satisfied now? 10 Miles Springwind stared angrily at them. What a waste of heavenly treasures. Shouldn't wine be tasted carefully? 10 Miles, you have always been forthright. It's rare for Brother Qin to join us today. If you still have any left, just take them out and enjoy them. Old Ghost spoke to 10 Miles Springwind. Scram. 10 Miles Springwind's face turned red. How could he be fooled again? Even if he still had some left, he was determined not to take them out. He stared at these people and spoke, "It's boring to drink with you guys." Qin Wentian smiled. He also snatched quite a lot of wine and right now, he could feel a huge transformation in his body. It was like he was undergoing an intense tempering. Every part of his body was undergoing a transformation and this feeling was extremely good. He couldn't bear to drink all of it and wanted to secretly bring some away. However, if he did that, it would truly be too insincere. Alright, since we have finished drinking, let's talk about proper business next. 10 Miles Springwind spoke. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed as he stared at 10 Miles Springwind. Proper business? Since Brother Qin has already joined us, from now on, we are brothers of the same family. During these days, news of Brother Qin's death has spread like wildfire in Time City. You all should already know that the Heaven Immortal Tower has gone too far, but the Dragon Pool Manor has no intentions of apologizing at all. On the contrary, they even offered a bounty for people to capture Brother Qin. After 3 world overlords were killed, not long ago, another world overlord from the Dragon Pool Manor came over and his attitude was as domineering as before. I'm sure they wouldn't spare Brother Qin. 10 Miles Springwind spoke. Qin Wentian felt a little bewildered. Why did they suddenly talk about his matters? That's true. The Heaven Immortal Tower has gone too far. Old Ghost narrowed his eyes, as though they had a common enemy. We have to vent this anger on behalf of Brother Qin. In addition, we should create some trouble for the Dragon Pool Manor so that they won't have time to find trouble for Brother Qin. 10 Miles Springwind continued. I have no objections to this. Do you have any objections? Phoenix asked. The few of them echoed each other. However, Qin Wentian felt that these fellows were clearly putting on an act. Why did it seem like they had discussed this beforehand and intentionally invited him over for a drink? Let us ransack the Heaven Immortal Tower. 10 Miles Springwind's next sentence caused Qin Wentian to be completely dumbfounded. Ransack the Heaven Immortal Tower. The power behind the Heaven Immortal Tower was none other than the Dragon Pool Manor. Ransacking the Heaven Immortal Tower, was this a declaration of war against the Dragon Pool Manor? This was different from him capturing a serving girl. The weight of a serving girl wasn't enough to alarm the Dragon Pool Manor. But ransacking the Heaven Immortal Tower was a completely different matter. This was definitely a declaration of war. Were these fellows crazy? For the sake of Brother Qin. 10 Miles Springwind spoke with a straight face. Qin Wentian's face was filled with black lines, he was completely speechless. Only a ghost would believe 10 Miles Springwind's words. The first time they met, Qin Wentian wanted to ransack the Heaven Immortal Tower for him. What a joke. A conspiracy, this was definitely a conspiracy. A good idea. Chao Tian nodded. Old Ghost, what do you think? I have no objections. Old Ghost narrowed his eyes as he smiled. The treasures in the Heaven Immortal Tower are all weapons used by women. Since I'm the only beauty here, I naturally have to be the one to choose first. Phoenix stared at them as her eyes gleamed with light. That was the Heaven Immortal Tower, she naturally had been there before. The weapons and treasures of the women there were so many that she couldn't bear to part with them. It's only right. 10 Miles Springwind nodded. Brother Qin, what do you think? All of us brothers will help you vent your anger. There's no need for you to be grateful. I've already said it before, after drinking the wine, we are all brothers. 10 Miles Springwind patted Qin Wentian on his shoulder. Qin Wentian gained a new understanding of how shameless this fellow was. We have to make things clear, I don't want to be sold out by you guys. Qin Wentian spoke. The Dragon Pool Manor is a peak power in Time City. Can you guys contend against them? Robbing the Heaven Immortal Tower? Why do you want to contend against the Dragon Pool Manor? 10 Miles Springwind stared at Qin Wentian. It's not like you haven't been to the Heaven Immortal Tower before. The Dragon Pool Manor is very confident that there are only 3 world overlords guarding it and they believe that no one would dare to touch them in Time City. As long as they control the 3 world overlords, they would be able to easily control the entire Heaven Immortal Tower and snatch away all the treasures in the shortest amount of time without anyone knowing. The Dragon Pool Manor can slowly investigate this and in that case, they wouldn't have the time to find trouble with Brother Qin. You guys have already discussed this, right? Why did you come looking for me? Qin Wentian could see that 10 Miles Springwind had already thought this through. How could he not know that 10 Miles Springwind had already discussed this? Naturally, it's because of Brother Qin's charisma. 10 Miles Springwind spoke with a straight face. Scram. Qin Wentian had a black expression on his face. 10 Miles Springwind laughed awkwardly. He patted Qin Wentian on his shoulder, since Brother Qin wants to know, I will speak the truth then. It's a fact that the Heaven Immortal Tower is unscrupulous and it's also a fact that they sent people to capture you. Since they have gone too far, why can't we make a move against them? There are many good treasures in the Heaven Immortal Tower. What we are doing is called a gentleman's love for wealth. Even if this is the case, you guys can totally do it yourselves. Why must you look for me? If the Dragon Pool Manor discovers this, could it be that I will be the scapegoat? Qin Wentian stared at 10 Miles Springwind. He had to make things clear. Such a major matter wasn't something he could joke about. If the Dragon Pool Manor knew who was the one who robbed the Heaven Immortal Tower, what would they do? They would definitely take revenge in a frenzy. Brother Qin, I'm staying in Time City and have opened an inn. Brother Chao Tian also has a strong foundation and would be able to easily track us down. Could it be that you think that if this matter is exposed, we can just walk away? 10 Miles Springwind spoke. Don't worry, even if this matter is exposed, we will get Brother Chao Tian to step out at that time. At that time, we can just say that we are standing up for Brother Qin. At that time, let's see what the Dragon Pool Manor can do. Now, do you understand why I dragged you into this? Shameless. Qin Wentian was completely speechless as he stared at 10 Miles Springwind. So it turned out that 10 Miles Springwind had already thought of this. If this matter was exposed, they would be able to use Chao Tian's background to suppress the Dragon Pool Manor. In that case, Chao Tian's background could even suppress the Dragon Pool Manor. Qin Wentian stared at these people before him. These fellows were truly top-grade characters. Brother Qin, we are doing this for you. Just tell me if you want to do it or not. Even if you don't want to do it, given the attitude of the Dragon Pool Manor's world overlord when he left earlier, they would definitely come looking for you sooner or later. Why don't we strike first? If you are still worried, you can go outside and investigate Brother Chao Tian's identity. By then, you would know if I'm lying to you or not. 10 Miles Springwind spoke to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's heart pounded. Robbing the Heaven Immortal Tower. Chapter 1768. When Qin Wentian first came to the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, he was already a bandit. Now, he was already a world overlord, ruling over boundless territories. Yet, he actually wanted to start all over again. Become a bandit at the world overlord level. Given his personality, he naturally wanted to do so. After all, the Heaven Immortal Tower gave the order to capture him and his friends. If he had enough strength, he would have long since destroyed the Heaven Immortal Tower. Yet, they actually dared to give such an order instead of killing 3 world overlords. Those 3 world overlords were merely doing the job. The one who gave the order was the Heaven Immortal Tower. However, when he thought about the risks involved in this matter, he hesitated. The Heaven Immortal Tower was the one who treated you unjustly first, there's nothing to consider. We should take revenge directly. Naturally, if you suspect our intentions and are worried that we will harm you, you can directly reject. We won't force you. Chao Tian directly spoke. Just like what he said, his personality was like this. He was very direct when he spoke. 10 Miles Springwind and the others also turned their gazes to Qin Wentian. Only to see Qin Wentian's expression flickering. After that, he spoke, I agree. Straightforward. Chao Tian nodded. I didn't drink this wine for nothing. From now on, we are brothers of the same family. I admit that I'm older than you. If you are willing to call me Big Brother Chao, that's fine too. Naturally, you can also call me Brother Chao. Do as you wish. Since Brother Qin has agreed, it's just a matter of time. Everyone, when do you all think we should do it? 10 Miles Springwind laughed. That was the Heaven Immortal Tower, there were many treasures there. Every time they traded a treasure, the profits would be extremely high. It was much better compared to him opening an inn. There's no time like the present. Let's do it tonight. Chao Tian was a little impatient and directly spoke. I agree. Old Ghost's eyes narrowed into slits as he nodded. I have no objections either. Phoenix laughed. Since this is the case, let's make our move tonight. Let's take advantage of the fact that many people are shopping in the Heaven Immortal Tower to make our move. Let's discuss our strategy for tonight and leave immediately after we succeed. If not, given the strength of the Dragon Pool Manor, it's best if we don't clash head-on with them. But if there really is a conflict, we will fight while retreating. If not, Brother Chao, you will be the one to take the blame. 10 Miles Springwind spoke. Chao Tian nodded. The group of them discussed and after that, they departed. Only when night arrived did 10 Miles Springwind gather everyone. 5 silhouettes left the inn in a stealthy manner, heading towards the direction of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Tonight, the Heaven Immortal Tower was exceptionally lively. The lanterns were all lit up, it was like daytime inside. Before the convention of the Myriad Realms, the Heaven Immortal Tower would never lack customers. This was especially so for females. As for those major characters, they would naturally be willing to buy some gifts for their women before the convention. This was also a way to satisfy their vanity. Right now, Qin Wentian and the others were already inside the Heaven Immortal Tower. Naturally, they used different methods to enter, concealing their original appearances and auras. World overlords had many methods, this naturally wouldn't pose a problem to them. And to Qin Wentian, it was even simpler. The plan today was for Qin Wentian, Phoenix, and Chao Tian to control the 3 world overlords, not allowing them to do anything. The main point was naturally to monitor their messaging crystals. Next was to control the entire Heaven Immortal Tower. For this point, Old Ghost would be in charge. He controlled everyone in the Heaven Immortal Tower, including all the guests. Among them, there would surely be many world overlords. Naturally, they wouldn't offend them for no reason, they only wanted to watch the show. They believed that the world overlords here would also be happy to watch the show. The main reason was to guard against those people who had connections with the Dragon Pool Manor. As for the last task, 10 Miles Springwind would be in charge. The division of labor was very clear. At this moment, Qin Wentian already had a different face. He was like a customer, leisurely strolling around the Heaven Immortal Tower. At the same time, his immortal sense was locked onto his 4 companions, communicating via voice transmission. The 3 world overlords are in 3 different directions. I will control the one in the center, Old Hua. Brother Qin, you control the one on the left. As for Phoenix, I'll leave the one on the right to you. Chao Tian's voice rang out in the minds of Qin Wentian and Phoenix. Qin Wentian nodded and headed towards the left direction of the Heaven Immortal Tower. The Heaven Immortal Tower was very vast, but no matter how large it was, it couldn't be bigger than the immortal sense of a world overlord. In a luxurious room on the left, there was a world overlord there. Also, there were 2 beauties serving this world overlord, and he seemed to be enjoying himself. These 2 beauties were serving maids of the Heaven Immortal Tower. They were arranged by him to enter this place. There was definitely something fishy going on. Who is it? At this moment, this world overlord abruptly opened his eyes. There was actually someone's immortal sense that landed on him, causing wariness to rise in his heart. A figure directly traversed through space and appeared before him. His expression instantly changed as a powerful aura gushed forth. But at this moment, he felt an intense sense of danger. The surrounding scenery changed, everything changed. This place was no longer his room but an independent space. This was the power of a Heaven Heart Mandate, an illusion-type Heaven Heart Mandate. You aren't my opponent. I advise you not to move or die. Qin Wentian coldly spoke. Right now, he had disguised his appearance and his aura had changed as well. He naturally didn't use the power of his world heart. This world overlord had sensed it once and he mustn't let him recognize him. Against this world overlord, it was sufficient to use his Heaven Heart Mandate. Who are you? He stared at the eyes of this world overlord. Those eyes were like the eyes of a devil, able to cause people to fall into a trap. An intense sense of danger bloomed in his heart. It was like what this world overlord said: if he really acted, he would be killed on the spot. You don't need to care about who I am. Today, I came to the Heaven Immortal Tower to do some things. You just need to stay in this space and cooperate with me. I won't kill you. If not, die. As Qin Wentian spoke, the terrifying Heaven Heart Mandate energy enveloped the world overlord. That world overlord felt the might of his Heaven Heart Mandate and didn't dare to move recklessly. The disparity between them was too great. World overlords were extremely sensitive to the disparity in strength. There was no way to make up for this disparity. Those 2 serving girls naturally wouldn't spoil things. With a single thought from Qin Wentian, he caused them to fall into a trap of illusions, unable to extricate themselves. Right now, they should still be in a state of terror. At the same time Qin Wentian acted, Chao Tian and Phoenix also acted. The 2 of them used absolute superiority in strength to suppress the world overlords they were in charge of. In an instant, the 3 world overlords of the Heaven Immortal Tower were all restrained. In the Heaven Immortal Tower, terrifying beams of sharpness flashed. That was the light from the eyes of the world overlords. The 3 directions were filled with powerful Heaven Heart Mandates. How could the world overlords who were extremely sensitive to such energy not sense it? They instantly sent out their immortal senses to investigate what was happening. And at this moment, Old Ghost, who was in the center of the Heaven Immortal Tower, released his Heaven Heart Mandate. In just an instant, this energy enveloped the entire Heaven Immortal Tower. This was the newly comprehended Heaven Heart Mandate he had never used before. Hence, no one would know that it was him. When this type of Heaven Heart Mandate was released, the entire Heaven Immortal Tower was filled with dark violet strands of light. Each strand was like a thin thread, but the world overlords could feel a terrifying destructive might from each strand of light. It felt like as long as the person controlling the strand of light willed it, they would be able to kill and reap their lives. The people of the Heaven Immortal Tower all halted their steps as their eyes flashed. This was especially so for the world overlords, their eyes gleamed with sharpness. Everyone, stand there and don't move. Cooperate with us. We came to the Heaven Immortal Tower to handle some matters and won't implicate you all. But if anyone dares to move recklessly, take out your messaging crystal and we will kill you all without mercy. A voice rang out through the entire Heaven Immortal Tower, ringing out in the ears of everyone. As he spoke, in a certain direction of the Heaven Immortal Tower, a few Empyreans were hurriedly trying to hide some treasures. But at this moment, a figure walked out from the void. With a grab, the treasure was directly taken away and vanished. At the same time, a beam of dark violet light pierced through those Empyreans who were hiding their treasures. The immortal senses of everyone instantly saw the bodies of those Empyreans solidifying before they disintegrated into dust. What a terrifying Heavenheart mandate! The hearts of everyone trembled. The dark violet strands of light in this space contained a supremely terrifying Heavenheart mandate. They mustn't touch them no matter what. Bandits, that world overlord who is walking in the void is frenziedly plundering. They saw someone walking in the void, unceasingly plundering the treasures in the Heaven Immortal Tower with unbelievable speed. At this instant, the hearts of everyone pounded. No wonder the people controlling the Heaven Immortal Tower didn't allow anyone to move recklessly. So it turned out that they wanted to plunder the Heaven Immortal Tower. In Time City, during the commencement of the Convention of the Myriad Realms, there was actually someone plundering the Heaven Immortal Tower that was controlled by the Dragon Pool Manor. This was simply too crazy. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the convention. Could it be that a supreme world overlord bandit group came? But even so, they even dared to plunder the Heaven Immortal Tower that was controlled by the Dragon Pool Manor. Wasn't their guts a little too great? This was something that had never happened before. This was equivalent to declaring war against the Dragon Pool Manor. At this moment, outside the Heaven Immortal Tower, there were currently people who wanted to take a stroll. From afar, they could already see that the Heaven Immortal Tower was enveloped by a mysterious and powerful energy. The dark violet light flowed about, completely enveloping the Heaven Immortal Tower. Even from afar, one could already sense how terrifying this energy was. What happened? Someone exclaimed in shock. Something seems to have happened to the Heaven Immortal Tower. More and more experts arrived. When they sensed the energy enveloping the Heaven Immortal Tower, their expressions drastically changed. They took out their messaging crystals and reported, "Someone is acting against the Heaven Immortal Tower." The sound was like a clap of thunder in the dark night, exploding in the night sky. For a moment, it was unknown how many people were alarmed. All of this happened in a very short period of time. The frantic plundering inside was still going on. Old Ghost directly transmitted his voice, "There's no time. The matter has been exposed. It's time to retreat." "Right, let's retreat." 10 Miles Springwind, who was in the midst of plundering, stopped his actions. He transmitted his voice over to the 4 of them. After that, 5 silhouettes arced through the air with lightning speed, directly leaving the Heaven Immortal Tower. The space above the Heaven Immortal Tower exploded as the entire tower started to collapse. Chapter 1769. The speed at which the 5 of them left was extremely fast. They knew that if the Dragon Pool Manor received the news, they would definitely send reinforcements within a short period of time. How powerful was the immortal sense of a world overlord? It could cover a vast area. Naturally, Time City was extremely large as well. This wasn't a small city like the Azure Mystic Immortal Realms in the past. A single Time City was even more vast compared to the entire outer Azure Mystic Immortal Realms in the lower world. This was how terrifying the central city of the Mystic region was. If not, for some extremely powerful powers that had developed for countless years and had millions of people, how would they settle down? Don't think that the powers in Time City were the same as those powers in the past. For a power like the Dragon Pool Manor, a single manor was equivalent to a supreme empire. How fast was the speed of world overlords? They could travel millions of miles in an instant. After the 5 of them exited, they immediately headed towards a certain direction and entered 10 miles Springwind's World Heart domain. It was like an independent space, moving through the void. In just an instant, Qin Wentian could sense them descending. After that, the 5 of them appeared in a courtyard. Who? 10 miles Springwind drew in a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he sealed this space. He smiled, awesome, but there was some danger. There seems to be a world overlord outside and he has been locking on to me. Luckily, I'm fast enough and managed to shake him off. We returned to the inn just like that. Qin Wentian started as he asked. Naturally. What do you think? 10 miles Springwind cast a strange glance at Qin Wentian. This. Qin Wentian was actually speechless. This speed was simply too terrifying. This was the power of 10 miles Springwind's World Heart, it had an unfathomable ability. You guys return first. I will temporarily take care of the treasures and we will distribute them tomorrow. Most probably, the Dragon Pool Manor would soon investigate this place. 10 miles Springwind spoke. The others nodded. Old Ghost then spoke, retreat. As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. He naturally did not think that he would be safe after returning to the inn. Qin Wentian thought about it and understood. He also directly returned to his residence. Although he has broken through to the World Overlord realm, it was true that he wasn't used to the way World Overlords do things. Many times, he would still think things the way he did in the past. But now, things were different. He was already a World Overlord and the powers he came into contact with were all extremely powerful ones. For a power like the Dragon Pool Manor, they would be able to investigate all the places they could investigate within a short period of time. As for those powers that were stronger than them, they naturally wouldn't do such a thing. As expected, not long after, a powerful immortal sense swept through the 10 miles inn. 10 miles Springwind's silhouette flashed as he directly appeared in the air. He was somewhat unhappy as he coldly spoke, "Sir, what do you mean by this?" The tavern owners were all alarmed. They walked out one after another, staring into the sky in annoyance. My apologies for disturbing everyone. Today, my Heaven Immortal Tower encountered bandits and we are currently investigating. Please forgive us. The World Overlord in the air spoke. After all, it was very impolite to use his immortal sense to forcefully pry into someone else's residence. That's your matter, what does it have to do with my inn? Since you are disturbing the business of my inn, scram. 10 miles Springwind coldly spoke, sounding extremely domineering. That World Overlord frowned but he still clasped his hands, sorry for disturbing everyone. Farewell. Even for people from the Dragon Pool Manor, it was impossible for them to offend all the World Overlords here. This time around, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Time City. The people staying here might be from a major power, they naturally couldn't be too rude. Tonight, it was destined that things wouldn't be peaceful. The Dragon Pool Manor was investigating Time City and this news shook the entire city. The news of the Heaven Immortal Tower being ransacked circulated through the entire ancient city, causing a huge commotion. There was actually someone so crazy, ransacking the Heaven Immortal Tower. This was simply too audacious. It was said that this incident happened in an extremely short period of time. The 3 world overlords guarding the Heaven Immortal Tower were all controlled by the Dragon Pool Manor. In addition, many other world overlords in the Heaven Immortal Tower were also restrained by the Dragon Pool Manor. If it wasn't for the people outside arriving, they might not even have discovered this. Tonight, many major characters erupted with resentment, angrily berating the people from the Dragon Pool Manor. They were naturally unhappy that their information was forcefully spied on. In fact, there were even world overlords from the Dragon Pool Manor who were detained. After the Dragon Pool Manor explained and apologized, they were released. After all, these major characters also didn't wish to offend the Dragon Pool Manor. Hence, it was understandable that the Heaven Immortal Tower was ransacked. But even though the Dragon Pool Manor swiftly swept through Time City, they still couldn't find any traces of the culprit. The culprit fled too quickly, vanishing into the void in an instant. Everyone could guess that the culprit must have mixed in with the crowd. But so what of it? Right now, there were so many world overlords in Time City. Who could be sure who the culprit was? Many people guessed that if they didn't capture the culprit back then, it would be extremely difficult to find him again. After all, a world overlord who could ransack the Heaven Immortal Tower was definitely not an ordinary character. How would they give you a second chance? This matter caused a huge commotion. Qin Wentian and the others silently split the spoils. The 5 of them each took a portion. With such a major incident happening in the Heaven Immortal Tower, the people from the Dragon Pool Manor naturally didn't have the mood to find trouble with Qin Wentian. They were currently investigating based on the descriptions given by Old Hua and the other 2, as well as the auras released by the 5 people who robbed the Heaven Immortal Tower. They naturally understood that it was impossible to investigate based on appearances. As for strength, it was impossible to change it. However, they discovered that there were still no clues at all. Several days later, in the 10 Miles Inn, Qin Wentian just returned from drinking wine with 10 Miles Springwind. That fellow 10 Miles Springwind said that he had already finished all the wine, but for the next few days, he would take out a few jugs of wine every day, saying that he was the last few jugs. Qin Wentian finally understood one thing. The words of 10 Miles Springwind absolutely couldn't be trusted. This was especially so with regards to wine. In the room, only Qing'er and Qingqing were beside Qin Wentian. Before them, there was a pile of accessories and treasures, dazzling to the eyes. Only now did they know that the robbery that caused such a huge commotion was actually done by Qin Wentian and his new friends. Wentian, don't do such dangerous things in the future. Qingqing spoke in a light voice. The reason why the Heaven Immortal Tower had a grudge was all because of her. How is there any danger? Qin Wentian smiled. He was searching for treasures that were suitable for Qing'er and Qingqing. However, these treasures were all plundered from the Heaven Immortal Tower and it wasn't convenient for him to take them out in Time City. However, he could let them choose and keep them with them. Come and choose. Although they were plundered, there's no need to feel any guilt over the treasures plundered from the Heaven Immortal Tower. Qin Wentian smiled. Mo Qingqing smiled and nodded. The Heaven Immortal Tower wanted to use a single treasure to capture them. She naturally knew what the consequences would be if they were captured. But now, Qin Wentian actually plundered the Heaven Immortal Tower and all the treasures were in their hands. Qingqing chose a few exquisite pieces of divine weapon accessories and even helped Qing'er choose them. She said, "Elder sister Qing'er, these are all suitable for you. If you wear them, you will definitely be able to mesmerize this fellow." "I don't want to." Qing'er shook her head shyly and said in a crisp voice. "No way. After we return to the Qingqing Saint Hall, I will definitely make you wear them." Qingqing giggled. At this moment, her gaze landed on a pendant. This pendant was currently flashing with a bright light, attracting her attention. Qin Wentian and Qing'er also stared at that pendant in bewilderment. Qin Wentian spoke, "This pendant is a little strange, I wonder what sort of treasure it is." Mo Qingqing stretched out her hand and casually hung the pendant around her neck. The moment the pendant came into contact with her skin, a resplendent light suddenly radiated from it, illuminating the entire room and extending outwards. Qin Wentian waved his hand as a formless and powerful energy enveloped the light, exerting an even stronger sealing force. Qin Wentian stared at Mo Qingqing. At this moment, a resplendent light radiated from her body. A phoenix robe could be faintly seen as a pair of phoenix wings manifested, causing Mo Qingqing's body to float in the air. The pendant directly seeped into Mo Qingqing's skin, as though it wanted to fuse together with her body. An extremely complicated diagram appeared, resembling a supremely powerful formation that shone with resplendent light. In an instant, an extremely powerful energy gushed forth from the pendant, frenziedly seeping into Mo Qingqing's body. Arg! Mo Qingqing let out a cry of shock, as though she had no way to endure that terrifying energy. A look of agony appeared on her face as her countenance completely changed. Qingqing! Qin Wentian had a look of shock on his face. His silhouette flashed, wanting to hug Mo Qingcheng. However, a formless and terrifying energy directly repelled him back. Right now, he was in existence at the World Overlord realm, but the energy released by the pendant was actually able to repel him. This was simply unbelievable. His countenance was as pale as paper. He rushed forward again, and this time around, he used an even more tyrannical force before he managed to break free from the restraints binding him. He finally managed to hug Mo Qingcheng. Right now, Mo Qingcheng was in extreme pain. Qing Er's countenance also changed. She wanted to rush forward, but she had no way to get close to Mo Qingcheng. What's going on? Qin Wentian didn't understand. Why would a mere accessory be able to trigger such a terrifying energy? What treasure was that exactly? The phoenix robe that appeared on Mo Qingcheng's skin was a gift given to her by Uncle Black during her wedding. It has long fused together with Mo Qingcheng's skin and could be summoned at any time. Why would it activate now? Was it to protect Mo Qingcheng? At this moment, Qin Wentian was afraid. It was very rare for him to be so afraid. He was helpless and he didn't know what he should do. I'll be fine. Mo Qingcheng gritted her teeth when she saw the worried look on Qin Wentian's face. Although she was in extreme pain, her beautiful eyes were as gentle as ever. Qingcheng. Qin Wentian hugged her tightly. Nothing must happen to her. At this moment, in a place extremely far away from Time City in the Mystic region, a group of experts was rushing over. At this moment, the woman in the lead suddenly halted. After that, the people behind her all halted as well. This woman exuded an unparalleled magnificence and looked extremely young, probably around 20 years of age. Her beauty could shock the world and her entire person radiated a holy glow. However, her cultivation base was extremely terrifying. She was actually a world overlord character. Little miss, what happened? An old man beside her asked. Why? The woman suddenly asked in a puzzled voice, causing the people in the surroundings to be puzzled. My intuition wasn't wrong. It's truly in Time City. However, why would someone else be able to activate it? That treasure belongs to me. The young woman mumbled. The old man beside her trembled. That treasure was activated by someone else? How could this be possible? After that, he smiled bitterly. Back then, his little miss threw it away willfully. Most probably, she didn't expect this to happen, right? Chapter 1770. In the 10 miles inn, Qin Wentian was still hugging Mo Qingcheng. After a long time, Mo Qingcheng actually fainted from the pain. That resplendent light also gradually faded away, leaving behind a pendant hanging around her neck. It was glowing faintly, but there was no aura emanating from it. It was as though it was just an ordinary pendant. What item is that exactly? Qin Wentian stared at the pendant. This was a piece of jewelry from the Heaven Immortal Tower. Why would it resonate with Mo Qingcheng? What exactly did she experience earlier? Also, when that phoenix robe appeared earlier, was it protecting Mo Qingcheng? But what was going on with that resplendent light? He had no idea about all of this. Luckily, everything was over. Mo Qingcheng only fainted and wouldn't have any major problems. After she woke up, she should know what exactly happened. Qing quietly stood by her side. The two of them continued to protect Mo Qingcheng. Only on the second day did Mo Qingcheng slowly wake up. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as her entire person seemed to be enveloped by a layer of light. Qingcheng. Qin Wentian called out when he saw her opening her beautiful eyes. Mo Qingcheng gently smiled and spoke in a low voice, I'm fine. That's good then. Qin Wentian's worried heart finally relaxed. His hand gently caressed Mo Qingcheng's face as a radiant smile appeared on her face. Qingcheng, what happened earlier? Qing walked over and asked in a light voice. A strange look flashed in Mo Qingcheng's eyes. She sat up and glanced at the pendant hanging around her neck. With an intention of her will, the pendant directly fused into her skin, leaving behind a mark. A mysterious diagram appeared on her body and her entire person seemed to have changed. Kiss of the demon god. Mo Qingqing murmured. Kiss of the demon god. Qin Wendian started. Mo Qingqing smiled. This pendant is named the Kiss of the Demon God. You formed a connection with it. What kind of treasure is it? Qin Wendian was truly curious. This pendant wasn't one of the ultimate treasures of the Heaven Immortal Tower. It was extremely ordinary and inconspicuous among the many treasures in the tower. It was only when Mo Qingqing activated it that a miraculous transformation happened to it. Mo Qingqing closed her beautiful eyes, and in the next instant, the radiance radiating from her grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire room. Countless runic inscriptions appeared, enveloping both Qin Wendian and Qing air within. The radiance was so resplendent that it caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. In the center of the formation, a shadow gradually materialized behind Mo Qingqing. Or more accurately, it enveloped her entirely. That was an incomparably resplendent phoenix. Her eyes gleamed with sharpness as though she had a life of her own. This was a true phoenix. Disdain could be seen in her eyes as she stared at Qin Wendian and Qing Air. She was like a true demon god. This. Qin Wendian's heart pounded. The feeling this phoenix gave him was extremely powerful. That pendant was actually able to summon such a powerful ancient phoenix. Who are you guys? The ancient phoenix spoke, speaking in the voice of a human. Qin Wendian, Mo Qingqing, and the others felt their bodies trembling as great waves rose in their hearts. This phoenix truly had a life of its own. Clearly, it could think. If not, it wouldn't have asked them who they were. What treasure is this pendant? Why would it be activated by my wife? Qin Wendian counter-asked. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as he stared at the shadow of the phoenix. Your wife. The phoenix glanced at the beautiful woman she was protecting. The robes she is wearing are woven from the power of my bloodline. Hence, it can summon me and form a resonance with me. Where did you guys obtain this robe from? Qin Wendian's heart trembled again. So it turned out that the summoning was really triggered by the robe. My mother gave it to me. Qin Wendian spoke. The phoenix coldly glanced at Qin Wendian. A powerful pressure radiated from her, enveloping the entire room. Her pressure similarly landed on Qin Wendian. Qin Wendian frowned. He released his powerful world heart as well, causing the entire space to be locked down. He stared at the phoenix and coldly spoke, I have no need to lie. You don't have a bloodline. The phoenix was similarly domineering. She coldly stared at Qin Wendian. Her words might be a little vague, but Qin Wendian instantly thought of his bloodline. Could it be that all of this had something to do with his mother whom he had never met before? I've died once before and my soul was almost shattered. I even lost my bloodline. Qin Wendian spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, he released his astral soul. The phoenix stared at his astral soul and after that, the aura radiating from her weakened a little. She started to believe Qin Wendian. If he didn't die once, it was impossible for him to have such an astral soul. It was impossible even if he reincarnated. Where is your mother? Who is she? The phoenix asked again. I don't know, I've never met her before. I grew up in a particle world and initially thought that I was an orphan. Only after that did I learn that I have parents. I also don't know where she is, whether she is alive or dead. Now that I'm already in the supreme ancient immortal realms, I will investigate this matter clearly in the future. If it was someone else asking him, he wouldn't have answered so clearly. But this phoenix's matter concerned his mother. Hence, he replied. Seems like your wife got lucky. The phoenix spoke in a low voice, gradually believing Qin Wendian. Sadly, the spirit lord of this generation was a little weak. Qin Wendian frowned. His tone was cold, if you are unwilling, I won't force you. I can sever the connection between you and my wife. What do you mean by this? The phoenix stared at Qin Wendian. At this moment, a beam of light flashed as the figure of the skybreak heavenly deity appeared. This caused the phoenix to glance at the skybreak heavenly deity. She could sense an indescribable pressure from the skybreak heavenly deity. Just a mere weapon spirit, what is there to be arrogant about? It's your fortune that she became your spirit lord. What qualifications do you have to say that she got lucky? The skybreak heavenly deity coldly spoke. Who are you? The phoenix stared at the skybreak heavenly deity. Skybreak heavenly deity. The skybreak heavenly deity coldly spoke. Pay attention to your attitude when you speak. The phoenix suddenly laughed. She stared at Qin Wentian. Seems like you aren't simple as well. You must have had extraordinary good fortune. Are you willing to stay or not? If you aren't, I've already said that I won't force you. You can sever the connection between you and my wife. Qin Wentian spoke. He didn't wish for a spirit to be disrespectful to Qingcheng. Not even the slightest bit of disrespect could be tolerated. How arrogant, as expected of a descendant of that clan. Fine, I'm willing to stay and serve her as my spirit lord, listening to her summons. A smile appeared on Qin Wentian's face. Since this is the case, many thanks to Senior. This was how he was. If the other party was disrespectful, he wouldn't fear it. If the other party was polite, he would naturally return the favor, no matter who the other party was. Senior, what I said earlier was the truth. I truly have no idea who my mother is. Earlier, when Senior said that you are a descendant of that clan, which clan are you referring to? Qin Wentian asked. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence when he ransacked the Heaven Immortal Tower this time around. He actually encountered a treasure of his mother's clan and coincidentally formed a connection with Qingcheng. He felt that the distance between him and his mother's clan should be very close. There's no need for me to tell you this. Not long in the future, you will know for yourself. The phoenix calmly spoke. Earlier, you weren't polite at all. Although I serve your wife as my spirit lord, I don't have to listen to your words. Qin Wentian awkwardly smiled. Mo Qingcheng then asked, in that case, Senior, can I ask on his behalf? No, you are clearly trying to trick me. The phoenix spoke. I'm leaving now. If there's any need, just summon me again. As the sound of her voice faded, the shadow gradually dissipated. The shadow transformed into motes of light that flowed into the pendant on Mo Qingcheng's neck. After that, the light sank back into her skin, leaving behind only a mark. There's actually such a mystical treasure. Qin Wentian spoke in a low voice. Seems like your background isn't simple. Although the skybreak heavenly deity was very domineering earlier, when he stared at Qin Wentian now, he was also somewhat surprised. Even now, I have no idea about my background. I only know that I have a blood feud with my father's clan. I have to take revenge for this. Qin Wentian's eyes gleamed with a dazzling light. If you can become an existence like the imperishable Heaven Lord, what grudge can't you take revenge for? The skybreak heavenly deity calmly spoke. I'm going to sleep now. If there's a need, just wake me up again. Right. Qin Wentian nodded. The will of the skybreak heavenly deity also vanished. In the room, only Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng, and Qing were left. Qingcheng, do you feel anything different? He kept feeling that there was something different about Mo Qingcheng. There seems to be a mysterious energy constantly tempering my body. Mo Qingcheng nodded. This is especially so for the location of her heart. My heartbeat has quickened. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and placed it on Mo Qingcheng's chest to feel it. As expected, her heart was pounding unceasingly. There seemed to be a mysterious energy circulating within it. It should be the effect of the kiss of the demon god. This treasure is extraordinary, it might not be as simple as summoning that spirit body. Qin Wentian spoke in a low voice. However, he had no way to verify it now. Mo Qingcheng nodded. She had the same feeling as well. Seems like this is an opportunity bestowed to me by Mother. Wentian, do you think mother is watching you grow up? Qing Qing suddenly asked. Qin Wentian's gaze turned misty. Mother, is she still alive? Father, what about him? He cultivated for 2 lifetimes. This is his second life, is he still doing well? If she is watching, mother would definitely be proud of me when she sees the 2 of you. Qin Wentian stretched his hands out and embraced Qing and Qingcheng as he spoke gently. The commotion caused by the robbery of the Heaven Immortal Pavilion still persisted. Days passed by, but the bandits seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was no way to find them at all. Most probably, the Dragon Pool Manor would never have imagined that one of the bandits was none other than Qin Wentian, who took away the golden branch from their Heaven Immortal Pavilion. They wanted to use a treasure as a price to capture him. But now, the treasure in Qin Wentian's hands wasn't merely a treasure from the Heaven Immortal Pavilion. As time flowed by, the date of the convention of the Myriad Realms got closer and closer. The atmosphere in Time City also grew increasingly intense. Chapter 1771. In the following days, Qin Wentian didn't roam around aimlessly. He also understood quite a bit about the convention of the Myriad Realms and was quietly waiting for it to start. This day finally arrived. There were still 3 more days before the convention of the Myriad Realms would begin. And during these 3 days, the people who came here to participate in the convention could already start to enter. Dawn just arrived and the sun hasn't even risen from the east. The entire Time City was already in a state of excitement. Countless experts felt their hearts surging. Finally, another convention of the Myriad Realms was about to start. This convention only happens once every 10,000 years. They wondered what sort of good fortune they would encounter this time around. In the 10 miles inn, the atmosphere today was extremely unusual. There were people constantly soaring into the air, leaving the inn. The peace of the past was broken early in the morning. In the courtyard, Qin Wentian stared at the sky. Everywhere his gaze passed, there were countless experts flying through the air, heading towards a certain direction. There were simply too many experts, including world overlords. In fact, there were also some people whose auras were extremely powerful. They were all heading towards the same location. The Time Realm, the location where the convention of the Myriad Realms would be held. The convention of the Myriad Realms naturally wouldn't be held in a city. There wasn't such a large place, and the people who would participate in the convention were all world overlords. In Time City, there was a mysterious realm that had existed since ancient times. It was rumored that this was the place where the Time King cultivated. Right now, it was jointly managed by the 3 hegemonic powers of the mystic region. This place was named the Time Realm. The Time Realm was extremely mysterious. Within it, time flowed irregularly. There was a strange pattern to it. Every 10,000 years, the flow of time would reach a peak. If you stayed in there for a year, only a single day would have passed in the outside world. Naturally, this wasn't eternal. Only on the day when 10,000 years passed would the flow of time reach the peak. If one stayed in there for a long period of time, the flow of time in the Time Realm would be even shorter compared to the outside world. It was rumored that one day in the Time Realm would be equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Being able to change the flow of time, how heaven-defying was this? From this, one could very well imagine how powerful the Time King was exactly. Brother Qin, when are we leaving? At this moment, a figure descended. It was none other than the boss of the inn, 10 Miles Springwind. He was the same as before, radiating a radiant aura every day. Beneath his white brows, his eyes gleamed with pride. Although this fellow was a little shameless, he seemed to be living a happy life every day. I'm about to set off. What about you? Qin Wentian asked. Let's go together. I will call them over. 10 Miles Springwind laughed. There's no need to shout. A voice was heard and Chao Tian's silhouette appeared. Brother Chao. Qin Wentian called out. During these days, their relationship also grew closer. After all, they once robbed the Heaven Immortal Tower together. Their relationship was very deep. Old brother Qin, this should be your first time participating in the convention of the Myriad Realms, right? It would surely be extremely interesting. Chao Tian laughed. Sigh, I'm getting old. Old Ghost sighed with emotion. It was unknown when his figure had directly appeared here. He was the oldest among them. Ever since he knew that Qin Wendian had achieved his current achievements in less than 1,000 years of cultivation, he felt a great blow. You are indeed getting old. Phoenix also arrived. The 5 of them who robbed the Heaven Immortal Tower were now gathered here. It was unknown if the Dragon Pool Manor would think of something if they saw the 5 of them together. Are you bringing your family and friends? 10 Miles Springwind asked. Since the Time Realm doesn't prohibit people from bringing their family and friends, I wish to bring them in as well, allowing them to broaden their horizons. Qin Wendian spoke. In truth, he didn't feel at ease leaving Qingcheng and the others in Time City. No problem, the convention of the Myriad Realms has always done very well. Many people would bring their family and friends along. 10 Miles Springwind spoke. Since this is the case, shall we set off now? Right. Qin Wendian nodded. The others agreed as well. Qin Wendian gathered everyone together. After that, the group of them soared into the air and flew towards the direction of the Time Realm. As the legendary place of Time City, the location of the Time Realm was right in the center of Time City. There was an ancient structure here that towered up into the sky, exuding a sense of imposingness. Although it was a little dilapidated, it intentionally preserved its original appearance. There was a stairway leading up to the sky that led to the Time Realm. It was rumored that this was the former residence of the Time King. The entrance to the Time Realm was precisely at the top of that towering building. At this moment, there was a sea of people below. It was unknown how many experts were gathered here, staring at the stairway leading up to the sky. All of them had looks of yearning in their eyes, wanting nothing more than to see the glory of the Time King. For these people who gathered here, the number of world overlords were as many as the clouds, and there were many transcendent-level world overlords. In fact, many of them were hegemonic characters with terrifying statuses. The crowd gathered in different locations, forming many camps. There were many people standing alone, and there were also groups of world overlords gathered together. Many world overlords went to pay their respects to those major characters at the world overlord realm. Naturally, the places where more people gathered were the hegemonic powers of the mystic region. They were simply too dazzling. Other than the 3 hegemonic powers, they stood at the peak of the mystic region. There was even the declining heavenly deity race among them. But even so, their foundations were still unfathomably deep, so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. Other than the 3 hegemonic powers, no one else could suppress them. The Samsara Temple has arrived. At this moment, someone spoke. Countless people turned their gazes to the air, only to see a group of extremely powerful powers flying over. All of them were extremely dazzling, exuding an unfathomable aura. Their eyes were terrifying, containing the will of samsara. Countless people turned their gazes over. Qin Wendian, who had already arrived, also turned his gaze over. Nanfeng Yaoyue's beautiful eyes flashed as she spoke in a low voice. Are they the legendary powers that inherited the Tao elements? In the mystic region, there were quite a few sage halls that spread their Tao elements everywhere, even in the lower world. Qin Wendian and the others have all heard of them before, and the Samsara Temple was one of them. Other than the 3 hegemonic powers, they were the strongest power at the peak. I wonder if the Tao elements in the city of ancient emperors of Azure Mystic have anything to do with them. Qin Wendian silently mused. At this moment, a series of exclamations rang out from the crowd as they stared at the group of figures flying over. The everlasting heavens has arrived. It's indeed the everlasting heavens. Many people spoke. This group of people was extremely powerful. There were even many world overlords. When they gathered together, their auras were incomparably majestic. The everlasting heavens, one of the 4 immortal realms controlled by the mystic region. Qin Wendian mumbled. In any case, you don't care about it. 10 Miles Springwind laughed. Qin Wentian stared at his smile and speechlessly shook his head. I'm just not used to listening to the orders of others. I can tell. 10 Miles Spring Wind laughed. Look, they have arrived. As the sound of his voice faded, another group of extremely powerful powers arrived from afar. There were still many world overlords among them, exuding an imposing aura. They floated in the air above the crowd and no one dared to say anything. Among the crowd, Qin Wentian saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Dong Huangying, the extremely beautiful young woman who invited him to follow her back then. That young man was still beside her, like a flower protector. The Eastern Royal Immortal Realms has arrived. It's rumored that a little princess from the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms has arrived. Is she that young woman? Someone stared at Dong Huangying as he spoke. How beautiful and heroic. She is so young and has already broken through to the Empyrean realm. I heard that this little princess is very young. Many people discussed. Dong Huangying was none other than the little princess of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. The 4 immortal realms controlled by the Mystic Region, the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, Scarlet Sun Immortal Realms, Everlasting Heavens, and Yuanzhi Immortal Realms were completely different from Azure Mystic. They had absolute control over the entire immortal realms, but they were also subordinate to the 3 hegemonic powers of the Mystic Region. Hence, the Mystic Region controlled 4 immortal realms. The other 7 regions, other than the Desolate Region, were the same as well. This little lass has already grown up so much. Chao Tian's gaze landed on Dong Huangying as he spoke. Qin Wentian felt his heart trembling. He didn't try to find out Chao Tian's identity, but he actually referred to the little princess of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms as a little lass. What was his background? He should be at the same level as Chao Tian, right? In that case, 10 Miles Springwind and his group truly had confidence in robbing the Heaven Immortal Tower. Even if something really happened, they could directly shed all pretense of cordiality and reveal Chao Tian's identity. The Dragon Pool Manor wouldn't dare to do anything. Oi, the people from your clan have arrived as well. 10 Miles Springwind spoke. From afar, a group of hegemonic powers flew over. Their bodies shone with a dazzling divine glow, incomparably resplendent. There were many world overlords among them and all of them were extraordinary. They stood in the air, unexcelled in the world. Chao Tian's clan. Qin Wentian mumbled. The people in the surroundings started to discuss again. Qin Wentian felt his heart tremble when he heard this. He stared at Chao Tian. I didn't expect Big Brother Chao's origin to be so great. Chao Tian was actually someone from the hegemonic powers of an immortal realm, a hegemonic power of the Scarlet Sun Immortal Realms. Don't mention it. My clan doesn't like your Big Brother Chao. Chao Tian spoke. It's better to depend on yourself. Just as the sound of Chao Tian's voice faded, from the direction of the hegemonic powers of the Scarlet Sun Immortal Realms, a sharp gaze turned over to Chao Tian. That person seemed to have heard Chao Tian's words and his gaze turned cold. Chao Tian didn't show any signs of weakness and stared back at that person. Sparks could be seen flying in their eyes. How did they seem like they were from the same clan? It was more like they were enemies, causing Qin Wentian to feel somewhat speechless. However, Chao Tian shouldn't have completely severed ties with his clan. If not, he wouldn't have used Chao Tian's background to threaten the Dragon Pool Manor. There should be a story behind Chao Tian leaving to establish his own power. Big Brother is here as well, why don't you come over to the clan's side? A world overlord turned his gaze to Chao Tian. This man was extraordinarily handsome and exuded an imposing aura. Humph, Chao Tian coldly snorted. I'm here with my friends. A bunch of scoundrels. That sharp-eyed world overlord glanced at Qin Wentian and the others as he coldly spoke, not giving Chao Tian any face at all. Chapter 1772. Qin Wentian, 10 Miles Springwind and the others were speechless. This was an unexpected calamity. Old Ghost narrowed his eyes and stared at those people. Be more respectful when you speak. What a temper. The middle-aged man who spoke glanced at Old Ghost as his expression turned cold. Although you are my elder, you can speak to me directly if you are unhappy. You insulted my friend. Such a character is simply throwing the face of the Chao clan. Chao Tian forcefully retorted. I'm throwing the face of the clan. Why don't you take a look at yourself? That middle-aged man seemed to be long used to Chao Tian's attitude. He coldly spoke, as for being your elder, I'm not worthy of it. Qin Wentian didn't say anything. He knew nothing about the grudge between Chao Tian and the Chao clan. It wasn't good for him to interrupt. Although the two of them were unhappy with each other, they were still family. Brother Qin, your big brother Chao must be feeling bitter in his heart. 10 Miles Spring Wind transmitted his voice to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at him only to hear 10 Miles Spring Wind explaining, do you know why old Chao fled from the clan and established his own sect? Qin Wentian was speechless. Wasn't this nonsense? He naturally didn't know. To flee from a marriage. 10 Miles Spring Wind spoke. The clan arranged a marriage for him. The other party's background is extremely great and both parties wanted to form a marriage alliance. The Chao clan naturally agreed and that woman didn't have any objections as well. Your big brother Chao is quite charming. However, the problem lies here. What sort of character is old Chao? Would he accept the marriage arranged by the clan? Although that woman is quite beautiful, she isn't a peerless beauty. Also, if he married her, he most probably wouldn't even be able to take concubines in the future. How could he not flee? Now that he's alone outside, the beauties in his harem are all top grade. How carefree would old Chao be? Qin Wentian perspired, he didn't expect that it was actually to flee from a marriage. This was too melodramatic. Chao Tian's personality was truly unyielding. No matter what the background of the woman was, if he didn't want to marry, then he didn't want to marry. At most, he would just leave and establish his own sect. Chao Tian and his clansmen were on bad terms with each other. In the end, they naturally parted on bad terms and shifted their gazes away. Chao Tian's clansmen went to greet the other major powers and chatted with each other. They seemed to be very familiar with each other, including the Donghuang clan. There were simply too many experts who came here today. Many of them were hegemonic level experts. Those with similar statuses could be grouped together while the others could only greet them. For powers like the Samsara Temple, Space Saint Hall, Donghuang clan of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, and Chao clan of the Blazing Sun Immortal Realms, these were naturally the hegemonic level powers. Above them, there were only 3 hegemonic level powers. At this moment, in the crowd, a group of experts rushed over. This group of people came from the other regions and the person standing in the middle was a beautiful young woman. She was extremely young but she was already at the World Overlord realm, attracting the attention of many people. In addition, there were quite a few World Overlords in this group. I've finally caught up, the woman muttered. Miss, are you certain that she is among the crowd attending the convention of the Myriad Realms? The old man beside her asked. My intuition tells me that he might be among the crowd attending the convention of the Myriad Realms. Also, even if I really can't find him, I can just treat it as attending this convention. The woman spoke in a light voice. These people were none other than the group of people who were rushing over when the commotion occurred in Qingcheng. Now, they have also arrived here. Everyone, you all seem a little unfamiliar. Which major power in the mystic region are you all from? At this moment, the extraordinarily handsome young man from the Chao clan of the Scarlet Sun Immortal Realm stared at the woman as he asked. Given their discerning eyes, they could naturally tell that the origins of this group of people weren't simple. However, they all knew of the various major powers in the mystic region. Even if they weren't very familiar with each other, they would at least know who the other party was. However, these people didn't seem to have met before. I thought the convention of the Myriad Realms in the mystic region doesn't prohibit people from other regions from participating. The woman stared at the young man as she asked. Upon hearing the woman's words, many people turned their gazes over. These people actually traversed realms to come here. So you are esteemed guests from afar. I'm from the Chao clan of the Scarlet Sun Immortal Realms. I wonder where young miss and your group are from. The young man's smile was gentle, causing people to feel extremely comfortable. However, the identity of the woman was extremely extraordinary. What kind of people had she not seen before? She had seen many extraordinary geniuses from the various major powers before. She naturally wouldn't be charmed by this young man. She only calmly replied, "Those who come from afar are our guests." "Why must you ask so much?" The young man started. After that, he smiled and nodded, "Since this is the case, I won't disturb young miss any longer." At this moment, Qin Wentian also turned his gaze to the young woman. This young woman was extremely outstanding, and her beauty could even cause the moon to blush. Also, she exuded a sense of nobility and holiness that couldn't be profaned. However, Qin Wentian actually sensed a familiar aura from her. He didn't know where this sense of familiarity came from, but he just had to have this feeling. The young woman seemed to have sensed something. Her beautiful eyes also glanced in the direction of Qin Wentian as she frowned. This young man was surveying her with a burning gaze. He wasn't polite at all. "My name is Qin Wentian. May I ask for young miss' name?" Qin Wentian asked. He didn't know why he asked this question. This young woman had just rejected a young world overlord from the Chao clan. If he directly asked for her name now, he most probably wouldn't get an answer. However, that sense of familiarity still caused him to ask. "Your surname is Qin?" The young woman frowned. She glanced at the women around Qin Wentian. There were a few women here, and she naturally felt that Qin Wentian had some thoughts about her. Hence, she stared at Qin Wentian with an unfriendly gaze. Coldly, she spoke, as expected, "Those with the surname Qin are all nothing good." Qin Wentian's face was filled with black lines. He was somewhat speechless. This young woman was even more pitiful compared to the young man from the Chao clan earlier. However, he really didn't have any other thoughts. He only sincerely wanted to know why he felt such a sense of familiarity. And now, the young woman vented her anger on those with the surname Qin. What did she mean by this? Could it be that there was someone with the surname Qin who had offended her before? There were so many people in the world, but there were only so many surnames. Each surname had countless people, yet the young woman directly scolded all those with the surname Qin. How much did she have against those with the surname Qin? Bitterly smiling, Qin Wentian shook his head. He didn't say anything more. At the bottom of the stairway, more and more experts arrived. At this moment, there was a group of people who were extremely outstanding. There were many world overlords, and there were even quite a few young world overlords. Their auras were extraordinary, and the moment they appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of many people. The person in the lead was an old man clad in starry robes. His aura was transcendent and his eyes were filled with spirit. Many people went over to greet him. Even some hegemonic characters also went over to greet him. Hence, Qin Wentian also knew where they came from. A place that was highly respected by everyone, Tiandao's Sacred Academy. Back then, they went to Tiandao's Sacred Academy because they wanted to return to Azure Mystic. Now that they saw people from Tiandao's Sacred Academy, Qin Wentian and the others involuntarily walked over and bowed. "Tiandao's Sacred Academy's student Qin Wentian pays my respects to senior." The old man glanced at Qin Wentian. This young man before him was extraordinary and claimed to be a student of Tiandao's Sacred Academy. Seems like he must have received the teachings of the Tiandao's Sacred Academy before. "Where are you from?" the old man asked. Junior once cultivated an Azure Mystic in the lower world and once entered Tiandao's Sacred Academy to listen to the teachings of the Tao. Qin Wentian politely replied. Azure Mystic. A strange look appeared on the old man's face. Azure Mystic has always been a strange place. It was a unique place in the 33 immortal realms. It wasn't easy for this young man to have such accomplishments from Azure Mystic. Changqing the Great and the others also came over to pay their respects. They could also be considered students of Tiandao's Sacred Academy. He is the Qingqing Realm Lord. Someone spoke, causing many people to turn their gazes to Qin Wentian. Although the grudge between the Qingqing Realm Lord and the Heaven Immortal Tower wasn't a major matter in a place like Time City, it still caused quite a commotion. Qin Wentian was a transcendent-level world overlord. Initially, everyone thought that this transcendent-level world overlord would have a powerful background. Who would have thought that he actually came from the most inconspicuous Forbidden Land, Azure Mystic? The people from the Dragon Pool Manor naturally came here today as well. They also stared at Qin Wentian. Although they wouldn't fuss with Qin Wentian about what happened in the Heaven Immortal Tower back then, their expressions were still somewhat unfriendly. This was especially so for Longyuan Haoyu. His gaze was extremely cold. Let's ascend the stairway of time. The entrance is about to open. At this moment, an expert from the Donghuang clan spoke, causing everyone to return to their senses. They turned their gazes to the stairway of time once more. This stairway of time was known as the Time Stairway. It could lead them to the entrance of the Time Realm. Many people nodded. After that, the Donghuang clan, Chao clan of the Scarlet Sun Immortal Realms, Samsara Temple, these peak powers all took the lead. Hegemonic powers and famous world overlords followed closely behind them. Naturally, powers like the Tiandao Sacred Academy also received courtesy. Many people allowed them to take the lead. Many experts flew up the stairway of time, heading towards the ancient palace that connected to the clouds. Below, countless people who came here to spectate all had looks of envy on their faces. Although experts were as common as the clouds today, most of them were merely spectators, wanting to see those major characters. They didn't have the qualifications to enter the Time Realm. Only world overlords and their family members were qualified to enter. At the peak of the stairway of time, there was a space-time gate with world overlords guarding it. They were none other than the experts sent by the three hegemonic powers to guard this place. Although the convention of the myriad realms was organized by the three hegemonic powers, in truth, they wouldn't appear directly. They would control everything from behind the scenes. Naturally, there would also be juniors among them who would enter the time realm together with the world overlords. Everyone, it has been tough on you all. The people who came were all extremely polite to the experts guarding the spacetime gate. Even the gatekeepers were truly major characters. In addition, they represented the three hegemonic powers. Who would dare to be disrespectful? We can enter the time realm now. One of them calmly spoke. After that, the crowd nodded. Numerous experts directly stepped into the spacetime gate, entering the time realm. Countless experts from the various regions of the Mystic region, and there were even experts from other regions who came here for the convention of the Myriad Realms. Today, the location of the convention of the Myriad Realms, the entrance to the time realm opened. Qin Wentian was among the crowd. His group of people finally arrived at the entrance of the spacetime gate. How fascinating would the convention of the Myriad Realms be? Qin Wentian mused. He nodded to the people around him and pulled Qing and Mo Qingqing's hands as they stepped into the spacetime gate together, entering the time realm. Chapter 1773. The time realm was truly a world of its own. When Qin Wentian stepped into the time realm, he already knew that the time realm was a boundlessly vast realm. His immortal sense swept out and he discovered numerous palaces that were situated in the middle of the time realm, exuding a majestic aura. Elder brother Qin. 10 Miles Springwind called out. Qin Wentian turned his gaze to him only to hear 10 Miles Springwind speaking. This is the first time you are participating in the convention of the Myriad Realms. But during these days, you should know some things. Right now, all of you can choose a palace to stay in and that palace will become your residence in the time realm. Your family and friends can stay there and as long as they don't go out, they will be absolutely safe. Qin Wentian nodded. He knew that there were many residences in the time realm. These residences were meant for world overlords participating in the convention of the Myriad Realms. The convention of the Myriad Realms was a grand event that occurred once every 10,000 years in the Mystic region. It wasn't something that could end in a day or two, it would continue for a very long period of time. Let's head in the same direction. Phoenix spoke. At least we can take care of each other. Phoenix, why don't you stay in the same residence as me? That way, we wouldn't be bored. 10 Miles Springwind smiled. Scram. Phoenix spat out a single word. 10 Miles Springwind laughed. Up ahead, many world overlords have already moved out, searching for a place to stay. Behind them, more and more world overlords were also arriving. 10 Miles Springwind and Qin Wintian's group moved together, moving towards the same direction. We are the first batch of people to arrive. Do you want to choose a good location? 10 Miles Springwind asked. Naturally, we have to choose a location in the central region. Chao Tian spoke. This wasn't the first time they participated in the convention of the Myriad Realms. They were very familiar with the situation in the Time Realm. Aren't you worried that others might snatch it? That would be very embarrassing. Phoenix laughed. Who dares to snatch my place? Chao Tian arrogantly spoke. Although he established his own sect, his personal strength was already extremely strong. In addition, his identity as a descendant of the Chao clan was still there. Those world overlords would still have to give him some face and wouldn't snatch his place. There were many good locations in the Time Realm. Isn't it safe in the palace and we can't fight? Qin Wentian asked, why can't we fight? You're too naive. The Phoenix said, if you have chosen a palace, and an extremely powerful person says that he has taken a liking to your place and asks you to move, he won't do anything. Will you move? Hearing this, Qin Wentian was speechless. How could this be? Sure enough, it was still a world of strength. There was no such thing as absolute justice. Truly powerful people had special privileges wherever they went. Since that's the case, I'll choose a place to stay for the time being. Qin Wentian laughed. This time around, it was unknown how many powerful experts would enter the Time Realm. The supreme world overlords of the older generation, the supreme geniuses of the younger generation, the various heroes of the mystic region, all of them would appear. It was just a place to stay, there was no need for trouble. They could just casually choose a palace to stay in. Up to you. 10 Miles Springwind didn't say anything more. The group of them continued advancing in the same direction. There were some major characters who have already chosen their residences, choosing the most majestic palaces in the central region. They had the confidence to do so. For peak powers like the Samsara Temple, Eastern Royal Immortal Realms and the Scarlet Sun Immortal Realms, they naturally would choose the best location. Other than them, there were also some powerful world overlords whose names shook the mystic region. It was only natural for them to choose an extremely good location. 10 Miles Springwind, Chao Tian, and the others also chose their own palaces. The locations were all very good. As expected, they weren't afraid of trouble. As for Qin Wentian, he continued on his way and stopped at a palace that was slightly further away. This palace was very large and had everything one needed. After all, even if they didn't bring their family members, some major powers would still bring many people over. If they wanted to stay together, they naturally had to choose a bigger location. Yu Huang, given your cultivation base, you have the qualifications to choose a palace to stay in. Do you want to stay with everyone or do you want to stay elsewhere? Qin Wentian stood in the empty space above the palace, he could see the scenery in the distance as he spoke to Princess Kitamura. I'll stay with everyone. Princess Kitamura replied in a light voice. Qin Wentian nodded, the convention of the Myriad Realms is about to begin. Emicham, I feel like I'm dreaming. I can actually see all the major characters of the mystic region gathered here. These people are all characters that are rarely seen normally. Some of them are lofty, even if you are a world overlord, you most probably wouldn't even be able to see their faces. Princess Kitamura sighed ruefully. She thought back to those experts who paid a visit to the absolute beginning overlord and stood outside the courtyard, waiting. They were all world overlords but their strength was different. The disparity in their statuses might be extremely great. Rumble. At this moment, an intense rumbling sound rang out. It felt like even the heavens and earth were trembling. Qin Wentian stood in the palace, he could feel his feet trembling unstably. In the air, a beam of light cascaded down. That was an ancient mountain that descended from the sky. This ancient mountain was extremely large and was glowing with light. The walls of the mountain were like an incomparably large mirror, able to reflect the colors of heaven and earth. Boom! The earth trembled violently. That ancient mountain that descended from the sky landed in the central region of the time realm. What is that? Mo Qingqing asked. Heaven Heart Mirror. Qin Wentian spoke. He had some understanding of the convention of the myriad realms and knew that before the time realm opened, a Heaven Heart Mirror would appear in the time realm. This Heaven Heart Mirror was able to project the Heaven Heart mandates of world overlords to every corner of the time realm. As long as there were world overlords in the time realm, they would be able to release their Heaven Heart mandates. Qin Wentian explained to Mo Qingqing. Mo Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a bright light. In that case, some supreme characters can use this Heaven Heart Mirror to display their powerful Heaven Heart mandates to everyone in the time realm? Qin Wentian nodded. Mo Qingqing smiled. She stared at Qin Wentian. In that case, do you want to go and display your Heaven Heart mandates? It's better for me to pass. Next, I'm afraid many people would go and display their Heaven Heart mandates to prove their talent. There would most probably be many people who are more outstanding than me. Qin Wentian might be proud in his heart, but he wasn't arrogant. When the Heaven Heart Mirror appeared in the time realm, there were indeed many transcendent-level world overlords heading there. However, the vast majority of them were people who were participating in the convention of the myriad realms for the first time. For those who had participated in the convention many times before, they would know that if they went to display their Heaven Heart mandates now, the consequences would be extremely miserable. They would be beaten black and blue. This was something that they had experienced in every convention. Naturally, no one took the lead. Everyone was relatively more low profile and no one was the first to display their Heaven Heart mandates. Under the gazes of so many transcendent-level world overlords, the first person to go up still needed some courage. Although this was something that would happen sooner or later. Another reason was that not everyone has arrived yet. For the next 3 days, everyone could enter the time realm. After that, there would be many more experts entering the time realm. Qin Wentian was currently paying attention to the situation in the Heaven Heart Mirror. At this moment, a figure appeared in the airspace above their palace, staring down at Qin Wentian and the others. This person had an extraordinary aura. His entire body radiated a formless might, like he was an expert who had been in a lofty position for a long time. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, feeling somewhat puzzled. He wasn't acquainted with this world overlord. Sir, is there something you need? Qin Wentian saw that the other party was surveying them. That world overlord who stood in the air exuded an air of arrogance as he spoke to Qin Wentian. I have my eyes on this palace. You guys should search for other places. Qin Wentian felt somewhat speechless. Before this, he was still discussing this matter with 10 Miles Springwind. But to think that they actually encountered this? However, the palace he chose wasn't located in the central region. It was already considered quite remote. Why would there still be people fighting for it? I brought many family members with me, it isn't that convenient for me to move around. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. It's better for you to search elsewhere and see if there are any other places you like. Qin Wentian calmly replied. There's no need. I only felt that this place isn't bad. The other party continued speaking, as though he was determined to take Qin Wentian's palace. It didn't seem like he had his eyes on this palace. Instead, it seemed like he was here to find trouble. Qin Wentian stared at the other party. After that, he smiled. I like this place as well. I'm afraid there's no way for me to give it to you. Are you sure? The other party frowned as an extremely powerful might gushed forth from him. I don't wish to repeat myself. Please leave. Qin Wentian issued an expulsion order. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to act against him. Fine. Since you don't want to give me face, I will remember this. The other party threatened and left. However, Qin Wendian frowned as his gaze turned cold. After the other party left, he headed to a place far away from here. In the central region, there was a palace with a pretty good location. He came here and before him, a handsome young man could be seen standing there. This young man was none other than Long Yuan Haoyu, and this palace was the one chosen by the Dragon Pool Manor. How is it? Long Yuan Haoyu asked. Just like what you expected, his attitude is very unyielding. The other party laughed. That's normal. Long Yuan Haoyu nodded. Back then when he personally went over and asked both parties to take a step back, Qin Wendian didn't agree. But after he left, Qin Wendian released them. This was simply smacking his face. Before this, the matter of the Heaven Immortal Tower being robbed caused the Dragon Pool Manor to be in a state of unrest. But now, that matter has also calmed down. Although they didn't find the culprit, the matter was gradually forgotten. However, this Qingqing Realm Lord was still in Long Yuan Haoyu's mind. Daring to touch his woman, although it was just a woman he casually played with, it was still a smack to his face. Taking the initiative to look for him was already a step back, but the other party didn't give him any face. Since this was the case, Long Yuan Haoyu could only use his own method to deal with this. Since this person dared to bring his family and friends into the time realm, he better be prepared to suffer his wrath. Chapter 1774. Although Qin Wendian had some suspicions about this matter, it was impossible for him to directly guess that Long Yuan Haoyu was the one who did this. It was also impossible for him to know that Long Yuan Haoyu wanted to act against him. Naturally, even if Long Yuan Haoyu really wanted to act against him, he wasn't afraid. It was impossible for Long Yuan Haoyu to mobilize the entire Dragon Pool Manor's strength to act against him. Everyone settled down in the palace. Qin Wendian stood at the top of the palace and stared at the Heaven Heart Mirror in the distance. Finally, there was someone who entered the Heaven Heart Mirror and released his Heaven Heart Mandate. The scene was transmitted to everyone in the time realm and everyone could see the light projection in the sky. This person isn't bad. He looks quite young, but he has actually comprehended 3 Heaven Heart Mandates. He can be considered one of the more outstanding world overlords. Princess Kitamura stood beside Qin Wendian. She was also filled with anticipation for the convention of the myriad realms. After all, she was also a world overlord now. Naturally, up until now, she had only comprehended a single Heaven Heart Mandate. The convention of the myriad realms has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, geniuses as common as the clouds. This is only the beginning. Qin Wendian laughed. Baiming Yuhuang nodded, agreeing with his words. To the many world overlords participating in the convention of the myriad realms, let alone 3 Heaven Heart Mandates, it wouldn't be strange even if there were experts who comprehended 6 or 7 Heaven Heart Mandates. The crux was still how strong the Heaven Heart Mandate was, as well as how strong the World Heart was. The disparity between different Heaven Heart Mandates was extremely great. With the first person taking the lead, more and more world overlords went to the Heaven Heart Mirror to display their brilliance. For 3 consecutive days, several hundred world overlords went to the Heaven Heart Mirror to display their Heaven Heart Mandates. Naturally, the vast majority of them were young world overlords. Those who were already extremely famous and supreme characters from the major powers didn't do anything. Today, the entrance to the time realm closed. The people who came to participate in the convention of the myriad realms finally all entered. For a period of time, countless experts filled the time realm. Any random palace in the time realm had a hegemonic level character from the mystic region residing there. At this moment, in the air above, several waves of pressure bore down on the time realm. For a time, countless people inclined their heads and stared at the sky. After that, they saw 3 Dharma thrones appearing in the air. On each of the Dharma thrones, an illusory figure could be seen. Although they were clearly there, they gave off an extremely blurry feeling. 3 figures stood in 3 different directions, like the supreme lords of this world. They were here to witness the commencement of the convention. Today, the mystic region will be holding the convention of the myriad realms. Countless experts from the mystic region and the myriad realms will be here. Everyone, do your best to perform well and display your magnificence in the convention of the myriad realms so that you will be remembered by others. An ethereal voice rang out from the throne in the air. The convention of the myriad realms naturally has its own rules. We will naturally observe everything from the shadows. Another ethereal voice rang out from the throne. In the time realm, everyone was seriously listening. The Heaven Heart Mirror has already entered the time realm. Everyone can reveal your Heaven Heart mandates before entering the Heaven Heart Mirror to prove your Heaven Heart. 3 figures appeared in 3 different directions. Qin Wentian inclined his head and stared at the 3 Dharma thrones in the air. Were these the representatives of the 3 powers behind the scenes? The hegemonic powers of the mystic region. As the sound of their voices faded, the Dharma thrones in the air were still there. However, the illusory figures gradually dissipated. At this moment, in various locations in the time realm, there were countless figures flying towards the direction of the Heaven Heart Mirror. Not long after, 10 Miles Springwind sent a message to Qin Wentian through his messaging crystal. Brother Qin, let's go to the Heaven Heart Mirror. There would surely be some extraordinary characters appearing soon. Let's go and watch the show. 10 Miles Springwind smiled as he transmitted his voiceover. Qin Wentian took out his messaging crystal and smiled. Are you going to join in the fun as well? This is the convention of the myriad realms. Could it be that you are planning to stay in the palace alone? If that's the case, what's the point of coming here? If I'm as young as you and have such cultivation talent, I would definitely let everyone in the world know about this. At that time, after the convention ends, there might even be a heavenly deity who would fancy me and want to accept me as a disciple. At that time, I'm afraid a place like the Heaven Immortal Tower wouldn't even be able to enter. 10 Miles Springwind joked. Okay, let's meet up at the Heaven Heart Mirror. Qin Wentian replied. He then asked Yu Huang and the others. Yu Huang was a world overlord and decided to go together with him. The others would stay in the palace. The Heaven Heart Mirror was an incomparably mystical ancient mountain. In the surroundings, experts were as common as the clouds and there were many extraordinary characters. Qin Wentian and Princess Kitamura came together and found 10 Miles Springwind and the others. These 4 people chose a location closer to Qin Wentian and naturally arrived earlier. Elder Brother Qin. 10 Miles Springwind called out to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian walked over and stared at the experts gathered in the surroundings. In this region, there were many major world overlords and there were many hegemons of the mystic region here as well. Qin Wentian naturally saw many familiar figures. For example, Dong Huangying, that supreme beauty who had a grudge against the man surnamed Qin, Longyuan Haoyu from the Dragon Pool Manor, and in fact, there was another person whom Qin Wentian didn't expect to see. In the past, he had only seen this person's statue. Now, he finally saw the person in person, the Heavenly Talisman Realm Lord. The Heavenly Talisman Realm Lord's appearance wasn't strange at all. He seemed to have sensed that someone was staring at him. His gaze slowly turned over and landed on Qin Wentian. He first started before an expression of interest appeared on his face. Clearly, he was acquainted with Qin Wentian, he had seen Qin Wentian's projection before. The Heavenly Talisman Realm Lord was incomparably imposing. He was clad in long robes and stared at Qin Wentian. This is the first time you are meeting Master. Are you not going to come over and pay your respects? Qin Wentian stared at him as he furrowed his brows. Seems like the Heavenly Talisman Realm Lord had a grudge against him. He actually dared to openly provoke him. Naturally, this was because the Heavenly Talisman Realm Lord came to Time City much later. Back then, he had no idea about the commotion caused by the Qingqing Realm Lord and the Heaven Immortal Tower. You? Are you even worthy? Qin Wentian calmly glanced at him. The expression of the Heavenly Talisman Realm Lord turned cold as well. As expected, after you proclaimed yourself the Qingqing Realm Lord, your wings have hardened. You even dare to insult Master. Qin Wentian coldly stared at the Realm Lord before shifting his eyes away, directly ignoring the Heavenly Talisman Realm Lord. He is your master. A look of interest appeared on 10 Miles Springwind's face. Given Qin Wentian's age and talent, his master should also be a major character, right? But this person? A person who deceives the world to gain fame. Back then, when he opened up a world in the lower worlds of Qing Xian and recruited disciples, everyone had to see him as their teacher. In reality, he wanted to use these people to help him control Qing Xian. Later on, I ruined his plan, Qin Wentian said casually. In fact, it was also my first time meeting him. So this is the case. This fellow doesn't seem to have any self-awareness at all. 10 Miles Springwind laughed with interest. Look, someone from the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms is walking out. At this moment, Phoenix spoke. A young world overlord from the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms stepped out and walked towards the Heavenheart Mirror. He released his own Heavenheart mandate and actually unleashed 5 types of Heavenheart mandates consecutively. Among them, there was one that was exceptionally powerful, causing a series of exclamations of shock and praise from many hegemonic-level world overlords. Although Heavenheart mandates don't depend on the number of types of Heavenheart mandates, it's still very difficult to comprehend them. Being able to comprehend 5 Heavenheart mandates at such a young age is already extremely rare. Someone praised. The people of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms all felt their faces glowing. Dong Huangying glanced at the young man beside her. When are you going up there to display your prowess? Me? I'm not interested right now. The young man shrugged and smiled. Dong Huangying rolled her eyes at him. How many Heavenheart mandates have you comprehended? 10 Miles Springwind asked Qin Wentian. Me? Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled. I forgot. 10 Miles Springwind rolled his eyes. How could he forget? This fellow should have comprehended 4 to 5 Heavenheart mandates, right? Next, many outstanding world overlords respectively walked up, displaying their glory. At this moment, Long Yuan Haoyu glanced at Qin Wentian as a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Just when the atmosphere in the Heavenheart Mirror was extremely lively, the world overlord who came 3 days ago to ask Qin Wentian to give up his palace has arrived again. He stood in the air, his immortal sense enveloped the entire palace. Upon sensing that aura, numerous figures soared up into the air, staring at the world overlord in the air. What do you mean by this? Jun Mengchen stared at the world overlord in the air as he coldly spoke. Where is he? The world overlord asked. He went to the Heavenheart Mirror. Senior, if there's anything you need, I will inform him to return immediately. Mo Qingqing spoke, her tone gentle. She knew that it was best not to have any conflict at this moment. They wouldn't be able to deal with a world overlord. Also, this world overlord didn't seem to be an ordinary world overlord. No need, let him come and find me. Come with me first and wait for him to come. As the sound of this world overlord's voice faded, a powerful energy directly locked onto Mo Qingcheng. A formless energy instantly bound Mo Qingcheng and dragged her towards the world overlord. Release me. Jun Mengchen soared up into the air. His opponent radiated a powerful might as a terrifying light screen manifested. When Jun Mengchen collided with the light screen, his body was directly bounced back. Let's go. After he captured Mo Qingcheng, he didn't linger and directly sped away. Below, numerous figures soared up into the air, but how could they catch up to him? They immediately took out their messaging crystals to inform Qin Wentian. When Qin Wentian, who was spectating the battle, received the news, his expression instantly turned incomparably ugly to behold. His body was like a bolt of lightning as a terrifying killing intent gushed forth from him. What's wrong? 10 Miles Springwind was stunned after he came back to his senses. What happened? Chao Tian was also stunned. He stared at the departing back of Qin Wentian in bewilderment. Princess Kitamura's speed increased as she followed after Qin Wentian. Something must have happened. Let's go and take a look. Phoenix spoke. Her speed was like a bolt of lightning as the others followed after her. Michem. Long Yuan Haoyu started when he saw the situation. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face. After Qin Wentian left, Why did 10 Miles Spring Wind, Chao Tian, and the others follow after him?
Chapter 673. Gravity Space. That's right. Use the profound meaning of gravity. You have just comprehended the profound meaning of gravity and are not very familiar with it. Once you are familiar with it, you will discover a repulsive force. While He Yan was ravaging Yi Xian, he explained to him. If Yi Xian were to comprehend everything He Yan said, he would need a very long time. The teacher led the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. Yi Xian could only rely on himself now. No, this is not the right time to use it. Yes, stabilize your body first. Good, good. Very good. You are already familiar with the profound meaning of gravity. In these 3 days, Yi Xian had been toyed with by He Yan. He had visited every corner of the cave. Moreover, He Yan had controlled it well. Yi Xian had been in the air for 3 days. During this time, Yi Xian had fainted a few times. Fortunately, he could fly after reaching the spirit realm. If He Yan had toyed with a spirit realm cultivator like this, he would have spat out his heart. Under He Yan's guidance, Yi Xian only spent 3 days to familiarize himself with the profound meaning of gravity. He had completed what others had taken several years to do. Not only that, he had also discovered a secret. Amazing. You discovered the secret of the repulsive force so quickly. He Yan could not help but praise. As Yi Xian tossed and turned, he pondered. He discovered that the profound meaning of gravity had a pattern. The profound meaning of gravity would always descend from above his head. If he stood opposite an enemy and used the profound meaning of gravity, the enemy would be pushed down. If he used the profound meaning of gravity with his head facing the ground and his feet facing the sky, it would become a repulsive force. The enemy would be pushed up into the sky. This was the repulsive force. As long as he understood this, the path would be much easier. Now that I can use the repulsive force in all directions, as long as I combine them, it will become the gravity space. Yi Xian's eyes twinkled. However, this last step was not so easy. Fortunately, with He Yan, Yi Xian did not have to take many detours. On the 7th day after Yi Xian discovered the repulsive force, a notification finally rang out in his mind. Ding. Host has comprehended the gravity space profound. Finally, he understood. I will. Yi Xian, who had comprehended the gravitational space, hurriedly used it and turned his body upside down. He Yan suddenly raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "You've comprehended it?" In the past month, other than the time when Yi Xian was standing in the air, this was the only time that Yi Xian was standing in the air like he was flying. Thank you, senior brother. I have already comprehended it. Yi Xian stood in the air and cupped his fists at He Yan. The next moment, a rock near He Yan's feet flew into the air, and then, boom! The stone exploded into powder. Gravity suppression, he has indeed comprehended it. He Yan was now certain. This move was to create a repulsive force with the target in the shape of a circle, oppressing the enemy from all directions and crushing the enemy's body. Yi Xian's confidence soared again. If it was a one-on-one situation, his opponent would be restrained even if they didn't explode and die. Even if they could break free with their realm, their mobility would be greatly reduced. At that time, the enemy would be a live target. With my current strength, I should be able to easily kill a 6th-grade king, right? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. At this time, He Yan exclaimed in admiration, "Junior brother's aptitude is really good. When I first comprehended the gravity space profound, it took me 11 days. Junior brother, you are 1 day faster than me." 11 days? Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, when he remembered that He Yan was already a 9th-grade king, he calmed down a lot. That Jiang Tianjin was not worth mentioning in front of He Yan. Of course, He Yan had a good master. If Jiang Tianjin entered the Sword God Palace, his speed would soar. However, Yi Xian didn't know that He Yan still had a secret in his heart. He Yan had indeed spent 11 days comprehending the gravity space profound, but he had done it on his own. As for Yi Xian, with He Yan's guidance, he had taken countless shortcuts. If Yi Xian had comprehended the gravity space profound on his own, it would have taken him at least half a year. Moreover, He Yan was not a peak king like he had imagined. Now, Yi Xian's strength was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than when he had entered the Mystic Mountains. Even if he had to face a 7th-grade king, he wouldn't be afraid. Junior brother, now that you have comprehended the gravity space profound, do you want to continue staying in the Mystic Mountains or go out for a walk? He Yan asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he had left the Shantian Island for a month. It was time to go back and take a look. I want to go out and give it a try. Yi Xian replied. He Yan nodded. All right, then go. You can break through faster in a real battle. If you encounter any problems in the future, You can come back to the Mystic Mountains Island at any time. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. Then he directly left the Mystic Mountains Island. When the kings outside saw that Yi Xian could fly on the Mystic Mountains Island, they were all envious. At this time, the mad sovereign pirates had already given the order to clear out more than 10 islands around the Mystic Mountains Island. No pirate groups were allowed to enter. At the same time, no one dared to cause trouble in the surrounding sea. The sea was calm and peaceful, and many merchant ships had left. Let's go back to the Shuntian Island first, then help to expand the sea route. Yi Xian thought to himself as he flew towards the Shuntian Island. Now that he had comprehended the gravity space profound, he could use the gravity space profound to increase his speed. His speed was probably even faster than a 6th grade king. Soon he saw the Shuntian Island. However, when he saw the Shuntian Island, he discovered that there was a pirate group attacking the island. The island is under attack? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he immediately flew over. At this time on the Shuntian Island. Damn it, the Great Elder is not here. This is troublesome. The leader of the Shuntian pirates, He Liang, had a gloomy expression. There were only 2 4th grade kings in the Shuntian Island. Lan Yu and the other 2 could be counted as a 4th grade king. However, this time, there were 2 5th grade kings and 4 4th grade kings attacking the Shuntian Island. This group of pirates was at level 5. Grandpa He, what should we do? Lan Yu looked at He Liang worriedly. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely be able to fight. However, they could not withstand a single wave of attacks. If the island's protective array was broken, they would be killed instantly. Now that the protective array was about to be broken, they had to make a decision. Ha ha ha, Shuntian pirates, what a coincidence. My name is the Heaven-Defying Pirates, and yours is the Shuntian Pirates. If I don't attack you, who should I attack? A burst of loud laughter came from outside the Shuntian Island. Chapter 674. Against the Heavens Pirates, although they have 2 level 5 kings, they are only a level 4 pirate regiment, so they can attack Shuntian Island. A level 3 pirate regiment can control an island, level 4 has 2 and level 5 has 3. Although they didn't level up and can control 1 less island, it can be very convenient. Damn it, let's go, we will withdraw from Shuntian Island and start again. He Liang suddenly made a decision. Where there is life there is hope. As long as they don't die, they can take down another island and use it as a stronghold. At this time, He Liang left with the Shuntian pirates, ready to go to Ironstone Island. However, at this time, boom! Suddenly, a different sound came from outside Shuntian Island. It wasn't that the island's barrier was broken, but that someone attacked the Against the Heavens pirates. What? Lan Yu and the others turned their heads in horror and found that the experts of the Against the Heavens pirates stopped attacking the island's barrier and began to move quickly. It's Yi Xian is back. Judge Song exclaimed. Everyone looked and sure enough, there was a familiar voice shuttling through the crowd of the Against the Heavens pirates. Yi Xian. Outside Shuntian Island. You guys are really bold, go to hell. Yi Xian held Bahuang's sword and began to attack crazily. At this time, his domain has surrounded the entire Against the Heavens pirates. Using the gravity space profound meaning, he forced those people to gather together. 33 overlapping shadows. A sword light quickly swept out, and those kings and ordinary crew members who were lined up in the gravity space were directly cut in half. Against the Heavens pirates, 2 level 5 kings for level 4 kings, and dozens of level 3 kings. However, in less than 2 seconds after Yi Xian approached, more than half of them were killed and injured. So strong, how can he be a level 4 king? The captain of the Against the Heavens pirates was shocked. Together with another level 5 king, they roared and rushed toward Yi Xian. You overestimate yourself. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly sent out a 33 overlapping shadow towards the captain of the Heaven-Defying pirates. Within these 33 overlapping shadows, 10 of them contain the Earth Pulse, and even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to receive them. At the same time, Yi Xian shrunk the gravity space and concentrated it on another level 5 king. The repulsive force from countless angles was all pressing down on this rank 5 king. What? The level 5 king paused for a moment, and in the next moment his body exploded. Bang! A rain of blood fell from the sky. At the same time, the head of the Against the Heaven pirates was also killed by the 33 stacked shadows. 2 grade 5 kings had fallen in an instant. You four, don't even think about running away. Yi Xian put away the 2 Chen Kuan rings and rushed over. In less than 2 seconds he killed the remaining 4 kings. The king-level and virtual god-level crew members of the Heaven-Defying pirates were stunned. Their boss had actually been killed by a 4th grade king. Moreover, he hadn't been able to resist at all. Who was this person? The level 1 to 3 kings wanted to run, but they were in Yi Xian's territory. The gravity space ultimacy made it impossible for them to even turn around. They could only look at Yi Xian in horror. You people, do you choose to submit or die? Yi Xian's cold voice fell into everyone's ears. They looked at each other and said in unison, "We choose to submit." What a joke. Even a level 5 king could only be killed by Yi Xian. The strongest among them was only a level 3 king. Resist? Were they tired of living? Very good. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This time, not only did he get 6 Zhenkuan rings, but he also subdued dozens of kings. This was a great harvest. If it was before, he would only be able to kill 2 level 5 kings, but the rest would definitely run away. However, with the gravity space ultimacy, his combat strength had increased greatly. Not only could he kill a level 5 king easily, but he could also intimidate everyone. At this time, the protective formation of the island suddenly opened, and a few figures rushed out. Yi Xian, you came back just in time. Otherwise we would have left through the secret passage. Song Suijing threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. In the chaotic astral ocean, every island had a secret passage. These secret passages first led to the ocean and then came out from a hidden seabed. Unless it was a pirate group that had occupied Shentian Island, ordinary people would not know the location of the secret passages and where they led to. Are you all okay? Yi Xian asked hurriedly. We're fine. Song Suijing shook her head. At this time, Elder He also rushed over. Immediately Yi Xian shouted to the kings of the heaven-defying pirates in front of him, "This is the leader of my Shentian pirates. From now on, your heaven-defying pirates will join my Shentian pirates. If there is anyone with bad intentions, kill without mercy." The reason why he was able to kill 2 level 5 kings and 4 level 4 kings was because He Liang was only a level 4 king. Now that the Great Elder was not here, He Liang could not suppress the 4 kings, so Yi Xian killed him. Yes. The kings and ordinary members of the heaven-defying pirates immediately responded in unison. This time the crisis was safely passed. Fortunately, Yi Xian came back in time. Otherwise, Shentian Island would have been occupied. At this time, the enforcer of the sea in charge of this island attack also rushed over. He held a few portraits in his hand and compared them. You were the ones who attacked Ironstone Island that day? The enforcer of the sea asked. Yes, it was us. Yi Xian understood that this enforcer of the sea was a member of the Crazy Sovereign Pirates, so he did not hide it. On behalf of the Crazy Sovereign Pirates, I sincerely invite you to join us. The enforcer of the sea immediately said. He received the report before and then reported the news of Yi Xian's group. However, because Yi Xian disappeared after occupying Ironstone Island, the enforcer of the sea had been looking for him for a long time. Today they finally found him. This is something that Yi Xian can't avoid. After all, he has already shown up and helped the Shentian pirates to survive the crisis. If he does not agree, the Crazy Sovereign will find trouble with the Shentian pirates. Okay, I will join. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the enforcer of the sea grinned, but just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian added, however, only I will join. Their realm is too low. Okay. The enforcer of the sea nodded. He is a level 6 king, and Yi Xian's strength is probably enough to fight with him. As for Blue Moon and the other two, although their attributes are rare, they have not yet matured and their battle strength is insufficient. Chapter 675. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin reject. Now that Yi Xian had joined the revered Mad Pirates, no one would dare to mess with the Shentian pirates. This would be beneficial for opening up a new route. At that moment, He Liang invited this law enforcer to Shentian Island to sit down. At the same time, Yi Xian also distributed the spoils of war. He was now focusing on nurturing Song Suijing and the others. After all, if Duan Muyun were to leave the Warlord Palace, the strongest person would only be a level 5 king, and that would be the Vice Palace Master Lan Yao and the Grand Elder Shi Yonghao. If Song Suijing and the others could become level 4 kings, they might even be able to contend with the Jiang family patriarch. At this time, in a city on Shentian Island, Yi Xian and the enforcer were discussing some matters. Yi Xian, this is the list of benefits that the higher-ups have given you. Take a look. The enforcer handed a list to Yi Xian and said, this list is based on your strength at the time. Now that you are strong again, you will only receive more, not less. Yi Xian glanced at it and found that the rules were very good. He could choose to become an enforcer or form a pirate group and kill his way to other territories. Of course, he could also act alone and become a raider. On this list, it was also stated that Yi Xian could choose 3 small islands. These 3 islands couldn't be attacked, and Shentian Island met the requirements. At the same time he would also receive a large amount of treasures. Every time he completed a mission, not only would he not have to hand over his earnings, he would also receive generous rewards. What do you think? The enforcer asked. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded and said, I choose to become a raider. His strength had improved too quickly. It would be a burden to lead a pirate group, so he felt that it was better to act alone. Good. Come with me to the headquarters. Sir Revered Mad Pirate is forming a raider team. You will be able to make it in time. The enforcer nodded. Leave immediately? Yi Xian was slightly startled. Then I will inform the others. Okay, I will wait for you outside. Now Yi Xian had joined the Quangzun pirates, so he had to listen to orders. However, as one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, Wild Revered definitely had more information than him. Becoming a raider was a good opportunity for him to level up and make a breakthrough. At that moment, Yi Xian bid farewell to Song Suijing and the other 2 and left with the enforcers of the sea. The spoils he obtained before have already been distributed to the 3 of them. Song Suijing and Judge Song can use this opportunity to break through to the 3rd grade king realm. Moreover, after he went to the headquarters, there would be a batch of treasures sent to Shuntian Island. Shuntian Island would be protected because of this. Although Yi Xian was only a class 4 king, he had the wind acceleration and the gravity space profound. With the combination of the 2, his speed was even faster than the maritime enforcer. In order to save time, he also used the gravity space profound meaning to help the enforcers of the sea. In 5 days they had crossed more than half of the sea and arrived at the headquarters. This class 6 king handed Yi Xian over to the people of the headquarters and left. The one who received Yi Xian was a class 7 king named Du Jun. He could be considered one of the higher-ups of the Quangzun pirates. Oh, not only does he have the wind attribute but he also has the earth attribute and has comprehended the gravity space profound meaning? Du Jun was also shocked when he found out about Yi Xian's current strength. The news that came that day was that Yi Xian had attacked Ironstone Island. However, the enforcers of the sea had estimated that Yi Xian was at most a class 4 king. However, they didn't expect that Yi Xian had a second attribute and had comprehended the gravity space profound meaning. This was something that had never been heard of before. You have great potential. Follow me to see Sir Quangzun. Du Jun said to Yi Xian. A class 4 king with dual attributes and gravity space profound meaning. If such a genius was nurtured, his battle strength would be extremely high. You want to see Quangzun? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and followed Du Jun. Now he wasn't someone without background. He was an unnamed disciple of Mysterious Mountain. Although he was just an unnamed disciple, Quangzun had personally gone to Mysterious Mountain and knew how strong Mysterious Mountain was. Hence, Quangzun would definitely give him some face. The headquarters of the Quangzun pirates was also an island. However, this island could move. Under this island, there was a deep-sea giant turtle that was comparable to a class 8 king. This deep-sea giant turtle was Quangzun's pet. Simply put, Yi Xian was currently on the back of this deep-sea giant turtle. With Du Jun leading the way, Yi Xian entered the interior of the Quangzun pirates. There were many experts here. Even though they had restrained themselves, Yi Xian could still feel dozens of powerful auras. They were all at least class 7 kings and there were even class 8 kings among them. At this time Yi Xian was thinking that if he could destroy this Quangzun pirates, he could at least become a class 8 king, right? It was a pity that he wasn't strong enough now. Not to mention Quangzun, who was close to a peak king, these people alone were enough to kill him. Soon Du Jun led Yi Xian into a luxurious castle. Here Yi Xian could feel a few more powerful auras. Among these people there might be class 9 kings. There were 3 overlords in the chaotic astral ocean, but that didn't mean that there were only 3 class 9 kings. In fact, there were a few more. Some of these people had gone into seclusion, while others had joined forces with the 3 overlords. There were indeed 2 class 9 kings in the Quangzun pirates. Leader, there is someone here that you might be interested in meeting. Du Jun led Yi Xian to a large door and shouted inside. In the next moment, the magnificent door was opened. A red-robed middle-aged man was sitting inside, and beside him was a white-robed young man. Yi Xian had seen this red-haired middle-aged man before. He was Quangzun, a class 9 king. Who is it? Quangzun asked in surprise. Du Jun brought Yi Xian in and handed over a sheepskin scroll. Dual attribute, gravitational space? Quangzun's eyes lit up. Among his subordinates there was also a dual attribute user. That dual attribute user was only able to obtain a twin fruit after 8 lifetimes of luck. Who would have thought that there would be another one? How did you comprehend gravitational space? Quangzun suddenly turned and asked. I comprehended it on Mystic Island, Yi Xian replied. Kwang Zun narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Were you there when I went to Mystic Island?" "Yes. It was also on that day that I was accepted as a disciple by Mountain Master Xian Zun," Yi Xian said directly. He didn't say that he was just a disciple in name. After all, he had to pull the banner of the Void God Realm Great Emperor Xian Zun. Mountain Master Xian Zun's disciple? Chapter 676. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin attacking the island alone? Master isn't interested in this, he just wants peace and quiet. So, after I comprehended the gravity space profound, I decided to go out and train. Yi Xian replied. Wild Sovereign hesitated. If Yi Xian didn't have a strong background, he would be able to nurture him and become one of his generals in the future. However, Yi Xian was the disciple of a Void God Realm Great Emperor. If something happened to Yi Xian and Mountain Master Shen Zhongshan found out, he would be in trouble. You can be a law enforcer but not a raider. Wild Sovereign refused. Mountain Master Shen Zhongshan was a Void God Realm Great Emperor. He couldn't bear the risk of something happening to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was helpless, he didn't expect Wild Sovereign to be so afraid of Mountain Master Shen Zhongshan. In that case this junior will take his leave. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Being a law enforcer? What a joke. Being a law enforcer was to wait for the raiders to come before he could act. If he chose to be a raider, he could directly invade the other two territories and attack the island. This way he could level up much faster. Yi Xian turned to leave. Du Jun glanced at Wild Sovereign and hurried to follow. As for Wild Sovereign, he didn't stop him. If Mountain Master Shen Zhongshan was only a Void God Realm King, Wild Sovereign wouldn't be afraid, but he was a Void God Realm Great Emperor. A Void God Realm Great Emperor, even if he didn't attack, could kill many Peak Kings with his will alone. After thinking for a while, Wild Sovereign decided to give up. If he really angered Mountain Master Shen Zhongshan, his foundation would be destroyed in a day. Send someone to seal off Shuntian Island, and send a few law enforcers to guard it. Battle Emperor's people have been too rampant recently, don't let anything happen. Wild Sovereign said to the white-robed youth beside him. The area around Shuntian Island was very barren, so high-level raiders wouldn't go there. 1 or 2 level 6 kings would be enough. Wild Sovereign didn't want to make Yi Xian an enemy. Soon Yi Xian left the Kwang Zun pirates. He joined because he was afraid that Kwang Zun would find trouble with Blue Moon and the others. Now that Kwang Zun didn't agree, he was relieved. Before leaving, the Shuntian pirates were preparing to move to the Anhu Island. That island was very small and barren. At most, there would only be level 3rd kings who would come looking for trouble. Hence he wasn't worried. At this time he was already heading to another territory by himself. The 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean were the Mad Sovereign, the War Emperor, and the Female Monarch. Among them, the Female Monarch had always been neutral, and her territories were relatively peaceful compared to the other 2. On the other hand, Kwang Zun and Zhan Huang had been fighting each other for many years, but there was still no clear victor. Rumor had it that Yi Xian had sent a group of raiders to the War Emperor's territory to cause trouble. That was why he chose to go to the Empress territory instead of the War Emperor's. Tranquility was what suited him. Relying on the wind acceleration and gravity profound, Yi Xian's flying speed was very fast. However, it still took him a full 10 days to reach the Empress territory. At this time, Yi Xian was flying toward an island with an outdated nautical map in his hand. Kaiyang Island, occupied by a level 4 pirate group. Yi Xian confirmed his target. The situation in the chaotic astral ocean was very unstable. Every day there would be new islands being occupied by new powers. Hence, there were many places where his map wasn't accurate, but it wouldn't be too far off. The island of a level 4 pirate group generally doesn't change much, unless the pirate group attacked a better island and moved there. Coincidentally, the island was captured by a level 5 pirate group. However, it didn't matter whether it was level 4 or level 5. Very soon Yi Xian arrived at Kaiyang Island. However, he didn't need to be like Judge Song and Song Suijing. With his strength, breaking the formation of a small island wasn't a problem. He took out his Bahuang sword and aimed it at the island's protective formation. Bahuang sword art, sword cleaving Bahuang. Even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to block this attack. However, a level 6 king could easily break the island's protective formation. Hence, this attack was enough to break the island's protective formation. Whoosh! With various amplifications, the sword-cleaving Bahuang sword's power was extremely great. It directly hit the island's protective formation. Peng! The island's protective formation shook violently. Immediately, a huge entrance was broken open. Enemy attack. Someone on Kaiyang Island immediately shouted. They didn't receive any news of an attack, so it must be a raider. However, by the time this level 4 pirate group discovered it, Yi Xian had already killed his way into Kaiyang Island. Tisk tisk tisk, Yi Xian sneered as he started to move. His speed was so fast that no one could catch up with him. His goal was very clear, which was the interspatial ring. Of course, if there were some who had bad mouths, he wouldn't mind sending them to hell. In Kaiyang Island there was a bloody storm. Yi Xian quickly found the leader of this pirate group by sensing his aura. 5 minutes later, this pirate group was ransacked, and Yi Xian had already left Kaiyang Island. Not bad, not bad. 3 level 4 kings. When Yi Xian left Kaiyang Island, his face was full of smiles. A level 4 pirate group was ransacked by him and he gained a lot. At this moment he was very close to becoming a level 5 king. Immediately he left again. This was because Kaiyang Island was ransacked, and the law enforcers on the sea nearby would definitely be notified. He had to be quick. Coincidentally, there was an island nearby that was occupied by a level 4 pirate group. Hence, this became his second target. He spent a day to reach this island. Then he used the same trick again. First, he broke a hole in the island's protective formation, then went in to ransack it. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 5 king. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Now he was at the same level as Lan Yao. However, his strength had already greatly surpassed Lan Yao's. That Jiang Tianjin has entered the Sword God Palace. His strength must have increased by leaps and bounds. Maybe he has already become a level 6 king. I won't fall behind. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Although he could challenge those at a higher level, Jiang Tianjin was also a genius. If they were at the same level, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could kill him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took out a map of the sea and was ready to choose his third target. However, at this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Law enforcers on the sea? Yi Xian's smile didn't fade. He also wanted to see how powerful the law enforcers under the Empress were. Robber, you are courting death. A man in green robes shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian. Behind him there were 2 people. A level 6 king and 2 level 5 kings. This was a good opportunity for Yi Xian to practice. He took out an ordinary mid-grade void god weapon and went up to meet the attack. Chapter 677. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 32 layers. Yi Xian was still 3 layers away from mastering the 36 overlapping shadows. Hence, he wanted to see if he could bring the 36 overlapping shadows to 100% mastery. In an instant the 2 sides came into contact. 33 overlapping shadows. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 16 layers. Although Yi Xian's mastery of profound and martial arts didn't increase, he was still improving. Previously he could fuse the Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 10 times, but now he could fuse the Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 15 times. His strength had already far surpassed the 3 enforcers of the ocean. Yi Xian was fighting 1 against 3. Although he was holding back, the 3 were still defeated and were forced to retreat. So strong. He must be a genius under Mad Revered. Quick, report this to the higher-ups. The level 6 king who was leading the group shouted. Immediately one of the level 5 kings retreated. You want to leave? Leave behind your yin and yang ring. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sent out an attack with all his might, instantly severing that level 5 king's arm. However, he didn't take that level 5 king's life. Then he quickly flew over and kept the yin and yang ring. Impossible. He's clearly just a level 5 king. How can he be faster than me? Even if he has comprehended the underground movement technique, this isn't the ground. The level 6 king couldn't understand. However, in order to cover the escape of that level 5 king, he had put his life on the line. Just by relying on the 33 overlapping shadows and the Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 16 layers, I was able to defeat those 3. If I add in the 8 Desolate Sword, Wind Acceleration and Gravitational Space, my strength will be able to kill a level 7 king. Even if a level 8 king comes, I won't be afraid. Yi Xian's confidence was once again off the charts. Soon, that level 5 king disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, Yi Xian heard 2 notifications. Ding. Proficiency of the 36 overlapping shadows has increased. Current proficiency is 100%. Ding. Host has comprehended the Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 32 layers. When he heard the 2 notifications, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not only that, but his Throbbing Pulse of the World had also increased to 32 layers. His combat prowess had at least doubled. Alright, it's time for you to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for messing with the wrong person. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, 36 sword shadows pierced into the body of the grade 6 king, killing him instantly. The other rank 5 king saw that his boss had died and immediately retreated. However, in the next moment he felt that he couldn't move anymore. Countless waves of pressure were pressing down on him from all directions. Do you feel like you can't move? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Following that, his eyes flashed and this level 5 king tier was crushed to death by the pressure of the gravity drop. Gravity suppression. Bang. The 5th grade king's body exploded, and his severed limbs fell from the sky. Yi Xian controlled the repulsive force and sent the 2 interspatial rings into his hands before devouring them. The interspatial rings of a level 6 king tier are really not bad. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. In this world the strong were respected. If you were strong you would be the king. If he was weaker now he would be the one to die this time. As for his corpse, it would probably be thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts. Then there would be nothing left. That level 5 king tier must have gone to report this to his superiors. At that time a level 7 king tier or even a level 8 king tier might come down. This was Yi Xian's goal. He would rather kill a level 7 king tier than 10 level 6 kings. If he could kill a level 8 king tier he would probably break through in an instant. That level 5 king tier had gone to report this to his superiors, so Yi Xian still had to wander around this area. The Empress's territory was relatively peaceful, but that was only in comparison to Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor. This only meant that there were fewer raiders, but it didn't mean that there were fewer pirate groups in the ocean. As Yi Xian attacked the islands he dealt with the pirate groups along the way. However, these islands and pirate groups were too weak so he just robbed them along the way. On the 5th day after the departure of that level 5 king, an expert of sufficient strength finally arrived. A level 7 king tier. Moreover, it was a genius with a rare attribute. Wind acceleration profound? Yi Xian looked at this level 7 king tier with a slightly shocked expression. This was the first time he had encountered a wind attribute expert other than Lan Xan. The wind attribute was an extremely powerful attribute. Its profound included wind blade, wind acceleration and wind bind. Among them, wind blade also had a level 2 profound death storm. Its power was comparable to sky burning flames. Wind bind also had a level 2 profound wind space. Every profound could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. If a martial artist could comprehend all of the profound, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight someone 2 or 3 levels higher. Currently, Yi Xian had only comprehended wind acceleration profound. He hadn't comprehended wind blade or wind bind. This battle was quite valuable to him. TSK. Let me see what kind of profound you have. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he quietly watched his opponent approach him. After the green-clothed middle-aged man approached, he didn't attack immediately. Instead he asked, "You're the one who attacked more than 10 islands recently?" "That's right. It's me." Yi Xian nodded without hiding anything. The green-clothed middle-aged man didn't expect Yi Xian to admit it. Should he say that Yi Xian was daring or was he overflowing with confidence? If that's the case, then go to hell. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else. He expanded his territory and gathered countless wind blades to attack Yi Xian. Hee. Yi Xian grinned and took out a mid-grade ethereal god weapon to block the attack. A level 5 king tier can actually block my wind blade attack. You're quite capable. That level 6 executor of the sea should have been killed by you, right? The middle-aged man asked. That's right, Yi Xian replied while blocking the attack. Then try this. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he instantly strengthened his wind blade attack. This was the wind blade profound. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. As expected, this middle-aged man had comprehended the wind blade profound. That was great. His gravity space profound was comprehended in He Yan's gravity space profound. Now that his opponent had comprehended the wind blade profound, it would be very helpful to him. Bang, bang, bang. Although the wind blade attack was strengthened several times, it still couldn't pose a threat to Yi Xian. After all, he had comprehended the gravity space profound. The 2 of them stood where they were. One of them attacked while the other defended. As for Yi Xian, he didn't use wind blade or gravity space. He just defended. Kid, what are you doing? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. Chapter 678. Storm of Death. According to the information the middle-aged man had received, Yi Xian had an earth element void spirit and had comprehended 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth. However, they didn't know that Yi Xian had already improved his profound strength. Moreover, they didn't know what other trump cards Yi Xian had. Therefore, the Empress pirates had sent the middle-aged man as a precaution. The Empress has put a bounty on your head. Now, I won't waste time with you. Die. The middle-aged man put away his curiosity and slashed out with his long sword. An attack containing wind blade profound swept towards Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian also slashed out with a slash. 36 overlapping shadows. 32 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth. Boom, boom, boom. That green sword chi containing wind blade profound vibrated hundreds of times in an instant. The throbbing pulse of the earth had transformed from 16 layers to 32 layers. Fusing martial arts had become even harder. Previously, when he had 33 overlapping shadows, he could fuse more than 16 layers of throbbing pulse of the earth. But now he could only fuse 32 layers. Although the number had decreased, the power had still increased. This kid can challenge those of a higher realm. I can't be careless. The middle-aged man thought. His slash was enough to kill a level 6 king, but it was easily blocked by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's strength had probably exceeded his expectations. Die. The middle-aged man didn't hold back anymore. He used his wind speed to attack Yi Xian from different angles while condensing wind blades to obstruct Yi Xian. Seeing the middle-aged man attacking with all his strength, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used the gravity space to dodge. If he didn't use his wind speed, it would be difficult for him to deal with the middle-aged man. Therefore, he could only use the gravity space's repulsive force to increase his speed. This kid is only of the earth element. Why is his flying speed so fast? He's only slightly slower than me. The middle-aged man couldn't understand. The earth element did have a profound to increase its speed, but that required it to be on land. Apart from the wind speed, the only other thing that could increase one's flying speed was the lightning speed. However, the Earth Upanishad was rare, and the gravity power Upanishad was even rarer. In the entire chaotic star sea, the warriors who had comprehended the gravity space were even rarer. Thus, he didn't think of the gravity space at this moment. After all, if Yi Xian had comprehended the gravitational space, why didn't he use it? Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening sounds rang out as the two of them fought at a height of 50 meters. The surrounding sea beasts were all alarmed by the huge commotion and fled. Almost all the sea beasts were void god beasts. Their intelligence was not lower than humans. It was better for them not to watch a battle of this level. Kid, you're one of Mad Sovereign's people, right? The middle-aged man shouted. Does it matter which faction you belong to? Yi Xian replied coldly. Indeed, it's not important. However, you'd better show your true strength now. Otherwise, you'll die without knowing why. The middle-aged man kindly reminded him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this middle-aged man had some sort of ultimate move. He had to be careful. The two of them continued to exchange blows. The middle-aged man kept looking for an opportunity to use his ultimate move. To be honest, Yi Xian was also curious about his ultimate move. As such, Yi Xian deliberately revealed an opening. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, he did it on purpose? Just now he and Yi Xian had exchanged more than 100 blows. Yi Xian did not reveal any openings, but now he did. This must be Yi Xian's doing. Since that was the case, he would beat Yi Xian at his own game and follow his plan. Kid, you are indeed a genius, but you're still too young. The middle-aged man thought to himself. In the next moment, a strong wind began to blow around Yi Xian. Wind Blade's second-level ultimate move, Death Storm. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that the middle-aged man had some sort of powerful martial art. He didn't expect it to be the ultimate move of Death Storm. Although he had never seen Death Storm before, he had heard that it was a super ultimate move that could tear a person into countless pieces. By the time Yi Xian reacted, the Death Storm had already unfolded. This ultimate move was similar to raging flames incinerate the heavens. It required some time to charge up. If one did not dodge it quickly, it would be very dangerous. Whoosh whoosh. The Death Storm began to blow with Yi Xian at its center. Tens of thousands of wind blades attacked. Yi Xian was so frightened that he hurriedly took out the Octotera shield to protect his vitals. At the same time, he condensed an earth wall to surround himself. Fortunately, the earth wall could integrate the 32 layers of the earth pulse. When the wind blades hit the earth wall, their power was instantly reduced by more than half. Although the gravity ultimate move was very useful, it was completely useless against these energy attacks. Swish. 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 One wind blade after another broke through the earth wall and struck Yi Xian's body, cutting open his flesh. However, in the next moment, the bloodline of the divine tree of life would recover from its injuries. It was only a moment of pain. The death storm continued to blow without restraint. Yi Xian, who was protecting his vitals, was continuously injured and healed. After a second, the death storm stopped. Whoosh whoosh. Luckily, I have the 32 layers of the earth pulse. If it was only 16 layers, I would be in trouble. Yi Xian was a little scared. He didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would almost cost him his life. The death storm had stopped, but the middle-aged man was dumbfounded. One had to know that 2 level 7 kings had died under this move. However, Yi Xian, who was only a level 5 king, actually survived. Not only that, but he also survived unscathed. It was just that his clothes were tattered. "This is impossible," the middle-aged man cried out in alarm. "Haha, there's nothing impossible about this. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this move." Yi Xian grinned. During the death storm just now, there was actually a system notification that Yi Xian had ignored. It couldn't be helped. Just now, he had been constantly blocking the wind blades. If he had been distracted again, his head would have been chopped off. He only glanced at it after the death storm had stopped. Ding. The host has comprehended the wind blade ultimate move. This was the system notification just now. With the death storm, Yi Xian had actually comprehended the wind blade ultimate move on the spot. "Sir, do you have any other trump cards? Why don't you use them all?" Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. There were only 3 types of wind blade ultimate move: wind blade, wind acceleration, and wind fetters. He had already seen the second level of the wind blade ultimate move, Death Storm, but he hadn't seen the second level of the wind fetters ultimate move, Wind Space. Wind Space was what Yi Xian wanted to comprehend the most. This was because the wind space and gravity space could increase his strength by at least 10 times. Chapter 679. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the Splitting Cloud Pirates. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian in shock. That death storm had consumed more than half of his qi. If he couldn't kill Yi Xian with it again, he would have no choice but to turn tail and run. However, Yi Xian was now on guard. The next death storm wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Retreat. The middle-aged man immediately turned around and fled. He had compared his speed with that of Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's speed was abnormal, he was still slower than him. Hence he chose to retreat. However, how could Yi Xian let go of such a fat sheep? "Looks like you've run out of tricks. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he activated his dual domains. Before the middle-aged man could run far, he felt a strong pressure coming from the front. What's going on? The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Yi Xian had sprouted a pair of energy wings and was flying towards him. Wings of the wind. What? That's impossible. The middle-aged man was shocked. Yi Xian had the wind attribute as well. No, he had the dual attribute. Yi Xian had eaten the twin fruits. The middle-aged man finally reacted, but it was already too late. Gravity suppression. When Yi Xian got close, he immediately used the gravity profound to bind the middle-aged man. The pressure from all directions exerted itself on the middle-aged man, restricting his movements. Fortunately, he was a level 7 king, so he could still move. However, his speed was reduced by at least 70%. "Thank you for your death storm. It allowed me to comprehend the wind blade profound. Now please die." Yi Xian's voice was extremely cold. When the middle-aged man heard it, his body trembled. In the next instant, the middle-aged man's neck was slashed by a wind blade. His head flew into the air as blood spurted out like a fountain. A level 7 king dead. After the middle-aged man died, Yi Xian took his interspatial ring. Ding. Host has broken through to become a 6th grade king. His cultivation level rose once again. This middle-aged man had the wind attribute and was definitely a key nurturing target in the Empress's pirates. Therefore, there were quite a lot of good things in the universe ring. Before I broke through, I could kill a level 7 king even without using the Bahuang sword. Now that I've broken through, I should be able to fight against a 9th grade king, right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The wind acceleration profound meaning, coupled with the gravity space's repulsive force, allowed his speed to surpass that of a level 8 king. Coupled with his various bloodlines and other factors, he did indeed have the ability to fight a 9th rank king tier. In that case, let's go meet the Empress pirates and see what the popular Empress of the chaotic astral ocean looks like. Yi Xian made a plan in his mind. Of course, before going to the Empress's pirates, he wanted to break through again. It was safer this way. Once he broke through to the 7th grade, he would enter the core region of the Empress territory. At that time, who would be able to stop him? After killing the middle-aged man, Yi Xian quickly left. This time he wanted to go to a high-level place where there were 6th and 7th grade pirate groups. Immediately he took the middle-aged man's nautical chart and rushed toward that area. After breaking through, Yi Xian's speed soared again. 3 days later he arrived at that area. A 6th-grade pirate group could control 4 islands, but they usually gathered a large number of experts on one island. At this time Yi Xian's target was a place called the Shattering Cloud Island, which was occupied by the Shattering Cloud Pirates. At the same time, the Shattering Cloud Pirates were a subordinate force of the Empress's pirates. However, Yi Xian didn't care about who he was. Although you have the same name as the first sect I entered, I will be merciful. Yi Xian smiled calmly. Hearing the name Shattering Cloud, he couldn't help but think of the Shattering Cloud sect, which was a sect he had stayed in for a period of time. There he met a female disciple who had a crush on him, Guan Yulan. Unfortunately, Guan Yulan was taken away by a mysterious expert when he went to the imperial capital to participate in the imperial capital tournament. Her whereabouts were still unknown. At that time, they suspected that she might have entered the islands around the Tianshui continent or the chaotic astral ocean. However, the world was so big that it wasn't easy for Yi Xian to find her. "Hey, what are you doing outside the Shattering Cloud Island?" Suddenly, a loud roar entered Yi Xian's ears. It was the guard of the Shattering Cloud Island in front of him. His voice pulled Yi Xian back to reality. Right now, attacking the island was more important. "Hee, I want to attack the island." Yi Xian replied with a smile. "Haha kid, go back to where you came from. Do you know that our leader is a 6th-grade king?" The guard laughed. However, in the next moment, a loud rumbling sound interrupted his laughter. Bang! Yi Xian directly slashed a ray of sword chi at the protective array of the island. This was an island occupied by a 6th-grade pirate group. It was rich in resources, so the protective array of the island was naturally strong. However, this was not worth mentioning to Yi Xian. He is indeed much stronger than the ones I encountered before. Yi Xian thought as he took out the Bahuang sword. Whoosh! The ray of sword chi split into 8 and then merged back into 1, slashing at the protective array of the island. Bahuang sword chi. In an instant, a large hole was opened in the protective array of the island and it was slowly being repaired. However, at the same time that the protective array of the island was being repaired, a figure had already rushed in through the hole. "You," the guard was shocked. Yi Xian appeared on the Shattering Cloud Island in the blink of an eye. He was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. "Sorry," Yi Xian said as he went over and took off his universe ring. This guard was actually a king. Although he was not very strong, he was still a 3rd-grade king. However, this kind of strength was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xian. Before the Shattering Cloud Pirates could react, Yi Xian directly attacked. The Shattering Cloud Pirates did not expect that someone would be able to break through the protective array of the island, so they did not hide their aura at all. Yi Xian easily locked onto a position. "Not good, we have to inform the leader." The guard reacted and hurriedly shouted to the sky, "Enemy invasion!" This roar was shouted with all the strength of the guard. His voice was loud enough to reach the Shattering Cloud City, which was not far from the entrance of the Shattering Cloud Island. The speed of sound transmission was more than 300 meters per second. Ordinary warriors could exceed the speed of sound. However, after true energy was mixed in, the speed of sound transmission increased by 100 times, or even 100 times. Before Yi Xian could reach the Shattering Cloud City, a few people had already rushed out. Chapter 680. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Shattering Cloud Sect Leader, how dare you sneak into the Shattering Cloud Island? You really don't know what's good for you. A level 6 king growled. He was the vice leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates. You'll know who's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. Yi Xian smiled coldly. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly saw a figure flying toward them. It was also a level 6 king. Originally, this person wouldn't have attracted Yi Xian's attention. However, when Yi Xian saw the face of this level 6 king, his body trembled violently. He had seen this person before. He had seen it once. Yi Xian was stunned. "Kid, how did you get in?" The leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates asked. He had seen all the kings on the Shattering Cloud Island. When the Shattering Cloud Pirates attacked, there were indeed some native kings, but their realms weren't high. However, Yi Xian's aura was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than his own. Therefore, he determined that Yi Xian was an outsider. Yi Xian's gaze was fixed on the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates. After a while, he asked in shock, "You are the Shattering Cloud Sect leader?" "That's right." He had seen the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates before on Lin Wenyue's omniscient mirror. At that time, the Shattering Cloud Sect leader was standing on a large bird, accompanied by a mysterious old woman and Guan Yulan. When the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates heard the words Shattering Cloud Sect Leader, his body trembled as well. He asked in shock, "Who are you? How do you know?" As expected, this answer confirmed Yi Xian's suspicions. No wonder the pirates were called Shattering Cloud. He was the Shattering Cloud Sect leader. "I am Yi Xian, a disciple of the Shattering Cloud Sect." Yi Xian hurriedly reported his name. Although he had joined many forces, he was still a disciple of the Shattering Cloud Sect. In this world, it wasn't a problem to have several masters at the same time. "What? You're a disciple of the Shattering Cloud Sect? How is that possible?" The leader of the Shattering Cloud Sect was shocked. Where was the Shattering Cloud Sect? Heavenly Water Continent. In the Heavenly Water Continent, there were only divine core warriors. When the sect chief of the Shattered Cloud Sect left, his cultivation level was extremely low. He was only at the True Spirit Realm. After the True Spirit Realm, there were still the True Energy Realm, True Profound Realm, Mortal Core Realm, Earth Core Realm, Heavenly Core Realm, and finally the Spirit Realm and the Void God Realm. Right now he was already a level 6 Void God Realm King, which was many times stronger than a True Spirit Realm King. Who would have thought that a barren land like that would actually produce another level 6 king? "I am Vice Sect Leader Zhou Tsang's disciple." Yi Xian first stated his identity before asking, "Sect Master, I used a special method to see you leave with Guan Yulan and Qingyu. Where are they?" After hearing the first half of Yi Xian's words, the sect master of the Shattering Cloud Sect was certain that Yi Xian was from the Heavenly Water Continent. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, his expression darkened. "It's best if you don't ask," the Shattering Cloud sect leader replied. "Why?" Yi Xian asked in shock. The Shattering Cloud sect leader paused for a moment before saying, "All right, I guess there's no harm in telling you. Yulan has a special physique, so a mysterious expert took a fancy to her and brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. Right now, she's in the Empress Pirates, one of the Empress generals." "What? She's under the Empress?" Yi Xian was shocked. If the Shattering Cloud sect leader was a level 6 king, then Guan Yulan should be at least a level 7 king, right? After all, the Shattering Cloud sect leader and Guan Yulan came to the chaotic astral ocean together, so they cultivated at the same time. Therefore Yi Xian guessed that Guan Yulan was at least a level 7 king. "Then her realm?" Yi Xian asked again. He felt that it would be more accurate to hear the Shattering Cloud sect leader's answer himself. She was a level 7 king a long time ago. She might have broken through to the level 8 king by now. She's the Empress successor. The Shattering Cloud sect leader said in shock. This wasn't a secret, so it didn't matter if it was revealed. The Empress successor. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Guan Yulan's background to be so strong. The Empress successor. Didn't this mean that she would have to share the chaotic astral ocean with the Battle Emperor and the Insane Sovereign? Then is she with the Empress now? Yi Xian asked again. "Come with me." The Shattering Cloud sect leader suddenly called Yi Xian over and said in a low voice, "She is indeed with the Empress Pirates now. However, you better not look for her because she has already lost her memories of the Tianshui continent. She doesn't recognize you." Lost her memories? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly remembered what Lin Wenyue had said that day. Guan Yulan's eyes were empty, like a puppet's. It turned out that her memories had already been erased at that time. Not to mention a Void God Realm King, even a level 10 Martial Path warrior would be able to erase the memories of a lower-level warrior as long as they had the corresponding method. Don't blame me. I did it for Yulan's good. However, I didn't expect that senior to erase her memories without saying anything and bring her back to the Empress Pirates. The Shattering Cloud sect leader shook his head helplessly. What kind of body type does Yulan have? If he was just taking her in as a disciple, why would he erase her memories? Yi Xian asked in confusion. The Shattering Cloud sect leader paused and said, "That senior issued some requirements in the Tianshui continent. I saw that Yulan met those requirements, so I brought that senior to the Shattering Cloud sect. As for the Empress, it is said that she cultivates a technique called the Heartless Path. She needs to cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yulan met the requirements of the Heartless Path, so her memories were erased to make it easier for her to cultivate." This? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Then did she agree to it? Or was it forcefully erased?" After that senior checked her body type, he erased her memories forcefully. Yulan wasn't ready, so... The Shattering Cloud sect leader didn't continue. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes also shot out 2 rays of light. Guan Yulan's memories were forcefully erased. If she had agreed to it, Yi Xian wouldn't have anything to say. However, her memories were forcefully erased, so it had something to do with him. After all, the two of them were very close when they were in the Shattering Cloud sect. They were only one step away from being together. However, because of that old woman's interference, Guan Yulan had gone missing for many years. Although she didn't say it out loud, she is my friend after all. I will seek justice for her. Yi Xian made a mental note. As for the Shattering Cloud sect leader, Yi Xian didn't blame him. After all, he was only in the true spirit realm at that time. That mysterious old woman could kill him with just a thought. Who is that old woman? Yi Xian asked again. Her name is Bai Qingxia. She raised the Empress single-handedly. Like Yulan, she is the Empress's right-hand woman. The Shattering Cloud sect leader replied. Her right-hand woman. This meant that the Empress trusted Guan Yulan and Bai Qingxia the most. Chapter 681. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Guan Yulan, alright, I got it. Yi Xian nodded silently. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect asked, You are a disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect. How did you become a level 6 king? I broke through to the Strength realm in the Heavenly Water continent and came to the Blood Rock continent. Then, I obtained the inheritance of an empty God realm king. Yi Xian made up a random excuse. I see. The Heavenly Water continent is too poor. There are many geniuses there, but they are buried because of the lack of yuan qi and cultivation resources. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect sighed. Sect master, is the Empress an empty God realm great emperor? Yi Xian asked again. He was more concerned about this. No, the Empress couldn't become a great emperor because she didn't cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect shook his head. Hearing this answer, Yi Xian was relieved. Since the Empress wasn't an empty God realm great emperor, he didn't need to be afraid. When the time was right, he would find Guan Yulan and see if he could awaken her memory. Sect master, since the Shattered Cloud Island is your territory, I will take my leave. Yi Xian cupped his fist at the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect. Sai, you should leave quickly. If the enforcers of the sea know that you are a raider, you will die. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect sighed. Sect master, take care. Yi Xian didn't want to cause trouble for the sect master, so he left the Shattered Cloud Island. This time it was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Heavenly Water continent in the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was a trace of hatred in his heart. Guan Yulan's memory was forcibly erased. It wasn't her own will. Therefore Yi Xian had to get back at her. Humph, how dare you forcibly erase Yulan's memory? Yi Xian said coldly in his heart and left quickly. Since the Empress wasn't an empty God realm great emperor, he could go to the Empress's pirates when he broke through to level 7 king. But for now it was better to make a breakthrough first. There were some level 6 and 7 pirates around the Shattered Cloud Island, but in order not to cause trouble for the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect, Yi Xian decided to go further away. He flew over the sea for 2 days and arrived at a suitable place for leveling up. This time his target was a level 7 pirate group. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword-breaking 8 Baron. Yi Xian flew to the outskirts of the island and launched an attack on the array formation. The formation at the entrance of the island's protective formation was very weak because it was often opened. This was the most suitable place to attack. However, as the level of the island was relatively high, the sword was unable to break through it. The attack on the island guard array was too loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of the pirates. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of a person not far away. Several hundred kilometers to the north of the island, there was a huge figure. It was a huge wolf with silver wings, and on the back of the huge wolf sat a white-clothed woman. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely recognize her at a glance. This woman in white was Guan Yulan, the person he was looking for. Yi Xian was 15 years old when he entered the Shattered Cloud sect, and now he was 22 years old. Therefore it had been many years since Guan Yulan left the Tianshui continent. The young girl from before had grown into a slender and elegant girl. She had lost her youthfulness and had become more mature. At this moment she looked in the direction of the sound and gently patted the giant wolf's back. The silver-winged giant wolf immediately understood and turned into a stream of light and flew over. As for Yi Xian, he was completely unaware that he was attacking an island protecting formation. Suddenly he felt that something was amiss. He immediately turned his head and saw a stream of light that was rapidly approaching him. Is it the maritime enforcer? He thought subconsciously. However, at this moment, a blue sword aura suddenly slashed towards him. So fast. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately stopped attacking the island and quickly dodged. Water attribute? No, it's lightning attribute. He reacted. This sword aura was blue, but it was not of the water attribute. This was because this sword aura contained a kind of energy that made one's heart palpitate. However, when Yi Xian was about to counterattack, he realized that the incoming person was somewhat familiar. Guan Yulan. Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. Guan Yulan, who was sitting on the silver-winged howling sky wolf's back, was also stunned when she heard Yi Xian's exclamation. She also felt that Yi Xian was somewhat familiar, but she had no memory of him. Her memory was erased by Qingxia, but the silver-winged howling sky wolf remembered Yi Xian. Awu, the silver-winged howling sky wolf howled at the sky and then pounced towards Yi Xian. It seemed to be very emotional. Guan Yulan immediately jumped down from its back and then slashed at Yi Xian again. Damn it. Yi Xian quickly dodged and prepared to kill the silver-winged howling sky wolf that was pouncing towards him. However, at this moment, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Qingyu. At the same time, he also noticed that this silver-winged howling sky wolf did not seem to be hostile towards him. Its eyes were filled with joy. Qingyu? Yi Xian exclaimed again. Awu, the silver-winged howling sky wolf rushed to Yi Xian's side and rubbed its head affectionately against Yi Xian. Although it had not seen Yi Xian for a few years, Qingyu still remembered Yi Xian's scent. After all, when it was born, it saw Yi Xian and Guan Yulan the moment it opened its eyes. Haha, I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Yi Xian reached out and patted Qingyu's head. After a few years, Qingyu had grown from a small wolf cub to a giant wolf that was even bigger than a tank. It even grew a pair of silver wings. It seemed that it had undergone mutation. Guan Yulan, who was not far away, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. The silver-winged howling sky wolf that did not submit to the Empress was actually willing to be patted by a strange man on the head. What was going on? Raider, what sorcery did you use? Guan Yulan shouted angrily. Sorcery? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Yulan, don't you remember me? Why should I remember you? Guan Yulan was stunned. She did feel that Yi Xian was somewhat familiar, but she could not recall anything related to him. It seems that her memory has really been erased. Yi Xian was having a headache. He did not know how to awaken Guan Yulan's memory. This was going to be troublesome. However, just as he was thinking, another ray of sword aura suddenly attacked. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly dodged. This ray of blue sword aura contained a huge amount of power and swept past Qingyu. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the acceleration of the wind and the repulsive force of the gravity space. Otherwise he would have been cut in half. Awu, Qingyu hurriedly howled, but Guan Yulan acted as if she did not hear it and continued to attack. Chapter 682. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Forbidden Lightning Ground 7th Grade King Lightning Attribute. Yi Xian saw through Guan Yulan's realm. Just as the Shattering Cloud Sect Master had said, Guan Yulan was a 7th grade king and was about to break through to the 8th grade. However, he didn't expect Guan Yulan to have the rare lightning attribute just like Lan Yu. Although they were both lightning attribute, Lan Yu was much weaker than Guan Yulan. One was a 3rd grade king while the other was about to break through to the 8th grade. Although Guan Yulan felt that Yi Xian was familiar, she couldn't remember him. She was one of the Empress generals after all, and she happened to see Yi Xian attacking the island. Therefore Yi Xian was her enemy. Heavenly punishment. Streaks of lightning struck down from the sky. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. What should I do now? Yulan's memory has been erased and she doesn't recognize me. Even if I'm here, I can't do anything. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He could feel that Guan Yulan's battle strength was very strong. More importantly, he couldn't fight back. Retreat. At that moment, Yi Xian made the decision to leave first. He didn't have any ideas at the moment, so he could only leave first. When he returned to Mt Zhongshan, he would ask Hermit Zhongshan if there was a way to awaken her memory. You want to leave? Guan Yulan's eyes flickered and immediately chased after him. Guan Yulan was brought to the chaotic astral ocean when she was a teenager. She must have been told a lot of things in the past few years. For example, she grew up in the chaotic astral ocean and didn't have any family or friends. Therefore she wouldn't believe anything Yi Xian said. Yulan, let's meet again. Yi Xian loudly shouted as he directly used gravity space to block Guan Yulan. However, Guan Yulan's strength was beyond his imagination. Lightning acceleration. Guan Yulan instantly burst out. Her current speed had already surpassed the silver-winged sky howling wolf. The silver-winged sky howling wolf had grown rapidly in the past few years. Its battle strength was comparable to an 8th grade king and its speed was comparable to a 9th grade king. However, Guan Yulan's lightning acceleration was lightning acceleration and was even faster howling wolf. F***ck. Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly condensed wind wings and used the repulsive force of the gravity space to accelerate. However, what made him helpless was Guan Yulan's speed was Yulan was. Yulan's I and Yulan's is? Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. One recognized him but the other didn't. This was too dramatic. What he wanted to do now was to increase his speed to the level of a level 7 king. Then he would look for the Empress and see if she had a way to help him. However, he was Yulan. As Yi Xian fled, he used his repulsive force to block Guan Yulan. However, Guan Yulan's comprehension of the lightning acceleration profound was very high. Even with the repulsive force blocking her, her speed was still equal to Yi Xian's. Yi tes yi, is to leave, is to be gone be, as was. But, was you was. Marauder, you can't escape. Guan Yulan shouted from behind. Yi Xian glanced behind him and sized up Guan Yulan. After not seeing her for a few years, Guan Yulan's figure had become better and more mature. However, the expression on her face made Yi Xian's heart turn cold. Back then, when they were about to pierce through the last layer of veil, they were suddenly interrupted by the shattering cloud sect's vice sect master, Zhou Tsang. Yi Xian was now thinking that the next time he returned to the heavenly water continent, he would dig up Zhou Tsang's corpse and whip it to vent his anger. Two people, one fleeing, the other chasing. Whisper, who was comparable to a level 8 king, roared as she followed. It had followed Guan Yulan for many years, so its IQ was not lower than a human's. It could understand Guan Yulan's words, but Guan Yulan could not understand its words. Guan Yulan had always believed that Yi Xian had used some sort of trick to subdue Qingyu, so she was relentlessly pursuing him. Yi Xian didn't have any other choice. At this moment, all he could do was to escape and continue to escape. When Guan Yulan's Zhenqi ran out, he would be able to escape. However, after the two moved at full speed for a few hours, an island suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. An island without a protective formation? Yi Xian looked in front of him with some surprise. This island did not have a protective formation. That was exactly what he wanted. As long as he landed on the ground, he could use his legs to run. He had the earth movement technique to run on land, and the wind acceleration technique to fly in the air. However, don't forget that he still had 4 agility advancements, which could increase his movement speed by 40%. When the time came, he would definitely be able to open up a distance in an instant without exhausting Guan Yulan's true qi. However, when Guan Yulan saw this island, her expression changed slightly. She had heard of this island before. This was one of the 10 forbidden lands of the chaotic astral ocean, the Thunder Forbidden Land. It was rumored that this island was very mysterious and would be struck by chaotic astral lightning from time to time. Although it looked peaceful at times, it was actually very dangerous. After all, some chaotic astral lightning could even kill a void god realm pinnacle king. Even the Empress did not dare to enter the Thunder Forbidden Land, so Guan Yulan was hesitant. However, when she saw that Yi Xian's speed did not decrease at all, she made a decision. As for Yi Xian, he didn't know what this island was. This was because his nautical chart only had one name, Heavenly Thunder Island. If the chart said Thunder Forbidden Land, he would definitely take a detour. We're here. Yi Xian rushed into the Thunder Forbidden Land and quickly landed, preparing to use his legs to open up a distance between him and Guan Yulan. His speed was very fast, instantly widening the distance between them. How did his speed suddenly increase so much? Guan Yulan looked at Yi Xian's back and was very confused, but she was determined to chase, so she immediately said to Qingyu, don't come in. The silver-winged sky-howling wolf, Qingyu, had accidentally entered the Thunder Forbidden Land when she was wandering alone, and was accidentally struck by chaotic astral lightning, almost losing her life. Therefore it had a deep fear of this place. It could only watch as Yi Xian and Guan Yulan entered. It prayed in its heart that the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden area wouldn't suddenly become violent. Otherwise, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan would be in danger. At this time, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan had both entered the Thunder Forbidden Land, and Yi Xian, who had a 40% increase in speed, had already opened up a distance between them. However, just 1 minute after they entered the Thunder Forbidden Land. Why are there more clouds in the sky? Yi Xian looked up in surprise, and found that there were electric snakes swimming in the clouds. These were not ordinary clouds but thunder clouds. Not good, chaotic astral lightning. His face sank. Chapter 683. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Crisis. At this moment, the thundercloud above Yi Xian's head was terrifyingly large. It was gathering yuan qi of heaven and earth as if it was about to go all out. Before entering the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian had heard about the chaotic astral lightning. However, he later found out that the chaotic astral lightning was much more dangerous than he thought. The chaotic astral lightning had a tracking effect. The stronger the aura, the closer the chaotic astral lightning would land. Boom! Just as Yi Xian was thinking, a bolt of lightning struck down. He quickly glanced at it and found that it was 1,000 meters away from him. He didn't have a lightning attribute and had no resistance to the chaotic astral lightning. This chaotic astral lightning almost scared him to death. Boom! Suddenly, another bolt of chaotic astral lightning struck down from behind him. Yi Xian quickly turned around and found that Guan Yulan had caught up to him while he was hesitating. The second bolt of chaotic astral lightning struck near Guan Yulan. He quickly looked up and saw that the lightning snakes in the thundercloud had become more frequent. It seemed that a chaotic astral lightning feast was about to begin. Not good, I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Yi Xian's face darkened. He quickly turned around and rushed toward Guan Yulan. You want to fight here? Guan Yulan's expression wasn't good either. Seeing Yi Xian rush over, she immediately launched an attack. Yi Xian could dodge her attacks when they were in the air. Now that they were on land, Guan Yulan's attacks weren't a threat to him at all. Don't fight first, let's get out of here first. Yi Xian hastily shouted. However, Guan Yulan didn't care at all and attacked Yi Xian with all her might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Xian dodged the sword qi one after another. Not only that, Guan Yulan kept attacking Yi Xian with heavenly punishment. Suddenly, more and more lightning strikes appeared in the forbidden thunderground, and the sound became louder and louder. Fortunately, Guan Yulan's heavenly punishment was very different from the chaotic astral lightning. Sky Law's lightning strike was very thin, and it was condensed from the top of the head, so the path was very straight. The chaotic astral lightning was very thick and its color was also very dark. It was shot down from the thunderclouds, and after tracking Yi Xian's aura, it would constantly turn back. However, regardless of whether it was the heavenly punishment or the chaotic astral lightning, Yi Xian had to avoid them all. Even after seeing Guan Yulan's actions, Yi Xian still didn't run away. Instead, he prepared to go past Guan Yulan and let her chase him out of the forbidden sky thundergrounds. However, right at this moment, boom, boom, two bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down at the same time, hitting Guan Yulan's surroundings. This time, Guan Yulan was no longer calm and quickly moved. Although some of these riot astral thunders were very weak and couldn't even kill a level 1 king, humans couldn't tell whether they were strong or weak, so they had to avoid them. After the two chaotic star thunders appeared, the entire forbidden sky thundergrounds became restless. The star thunder feast had begun. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down one after another, the frequency several times faster than before. Yi Xian and Guan Yulan's expressions darkened as they continuously dodged. Now Guan Yulan also stopped attacking Yi Xian and began to avoid the chaotic astral lightning. However, the chaotic astral lightning had the ability to track auras. She was in the air while Yi Xian was on the ground. Moreover, she was a level 7 king and was about to break through to level 8 king, while Yi Xian was only a level 6 king. Therefore, the chaotic astral lightning would naturally target her first. Not good. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and hurriedly reminded Guan Yulan to land on the ground. However, right at this moment, boom, 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 boom. 5 bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down in succession. One of them was aimed at Yi Xian while the other 4 were all aimed at Guan Yulan. If it was only 1 or 2 bolts of chaotic astral lightning, Guan Yulan would be able to dodge them. However, she didn't expect 4 bolts of chaotic astral lightning to strike her. Boom. Although Guan Yulan quickly dodged, she only managed to dodge 3 bolts of chaotic astral lightning. The last one struck her directly on the top of her head. Guan Yulan. Yi Xian cried out in alarm as he quickly rushed over. The chaotic astral lightning varied in strength. At this moment, Yi Xian could only pray that this chaotic astral lightning wouldn't be too strong. After all, Guan Yulan was a level 7 king. However, Guan Yulan's luck was really bad. The power of this chaotic astral lightning was enough to kill a level 7 king. After being struck by the chaotic astral lightning, Guan Yulan's consciousness suddenly blurred. Her vision also started to blur. She saw a figure quickly rushing towards her. The figure in white fell from the sky powerlessly. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and caught Guan Yulan. However, just as he came into contact with Guan Yulan, his entire body trembled violently. After the chaotic astral lightning circled around Guan Yulan's body, it was transmitted into his body. If he was hit by this chaotic astral lightning, he would probably die instantly. Even the remnants of the chaotic astral lightning caused him quite a bit of trouble. The chaotic astral lightning circled around Yi Xian's body, causing his muscles, bones, skin, flesh and internal organs to sizzle. Fortunately, he still had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Moreover, his body was filled with earth attribute true energy. Although the earth attribute didn't restrain the lightning attribute, the earth attribute true energy's resistance to electricity was stronger than the other attributes. If Yi Xian had the water attribute, then he would have been in deep trouble this time. After the chaotic astral lightning entered his body, Yi Xian's entire body trembled. He only recovered after a long while. Damn it! Yi Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost cracked. He hurriedly checked Guan Yulan's aura. Phew, there's still aura, but it's extremely chaotic. I need to treat it immediately. He hurriedly took off Guan Yulan's interspatial ring and devoured it. Ding, the host has broken through to become a level 7 king. The system notification sounded. The two of them, one was a level 6 king and the other was a level 7 king. After the two of them gathered together, their auras skyrocketed. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to become a level 7 king, his aura had become even stronger. Rumble. The chaotic astral lightning struck again. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. He hurriedly carried Guan Yulan and left. The auras of the two level 7 kings were immediately locked onto by the thunderclouds in the sky. Following that, the chaotic astral lightning struck down one after another with great accuracy. If Yi Xian hadn't broken through, he would have probably been struck to death. Damn it, let's leave quickly. Yi Xian was extremely regretful. Why did he enter this island? Most importantly, he even lured Guan Yulan in. If one didn't seek death, they wouldn't have died. Guan Yulan was struck by the chaotic astral lightning. Fortunately, she had the lightning attribute. Otherwise, she would have died from that strike. Chapter 684. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. When Thunder Emperor Yi Xian carried the severely injured Guan Yulan and ran in the direction they came from at an extremely fast speed. However, what he did not expect was that there was an illusory formation in the forbidden land of thunder. What? That's impossible. Yi Xian exclaimed, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the roar of the riot astral thunder. Yi Xian's sense of direction was still very strong. He estimated that with his speed, he should have left this heavenly thunder island. However, in front of him was still an endless stretch of land. Illusory formation. It must be an illusory formation. Yi Xian immediately reacted. The Sky Thunder Island was really too strange. He had been wandering in the riot astral ocean for a few months, but this was the first time he had seen such a violent scene. However, it was not the time to think about it. He had to find a way out quickly. At the very least, he had to find a place to hide. However, the wave of riot astral thunder just now was just an appetizer. The series of riot astral thunder just now had at most 6 riot astral thunders. Next, it was going to break through that number. Yi Xian suddenly felt something. He looked up and realized that more than 10 riot astral thunders had struck down from the thunderclouds in an instant. F***ck. Yi Xian exclaimed. More than 10 riot astral thunders were all directed at him, sealing off all his escape routes. Among them, there was an extremely thick riot astral thunder, which made him break out in cold sweat. Yi Xian barely dodged this round of attacks, but it was still just the beginning. Boom. 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 The riot astral thunder before was one after another. Now it was described as a formation. There were more than 10 riot astral thunders in a single wave. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He had already used the underground walking technique to its peak. He looked around and found a cliff. In fact, he wanted to dig a hole and drill into the ground, but time did not allow it. At this moment he saw a cliff. He immediately took out the Bahuang sword and rushed over. Bahuang wind-killing formation, sky break. Boom. The walls of this cliff were extremely hard, and Tian Dashing could only barely make a 1-meter hole in the wall. Again. Boom. The stone wall was broken a little more, and now it was enough for the two of them to hide. However, the chaotic astral lightning would strike down in multiple directions, so this wasn't enough. But at this moment, ding. Host has comprehended the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Suddenly, a notification sounded and Yi Xian shuddered. Shrinking the earth into an inch? He was pleasantly surprised. He had actually comprehended the second level of the world walking technique at this critical moment, the earth shrinking technique. This was good news. At that moment he controlled the Bahuang sword and retrieved it. In the next moment he used the profound meaning of earth shrinking that he had just comprehended. A hole opened up in the ground and Yi Xian carried Guan Yulan into it. Although a king's domain could also control soil, the effect was much worse than earth shrinking. At this moment Yi Xian had already entered the ground, and maintained a 2-meter space around him. He quickly descended, and his speed was even faster than when he was running on the ground. This was the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Boom. Although Yi Xian had entered the ground, the chaotic astral lightning still hit the spot where he entered. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already a few thousand meters below the ground. Although the chaotic astral lightning was strong, it was no longer a threat to him. Off. Yi Xian stopped and let out a sigh of relief. He had moved almost 10,000 meters down, and the soil that he broke quickly closed up after he left, so it was more or less enough to cover his aura. At that moment he searched through Guan Yulan's Chen Kuan ring, then took out some medicine and hurriedly treated Guan Yulan. Of course, the most effective medicine was his blood. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his blood could also heal. With the 2-pronged treatment, Guan Yulan's aura finally stabilized, but she was still unconscious. I don't know when the chaotic astral lightning outside will stop. I should use the underground movement technique to find the exit. Yi Xian carried Guan Yulan again. At this moment he had the profound meaning of earth shrinking so he could move freely underground. Therefore he wanted to directly enter the bottom of the island and leave the sea. At that moment he continued to move downwards. This Sky Thunder Island was several times larger than the Cracked Cloud Island on the nautical chart, but no one knew how high it was. Yi Xian continued to move downwards, and when he was 50,000 meters down, he suddenly missed and fell from the ceiling. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that there was another world here. If it was just an ordinary cave he wouldn't have paid much attention to it, but he saw a stone tablet. Zephyr Thunder Palace. Yi Xian read out the 3 words on the stone tablet. At this moment the person in his arms suddenly moved. Yi Xian looked down and realized that Guan Yulan had opened her eyes. He quickly put Guan Yulan down with a vigilant expression. His intuition told him that Guan Yulan would immediately attack. However, he guessed wrong. When Guan Yulan saw him, she didn't attack. Instead, she said softly, "Yi Xian." What? Yi Xian thought that he had misheard. He tried to recall and realized that he didn't tell Guan Yulan his name. How did Guan Yulan know? Could it be that her memory had recovered? "You've recovered your memory?" Yi Xian exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Guan Yulan was stunned for a moment, then quickly retreated and looked at Yi Xian strangely. It seemed that her memory hadn't recovered yet. "You're Yi Xian?" Guan Yulan asked in shock. "Yes, do you remember me?" Yi Xian nodded. Although his appearance had changed, it wouldn't change much. "I don't remember you, but why do I feel like I know you?" Guan Yulan didn't understand. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, she shouted angrily, "What did you do to me?" She thought that Yi Xian must have done something. After all, she was lying in Yi Xian's arms just now. "I didn't do anything to you. We used to be friends. Don't you remember?" Yi Xian frowned. "How can you and I be friends?" Guan Yulan didn't believe him. She was a general under the Empress and a law enforcer on the sea. On the other hand, Yi Xian was a predator. A law enforcer on the sea and a predator. How could they be friends? "Let me ask you. Do you not have any memories before you were 16 years old?" Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. This question confused Guan Yulan. Indeed, she didn't have any memories of her past. Everything was told to her by the Empress and by Qingxia. She found it very strange. Looking at her, Yi Xian continued, "We grew up in the same sect. 7 years ago, your memory was suddenly erased by an expert and then brought to the chaotic astral ocean." Chapter 685. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Zephyr Thunder Palace. 7 years ago. Yi Xian was now 22 years old. 7 years ago he was 15 years old, which was the age when he entered the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan was even more confused when she heard this. Indeed, she only had the memories of the past 7 years. Everything before that was gone. Yi Xian saw that it was working, so he quickly told Guan Yulan about the past, bit by bit, in an attempt to awaken her memories. He guessed that Guan Yulan's memories hadn't been erased but sealed. When she was struck in the head by the chaotic astral lightning, a corner of the seal was broken. That was why she could call out Yi Xian's name. Also, I was the one who gave Qingyu the name. Otherwise, why do you think Qingyu would recognize me? Yi Xian continued. Guan Yulan was silent. She had no recollection of what Yi Xian said, so she needed to verify it. However, Qingyu was carrying her at that time, and was quite a distance away from Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to do something, she should be able to detect it. There's no way to verify what you just said. Although Yi Xian was telling the truth, Guan Yulan still had some doubts. I know. I just want you to understand that I'm not your enemy. Otherwise, I would have killed you instead of saving you. Yi Xian knew that this wasn't enough to make Guan Yulan believe him, so he didn't continue. Then what about the things in my yin and yang ring? Guan Yulan suddenly realized this problem and hurriedly asked. To escape, I had to take some out. Don't worry, I'll return them to you when the time comes. Yi Xian replied. If he hadn't broken through just now, both of them would have died under the chaotic astral lightning. This was something that couldn't be helped. Originally, he wanted to swallow the rest of the things to increase his strength. However, he just happened to comprehend Earth shrinking at that time and resolve the crisis. Although this reason was a bit far-fetched, Guan Yulan remembered that Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her. Otherwise, would she still be alive? At this time, Guan Yulan began to look around. When she saw the 3 words Zephyr Thunder Palace, she was shocked. Where is this? She couldn't help but ask. I just comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrinking, so I escaped underground. I don't know where this is. Yi Xian shook his head. The words Zephyr Thunder Palace were written on the steel. Behind the steel there was another path. Yi Xian had not entered yet, so he did not know where this place was. However, he could roughly guess that this was someone's abode. Who would build a cave in such a dangerous place like the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? Furthermore, it was built so discreetly, tens of thousands of meters underground. If Yi Xian hadn't comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrinking, he probably wouldn't have noticed it either. After all, there was a huge thundercloud above his head. However, Guan Yulan suddenly remembered something. Wind Thunder Grand Emperor? She cried out in alarm. When Yi Xian heard these 4 words, he asked in surprise, who is the Wind and Thunder Great Emperor? However, he could guess that the Wind and Thunder Great Emperor should be an empty God Realm Great Emperor. Otherwise, why would he dare to use the word Great Emperor? The Wind and Thunder Great Emperor was an empty God Realm Great Emperor in the chaotic astral ocean 1,000 years ago. He had 2 void god spirits of the wind and thunder attributes. It was said that he ruled the entire chaotic astral ocean, but disappeared later on. That was why the chaotic astral ocean was torn apart and there were endless wars. Guan Yulan explained and continued, before he disappeared, he left a message saying that his life was coming to an end. Before he died, he built a wind and thunder palace and he would pass away in this wind and thunder palace. Wind and thunder palace? When Yi Xian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at the steel subconsciously. The name the same. For 1,000 years, the world has been searching for the Wind and Thunder Palace, but to no avail. It was also at that time that pirates gradually increased. Who would have thought that the Wind and Thunder Palace was actually under the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? Guan Yulan was shocked. This time, they didn't know what kind of luck they had to be able to find the Wind and Thunder Palace. This meant that there might be the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor inside. The inheritance of a great emperor was something that even the Empress, War Emperor, and Kuang Zun would want very much. Who knows, they might be able to break through to the empty God Realm Great Emperor because of this. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian was interested. His father, Yi Chong, had soared to the sky because he obtained the inheritance of the Sword God of Bahuang. The Sword God of Bahuang was also an empty God Realm Great Emperor, so he could also be called the Bahuang Great Emperor. Now what Yi Xian lacked the most was realms. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor, it would save him a lot of time. When the time came, he could directly kill his way into the Sword God Palace and beat the crap out of Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue. Guan Yulan was actually a little conflicted with Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her when she was in trouble and won her over. Therefore she agreed to go in with Yi Xian. The two of them walked past the stone tablet of the Wind and Thunder Palace and entered a dark passage. After walking for a while, they saw a blue-green door. This door was blue on the left and green on the right. There was also a palm-sized hole on both sides of the door. If you want to open this door, you need to gather both the wind and lightning attributes. Yi Xian read the words on the stone wall to the side. The Wind and Thunder Emperor had both the wind and lightning attributes, so it was reasonable that his inheritance needed people with both attributes to obtain it. However, it didn't say that one person had to have both the wind and lightning attributes. It was possible for two people, one with the wind attribute and the other with the lightning attribute. What a coincidence. I have the wind attribute and you have the lightning attribute. We can give it a try. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Guan Yulan glanced at him. Indeed, it was a coincidence. If they could really open this door, then they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor. This was something that many people dreamt of. Immediately they positioned themselves. Yi Xian stood on the green side and Guan Yulan stood on the blue side. The two of them faced each other and put their arms into the two holes on the door at the same time. Then they channeled their lightning and wind attribute true qi. Boom. In the next moment, the blue-green door opened with a loud bang. Was done. The door opened very slowly. The two of them were very excited and couldn't wait to rush in. As the door opened, the two of them saw everything inside one by one. They walked in side by side and glanced around. In front of them, there was a statue that was as tall as a person. This statue had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He held two long swords in his hands and looked very majestic. It seemed that this middle-aged man should be the Wind and Thunder Emperor. Chapter 686. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Wind Thunder Inheritance, Wind Inheritance, Lightning Inheritance. Yi Xian widened his eyes in shock. Anyone who saw this would instantly understand that the two inheritances were separate. After all, the twin fruit was a legendary item. The wind and lightning attributes were also rare. With the two combined, it would be hard to find one even in 10,000 years. Yi Xian quickly walked up and opened the green treasure chest with his wind attribute. What entered his eyes were 2 to 3 bloodline seeds and an interspatial ring. 3. Yi Xian was shocked as he glanced at the note in the treasure chest. Upper grade empty god martial art, wind cleave. Commodity empty god martial art, wind cloud cleave. Wind attribute ultimacy seed. He was shocked. An ordinary person could only condense 1 bloodline seed at most. However, the Wind Thunder Emperor could condense 3 bloodline seeds. No, he might even have the lightning inheritance. The martial arts seed was still acceptable. However, this was the first time that Yi Xian had heard of an ultimacy seed. Ultimacy seed? Guan Yulan could not help but exclaim when she saw the note. The Wind Thunder Emperor was able to condense his own ultimacy into a bloodline seed. The aptitude of the Wind Thunder Emperor had greatly exceeded their expectations. Immediately, she opened the blue treasure chest. There were 3 bloodline seeds and an interspatial ring lying inside. 6 bloodline seeds. There were a total of 6 bloodline seeds. How did the Wind Thunder Emperor do it? At this moment, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Those who have obtained my inheritance, please remember my name, Feng Yi. I hope that you can break through the shackles of the empty god realm and become a sovereign in your lifetime. There were only 2 sentences and they were very short. However, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan knew that this was the voice that the Wind Thunder Emperor left behind before he passed away. Feng Yi was the name of the Wind Thunder Emperor. Ascending to the sovereign realm, is this the meaning of becoming the strongest? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Guan Yulan did not answer but put on the interspatial ring. There was only one thing in her interspatial ring. Was a sword. She immediately took it out. The Thunder Rush Sword of the Wind Thunder Grand Monarch? Guan Yulan exclaimed. Rushing Thunder Sword? Yi Xian glanced at the dark blue sword, then turned to look at the statue. Wasn't the statue holding the Thunder Sword in its left hand? He quickly put on his own Cosmos ring and took a look. Sure enough, there was also a light green longsword. Wind Dragon Slash? Yi Xian read out its name. The Wind Thunder Grand Emperor has the Rushing Thunder Sword in his left hand and the Wind Dragon Slash in his right. No one in the chaotic astral ocean is his match, Guan Yulan explained. Although Yi Xian already had the Bahuang Sword, this Wind Dragon Slash was also an upper-grade Void God weapon. Moreover, it was of the Wind attribute. If this Wind Dragon Slash was used as a Wind attribute martial art, its power would be even stronger. The emotional Yi Xian immediately took the 3 bloodline seeds and swallowed them. Ding. Host has learned Wind Cleaver. Current proficiency level is 100%. Ding. Host has learned Wind Cloud Slash. Current proficiency level is 100%. Ding. Host has comprehended Death Storm Ultimacy. Ding. Host has comprehended Wind Binding Ultimacy. Ding. Host has comprehended Wind Space Ultimacy. 4 notifications sounded out in a row, shocking Yi Xian's mind. Wind Cleaver was a movement martial art, while Wind Cloud Slash was an attack martial art. These 2 upper-grade Void God martial arts had been cultivated to 100%. That was not the main point. The main point was that he had comprehended the remaining 3 ultimacies of the Wind attribute. Even if he had not comprehended a single ultimacy, he would have comprehended all the ultimacies after swallowing the Wind attribute ultimacy seed. Wasn't this Wind Thunder Grand Emperor a little too strong? How terrifying. My strength is at least 3 times stronger than before. Yi Xian was shocked. Wind Cleaver's martial art was much more advanced than the meteor movement skill. His speed of flight was much faster. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that he had comprehended wind-space ultimacy. Now that he could combine gravity-space ultimacy with wind-space ultimacy, he was probably qualified to challenge a level 9 king or even kill one. Yulan, hurry up and refine the bloodline seeds. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. Guan Yulan also had 3 bloodline seeds. The first 2 seeds were martial arts, while the third seed was a lightning attribute ultimacy seed. Guan Yulan did not waste time. She walked to a corner and started refining the 3 bloodline seeds. For martial arts, ultimacy was more important. Therefore, she prioritized refining the lightning attribute ultimacy seed. I've struck gold. I've really struck gold. With my current strength, I can do whatever I want in the chaotic astral ocean. Yi Xian's heart was exploding. Wind space ultimacy and gravity space ultimacy. These 2 monstrous moves could easily kill a level 8 king. Against a level 9 king, Yi Xian did not even need to use the 8 desolate sword. Just the wind dragon slash and ultimacy would be enough. Perhaps he did not even need to use his moves. He could just use the dual space ultimacy and then use the death storm. It was not impossible to kill a level 9 king with just the domain. Guan Yulan dispelled her suspicion of Yi Xian and closed her eyes to refine the seeds. As for Yi Xian, he stood by her side and protected her. Although this was the Zephyr Thunder Palace and there would not be any danger, he still had to be careful. Guan Yulan did not have the devouring system. Therefore, she had to refine the seeds herself. This process was a little slow. It took her a whole week to refine the seeds. There were only 4 lightning attribute ultimacies: lightning acceleration, lightning dragon armor, heavenly punishment, and the second level of heavenly punishment, 10,000 waves heavenly thunder. Originally, Guan Yulan had only comprehended 2. Now, with the addition of the lightning dragon armor and 10,000 waves heavenly thunder, her battle strength had greatly increased. Then she started to refine the other 2 seeds. Refining martial arts seeds would often be accompanied by some strange phenomena. If a martial artist succeeded in refining them, their realm would sometimes suddenly increase. Because Yi Xian did not cultivate them himself, this phenomenon would not occur. However, the same thing happened to Guan Yulan. After Guan Yulan spent another week to refine the 2 martial arts seeds, she suddenly broke through to the 8th grade king level. Moreover, she had improved a lot. If she cultivated for a while longer, she might be able to break through to the 9th grade king level. Yi Xian had the devouring system. It was different. He was able to refine 3 bloodline seeds in an instant, but Guan Yulan took half a month to do so. Congratulations. Yi Xian said with a smile when he saw Guan Yulan open her eyes. Thank you. Guan Yulan nodded slightly. During this half a month, Yi Xian turned the Zephyr Thunder Palace upside down. However, he did not find anything else. Chapter 687. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Invincible King Yi Xian was disappointed. If the Wind Thunder Emperor had left behind some treasures, he would have been able to level up again. However, it was better to give him a fish than to give him a fish. Now that Yi Xian had fully comprehended the wind attribute ultimacy, would he still be afraid of not being able to level up? Since there was nothing else here, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan left. Yi Xian first went to the ground and found that it was calm. Hence they chose to leave. There was indeed an illusion array in the Sky Thunder Forbidden Land, but without the disturbance of the riot astral lightning, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan quickly found the exit and left the Sky Thunder Island. Outside the Sky Thunder Island. You can leave now. The next time I see you, I won't go easy on you. After leaving, Guan Yulan said to Yi Xian, even if you don't go easy on me, you won't be able to do anything to me. Why don't we give it a try? Yi Xian looked at the mature Guan Yulan. Let's give it a try. Guan Yulan's eyes flashed and she took out the thunder sword that she had just obtained. She had already broken through to become a grade 8 king and had fully comprehended the ultimacy. Her current combat strength was at least a few times stronger than before. She wanted to try it out. Come on. Yi Xian also took out the Wind Dragon Slash. Swoosh. Boom. Guan Yulan took the initiative to attack. She used Sky Punishment and Thunder Slash at full power. However, the current Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. The full power of the upper grade Void God martial art, Wind Slash, Wind Space, Gravity Space and Wind Acceleration made Yi Xian's speed extremely fast. He easily dodged Guan Yulan's attack. At the same time, he also used the Wind Space and Gravity Space on Guan Yulan. In an instant, 2 forces restrained Guan Yulan. Even though she was a grade 8 king, she couldn't break free and couldn't move at all. This scene was like the arrival of a great emperor. Under the combination of the Wind Space and Gravity Space, it was like the will of a great emperor. How is that possible? Guan Yulan was shocked. If she cultivated normally, she was confident that she could break through to the 9th grade king level within a year. If she had the help of a large amount of natural treasures, she would be even faster. However, in front of a 7th grade king like Yi Xian, she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This dealt a huge blow to her self-confidence. It's useless. I reckon that even a 9th grade king wouldn't be able to break free so easily. With my current strength, I am probably invincible under the empty god realm emperor realm. Yi Xian said with a smile, his face full of satisfaction. Guan Yulan had a solemn expression on her face. Originally, she and Yi Xian were considered equals. However, after both of them received their respective inheritances, the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened to such an extent. Furthermore, she had seen the Empress in action before. However, she believed that if Yi Xian and the Empress were to fight, the Empress would most likely be trapped in this dual space. Even without the dual space, Yi Xian's speed had already surpassed the Empress's. He was undoubtedly the strongest person under the great Emperor realm. Then what do you want? Guan Yulan asked with a frown. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly removed the dual space and Guan Yulan regained her mobility. I want to go to the Empress's pirates and have a look. They erased your memory without your permission. This is justice, of course I want to get back at them. Yi Xian said indifferently. No. Guan Yulan rejected immediately. Even if what Yi Xian said was true, the Empress still cared for her. She didn't want to see Yi Xian and the Empress fight. Most importantly, she was the Empress's adopted daughter. The Empress brought you to the chaotic astral ocean to inherit her foundation. She wanted you to break through to the empty god realm emperor realm. Now that you've inherited the wind thunder emperor realm with your talent, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the empty god realm emperor realm. There's no need for you to practice the heartless path. Yi Xian paused and continued, I'm going to find her to ask if there's a way to restore my memory. Guan Yulan fell silent. Considering what Yi Xian said and her own suspicions over the years, to be honest, she already believed Yi Xian. You really won't do it? Guan Yulan asked again. It'll be best if she's willing to restore your memory. If she refuses, then I'll have to do it by force. However, I swear that I won't harm her life or kill anyone else. What do you think? Yi Xian stated his conditions. Guan Yulan fell silent for a while and nodded in silence. She only had the memories of the past few years. She felt very empty, so she was very eager to know what she was like 7 years ago. Awoo! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was the silver-winged sky howling wolf. Now that everyone is here, let's go. There was still a long way to go from the Forbidden Thunderland to the Empress Pirates. However, with Yi Xian's double space, their speed was very fast and they arrived at the Empress Pirates in just one day. The Empress Pirates were the same as the Mad King Pirates. The Mad King Pirates were on a giant deep-sea turtle, while the Empress Pirates were on a giant snake. However, when Guan Yulan brought Yi Xian in, they found that the Empress wasn't there. The 3 pirate groups are gathering? Yi Xian was stunned. The location of the gathering was at the intersection of the 3 territories. He just didn't know what they were going to do. The chaotic astral ocean is divided into 3 parts, so the 3 pirate groups gather once a year to discuss some matters, Guan Yulan explained. Is that so? Let's go and have a look. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and hurried on his way. If he could capture the 3 pirate groups at once, he would at least be able to become a level 9 king, right? However, he had promised Guan Yulan that he wouldn't hurt the Empress Pirates. But he didn't say that he wouldn't attack the Battle Emperor and the Mad King. The War Monarch Hall needs to go through the War Emperor's territory. If we kill the War Emperor, then the route will be open without any hindrance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. His target this time was the Battle Emperor Pirates. This time, it took them 3 days to reach the intersection of the 3 territories. This was an ordinary island, but there were dozens of warships gathered here, including the Battle Emperor, the Empress, and the Mad King. However, when Yi Xian and Guan Yulan arrived, things weren't as simple as they thought. There were hundreds of people in the air above the island, all of them experts. The Empress, the Battle Emperor, and the Mad King were at the front of their respective camps. However, the situation didn't look good for the Empress because the Battle Emperor and the Mad King had joined forces. Chapter 688. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Kill Yourself. Have the 2 of you forgotten the original 3-party agreement? A beautiful middle-aged woman yelled. She was the Empress, a level 9 king. Mad Sovereign was a red-haired old man, while the last of the 3 overlords, War Emperor, was a white-haired old man. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun's teams had surrounded the Empress. Empress, we've been fighting for more than a decade now. You've always been neutral, but you've done a lot of shady things, haven't you? Mad Sovereign said. What do you mean? The Empress narrowed her eyes. I thought it was War Emperor who sent the assassins in my territory. I didn't expect it to be you, Mad Sovereign said coldly. Humph, you don't suspect War Emperor, but you suspect me? The Empress's expression darkened. At this moment, the Battle Emperor added, Empress, I, the Battle Emperor, am a man of my word. At the same time, I never hide anything. I'll admit it if it was me. I've been fighting with Mad Sovereign for more than a decade, so he knows what kind of person I am. But this time, you sent people to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. Are you trying to pin the blame on me? What? The Empress's expression froze. Mad Sovereign's son was dead? She hadn't heard about this. Impossible, I didn't give such an order. The Empress shouted. She knew there was no point in hiding it now. The assassins she sent to Mad Sovereign's territory were indeed her people. Not only that, she had also sent people to War Emperor's territory. But she had never given the order to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. You were neutral, so we didn't care. But now that your people killed my grandson, I have to avenge him. Mad Sovereign looked at the Empress coldly. I never gave such an order. The Empress quibbled. She really hadn't. Her people must have bumped into Mad Sovereign's grandson and killed him. Humph, I remember you have a housekeeper called Bai Qingxia, right? War Emperor's eyes flashed. That's her. She killed Mad Sovereign's grandson. At the same time, she was killed by Mad Sovereign. Boom. This news was a heavy blow to the Empress. Bai Qingxia was one of the people she trusted the most. Although she was her housekeeper, she was raised by Bai Qingxia. In the Empress's heart, Bai Qingxia was her mother. Who would have thought that she would die at the hands of Sovereign Quang? She killed my grandson and even pretended to be a level 7 king to destroy many of the islands under my control. If I hadn't coincidentally bumped into her, I wouldn't have been able to capture her. Quang Zun glanced at Zhan Huang and said, Empress, I'll tell you another secret. Zhan Huang is my older brother. My grandson calls him Grandpa. We've been fighting each other for decades because we don't like each other. We've never killed our own family. Boom. The Empress's head buzzed again. The Battle Emperor was Quang Zun's brother? This was something she had never known before. Not only that, but even the experts under Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor didn't know either. Not to mention them, even their grandchildren might not be fully aware of this secret. If you were just neutral, we would have turned a blind eye. But since you're looking for trouble, don't blame us for being merciless. Zhan Huang looked at the Empress and said coldly, Empress, kill yourself. Kill herself. Asking a superior to commit suicide was not an easy thing to do, unless this superior had already been utterly defeated. The Empress had asked her subordinates to disguise themselves and sneak into Zhan Huang and Quang Zun's territory to increase their hatred. However, he had accidentally killed the grandson of the Mad Sovereign and even lost one of his closest relatives. Left with no choice, Quang Zun and Zhan Huang could only break their agreement and target the Empress. Disheartened, the Empress looked around. This time, both Zhan Huang and Quang Zun had brought more people than her. If they joined forces, she had no chance of winning. If she killed herself, she wouldn't have to fight and her subordinates wouldn't have died. But she couldn't accept it. Her wish was to unite the chaotic astral ocean like the Wind Thunder Emperor had 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to see that happen. I understand. The Empress unsheathed her weapon. Captain? The experts behind the Empress hurriedly shouted. The Empress's pirates were the weakest of the 3 overlords. She was the only one who was a level 9 king. Quang Zun's pirates had 2 other level 9 kings. Zhan Huang was slightly weaker, so there were only 2 of them. As long as the Empress died, the situation in the chaotic astral ocean would change. It could be divided or it could be united. After all, Zhan Huang and Quang Zun were brothers. It wasn't impossible for them to unite the chaotic astral ocean. Kill yourself. It's time for the chaotic astral ocean to be peaceful. Zhan Huang looked at the Empress. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. Empress. Guan Yulan rushed to the Empress's side. The Empress looked at her and shook her head. Yulan, I'm sorry. The Empress's pirates, I'm afraid. The winner takes all. Don't worry. As long as you die, we won't make things difficult for your people, Zhan Huang added. The Empress nodded. She was ready. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was not far away, knew he was about to come out. Although this had nothing to do with him, the Empress had taken care of Guan Yulan for 7 years. Guan Yulan had no parents since she was young, so Yi Xian didn't want her to die. Since the Empress wanted to unite the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian would lend her a hand. After all, Guan Yulan would be the empress in the future. Kuang Zun. Yi Xian shouted and rushed over. Kuang Zun was stunned. When he saw Yi Xian's face, he was even more surprised. "It's you? Why are you here?" Kuang Zun asked in shock. Yi Xian's appearance made the empress's hand freeze. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Kuang Zun Zhan Huang, I'm giving you a chance. If you retreat now, you can save your lives. Otherwise, your pirates will be removed from the chaotic astral ocean in the future." Kuang Zun was shocked when he heard this. "What did you say?" An image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the image of Mysterious Mountain making a move. When Yi Xian left the Kuang Zun pirates, he was only a level 4 king. Now that 2 months had passed, he was at most a level 5 king. Kuang Zun thought that Yi Xian had asked Mysterious Mountain to make a move. Chapter 689. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Challenging and Overlord. Of course, Yi Xian didn't want them to leave. He wanted to kill them all, so he said regretfully, "Don't worry, my teacher won't do anything. Now I challenge you. Mad Sovereign War Emperor, do you accept?" This sentence frightened the surrounding people. A young man dared to challenge Mad Sovereign and War Emperor at the same time. Challenging 2 kings at the same time? Was he looking for death? "Second brother, who is his teacher?" War Emperor asked in surprise. He could see that Mad Sovereign knew Yi Xian. "Mysterious Mountain Man." Mad Sovereign said gloomily. News of a Void God Realm Great Emperor appearing in Mad Sovereign's territory quickly reached War Emperor's ears. When the Battle Emperor heard the truth, his face turned pale. The Nihility God Realm Great Emperor was a powerful expert that could easily kill all of them. As for Yi Xian, he was actually the disciple of that Nihility God Realm Great Emperor. "Don't worry, I'm just an in-name disciple. My teacher won't ask if I live or die." This time, Yi Xian directly revealed that he was an in-name disciple. That day in the Kuang Zun pirates, he said that he was Mountain Master Shenzhong's disciple, but he didn't say that he was an in-name disciple. After Kuang Zun saw the gravity space, he naturally thought that Yi Xian was Mountain Master Shenzhong's personal disciple. But today Yi Xian was 100 times stronger than before. There was no need to hide it. In-name disciple? Mad Sovereign's expression changed again. If he knew Yi Xian was only an in-name disciple, why would he refuse? So he's just an in-name disciple. How dare he challenge me in second brother? Zhang Yanue, go and fight him. War Emperor snorted. After hearing about Mysterious Mountain Man, War Emperor didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian. Although he was only an in-name disciple, wasn't he yen stronger than Mad Sovereign? Therefore one couldn't judge a book by its cover, nor could one judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, the muscular man behind the Battle Emperor stepped forward. He was an 8th grade king, and his strength was not to be underestimated. In any case, today's matter had already been decided. Yi Xian's appearance was just a small interlude. Very quickly Yi Xian stepped into the air and walked out, brandishing a green longsword in his hand. Wind Dragon Slash. The name of this green longsword was the same as a martial art he had learned before. To deal with a level 8 king, he didn't need to use the Bahuang sword at all. He didn't even need to raise his hand. The reason why he took out the Wind Dragon Slash was to show off this weapon. All the experts present raised their eyebrows, including Kuang Zun, Battle Emperor, and the Empress. The Wind Dragon Slash of the Wind Thunder Grand Emperor? Someone exclaimed. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was an all-powerful figure 1,000 years ago. At that time he unified the chaotic astral ocean. However, because his lifespan was nearing its end, after he disappeared, the chaotic astral ocean was once again divided. However, there were still many statues of him in the chaotic astral ocean. As his main weapon, the Wind Dragon Slash was naturally familiar to the world. Humph, it's just a replica. It's only a middle-grade ethereal god weapon. Someone immediately snorted disdainfully. Everyone had seen many replica weapons like this, so it didn't mean anything. However, how would they know that the Wind Dragon Slash in Yi Xian's hand was the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's main weapon, the template of all the replicas? Go to hell, kid. The snort just now was from the muscular man. He directly slashed a flaming sword chi at Yi Xian. Haha. With the Wind Dragon Slash in his hand, Yi Xian casually slashed out an attack. Wind Cloud Slash. Whoosh. This slash easily broke through the flaming sword chi and cut the muscular man in half. It was so fast that only a few people present could react. When the muscular man's body fell from the sky and his interspatial ring flew toward Yi Xian, the people present finally reacted. This is the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's Wind Cloud Slash. Gosh, the Wind Dragon Slash can be replicated, but I've never heard of anyone who could create a martial arts technique similar to the Wind Cloud Slash. Could it be that he found the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance? The people around were shocked. The War Emperor, Kwangzun, and the Empress also widened their eyes. They felt that this slash was so terrifying that even they might not be able to withstand it. Just as everyone was wondering, Yi Xian laughed loudly. That's right, I've already obtained the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance. The Wind Dragon Slash and the Wind Cloud Slash were also obtained from the Wind Thunder Palace. When his words fell into everyone's ears, everyone's body trembled violently. The Wind Thunder Palace really existed? The world had been searching for thousands of years, but they couldn't find the legendary Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. Therefore, many people guessed that the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor might have left behind a lie. There was no Wind Thunder Palace, nor was there any Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was a selfish person who wouldn't pass on what he had learned in his life. They didn't expect it to be true. War Emperor Kwangzun, come out and fight me. Yi Xian shouted. He had completely comprehended the Wind profound meaning. Even though he was only a level 7 king, he could easily kill a level 8 king. In the battle just now, he didn't even use his domain. He killed a level 8 king with a casual slash. If he used his domain, Kwangzun and War Emperor would be nothing. War Emperor and Kwangzun looked gloomy. Before they could say anything, Yi Xian said, "Oh, the level 9 kings of your two pirate groups should come out as well." This time, apart from Crazy Sovereign and Battle Emperor, there were a total of 3 9th level kings from both sides, which meant that all of them had come. Now Yi Xian didn't only want to challenge Kwangzun and War Emperor, but also the 3 level 9 kings. Wasn't this a little too crazy? Only a Void God Realm Emperor could challenge 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Wasn't Yi Xian courting death? Hearing this, even Guan Yulan was shocked. She wanted to stop Yi Xian, but when she saw the confident smile on his face, she held herself back. She had seen Yi Xian's strength before. She didn't have any ability to resist Yi Xian. One had to know that her strength was already comparable to a level 9 king. Yi Xian had Wind Xingqia, Wind Acceleration, and 2 Space Profound Meanings. His speed was unmatched. Thinking of this, Guan Yulan had great confidence in Yi Xian. You don't know your place. War Emperor was furious. Challenging him was one thing, but now the Mad Sovereign had to be added into the mix. Now, the Mad Sovereign wanted to challenge all 5 level 9 kings, including him. This was an absolute humiliation. Chapter 690. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. The War Emperor was dead. Alright, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The Battle Emperor flew out, accompanied by another level 9 king. Kwangzun frowned as well. Then he walked out, followed by the 2 kings. 5 level 9 kings had gathered. Among the 5 of them, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor were the strongest. Although the other 3 were just level 9 kings, only an empty God Realm Emperor would be able to kill them. They did not believe that Yi Xian was an empty God Realm Emperor. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction when he saw the 5 of them. There were a total of 6 level 9 kings in the chaotic astral ocean. Excluding the Empress, there were only 5 of them left. In order to unify the chaotic astral ocean, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor had to die. Otherwise, how could the Empress keep the chaotic astral ocean in check? Therefore, these 5 people became people that Yi Xian had to kill, and also became his stepping stones. Yi Xian had already made a plan. After unifying the chaotic astral ocean and assisting Guan Yulan in becoming the Overlord, he would open up a route for the Warlord Palace and kill his way back to the eastern mainland to take revenge on Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue. Yi Xian flew into the distance. Crazy Sovereign and the others felt that it was unnecessary. After all, if the 5 of them worked together, they would be able to kill Yi Xian in an instant. Yi Xian suddenly switched the Wind Dragon Slash to his left hand and took out the Bahuang sword. This was his first time facing 5 level 9 kings. He did not dare to be reckless and had to be cautious. Kid, hand over the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance and I will spare your life. The War Emperor said to Yi Xian. The Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance would definitely be of the wind and lightning attributes. The War Emperor's son was of the wind attribute and could use it. If you want the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance, come and get it yourself. Yi Xian smiled. He knew that he would not rest until he was dead. Even if he had the backing of Mysterious Mountain Man, the War Emperor and the others would not show him mercy if he was not strong enough. Very good, you have a backbone. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. The War Emperor yelled and immediately expanded his territory. At the same time, he threw out dozens of virtual god weapons and attacked Yi Xian. The 2 of them were 10,000 meters apart, and their domains had already enveloped Yi Xian. On the other hand, Yi Xian's domain also enveloped the 5 of them. Battle Emperor was of the metal element, Mad Sovereign was of the fire element, and the other 3 were of the metal, fire, and water elements respectively. Although there were 2 elements that countered him, Yi Xian had more than just the earth element. Swish! Yi Xian swiftly flew over. The pair of green wings on his back were extremely dazzling. The 100% completion high-grade Void God martial art, Wind Cleaver, contained the wind acceleration profound meaning, the gravity space's repulsive force acceleration, and the wind space's wind acceleration. This allowed Yi Xian, who was only a level 7 king, to surpass even the Battle Emperor and the Mad Supremacy. What? Seeing Yi Xian go all out, the Battle Emperor and the others finally understood what kind of person they had provoked. A level 7 king's speed actually surpassed them, who were level 9 kings. He was a genius, no, a monster. The wealth of a level 9 king was very tempting to Yi Xian, but he also knew that an elite like the Battle Emperor wouldn't put everything in his yin and yang ring. They would find a place to hide most of their belongings. However, as long as he killed the 5 of them, he would at least be able to break through to become a level 8 king. Yi Xian's main target was the Battle Emperor. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in a flash. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the 5 of them were stunned to appear in front of the Battle Emperor. Wind space, gravity space. In the next instant, Yi Xian used the dual space to restrict the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor was already a pinnacle king, but the dual space had a huge restriction on him. Although he could move, his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Die. Star-shattering sword. This battle was very important. Yi Xian arrived in front of the Battle Emperor before thrusting out his star-shattering sword. The Battle Emperor really wanted to dodge, but his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Moreover, Yi Xian was so fast that he couldn't react. He couldn't dodge this attack. Metal defense. The Battle Emperor was covered in a layer of golden armor. However, the cold light still entered his body. Gotcha. The Battle Emperor's golden armor began to shatter as blood poured out. The Battle Emperor, one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, was dead. Yi Xian had instantly killed him. Wild Sovereign and the others were stunned. They stared blankly at the Battle Emperor's body, which had been shattered into countless pieces, falling from the sky. At this moment, the yin and yang ring had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. F***ck, the Battle Emperor is so stingy? Yi Xian was helpless. Indeed, the stronger one was, the more cautious one was. The amount of treasures in the Battle Emperor's yin and yang ring was pitifully small. However, it was still a lot more than a level 8 king. I just need to kill 1 or 2 more and I'll break through. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had recovered some of his qi, enough for him to use the Windfall Cleaver. The star-shattering sword had used up all of his qi. He had to be more cautious while his qi recovered. He had to retreat first. Big brother. When Yi Xian retreated 1,000 meters away, Quang Zun finally reacted. The Battle Emperor who had just died was Wild Sovereign's big brother. Kill him. Wild Sovereign roared and charged at Yi Xian. The other 3 quickly followed, determined to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. At this time, the people of the 3 pirate groups were already dumbfounded. The Battle Emperor was the strongest of the 3 overlords. He had reached the peak and was only 1 step away from becoming a Void God Great Emperor. How could someone like that be killed by Yi Xian? Most importantly, the Battle Emperor was of the metal attribute. Even Wild Sovereign wouldn't have been able to break through his defense so easily. However, he had indeed died just like that. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic. Who is he? The Empress murmured. Guan Yulan didn't answer. She silently watched Yi Xian being chased by Wild Sovereign and the other 3. She finally understood why Yi Xian had challenged 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Yi Xian, who was being chased by Quang Zun's group of 4, dodged while recovering his true energy. At this moment he had already recovered 1/3 of his true qi. This was enough for him to use the sword-shattering stars again and kill a 9th grade king. However, the star-shattering sword was his strongest attack and no one could withstand it. If he only used this move, wouldn't the other profound meanings he had comprehended become mere decorations? Ha ha, you 5 enjoy this move. Yi Xian laughed. Suddenly he ingeniously dodged the attacks and gathered the 4 together. Then he trapped them in a dual space. The 4's speed dropped drastically, and their expressions changed. In the next moment, the dual space was filled with howling winds. Chapter 691. Wind Element Profound Death Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as countless wind blades appeared. Not only that, but the Bahuang sword had also been shattered. With all sorts of enhancements, it flew in. Death storm, 10,000 lightning and raging flames incinerate the heavens. These three profound were extremely powerful. Although Yi Xian was only a level 7 king, using Death Storm in the dual space was much more threatening. Wild Reverend and the other three's faces sank. They used all their abilities to block, but their speed was greatly reduced. They could only defend. However, one shouldn't forget that the wind blades weren't the only ones attacking. There were also 8 other blades. Throbbing pulse of the earth, 32 layers. The blades continuously broke through the defenses of the 4. By the time the death storm stopped, 2 figures had already fallen from the sky. Their interspatial rings flew towards Yi Xian. Of the 4, only Wild Reverend and the other metal-attributed level 9 king had survived. It's still not powerful enough. Yi Xian grinned as he caught the 2 interspatial rings. It was indeed not powerful enough before, but now it was enough. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 king. Now Yi Xian could be considered a true unrivaled king. As a level 7 king, he was able to challenge 5 level 9 kings by himself and even kill 3 of them. Now that he was a level 8 king, could Wild Reverend and the other level 9 kings still survive? Wild Reverend felt Yi Xian's domain suddenly expand. His face was ashen as he stood there motionless. Winner takes all. Wild Sovereign calmly spat out these words. Good, you're a formidable character. I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as a wind blade flew towards Wild Reverend, cutting his head off. 4 of the 5 level 9 kings were already dead. The last metal-attributed level 9 king suddenly cowered. He hurriedly said, "Spare me." The stronger one was, the more one feared death. He'd worked so hard to become a level 9 king. He wasn't willing to die like this. Compared to his life, what was dignity? I'm sorry. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. Yi Xian finished speaking calmly. In the next instant, this level 9 king tier was killed by his sword shattering the stars. The destructive power of a 9th grade king was enormous. He couldn't leave such a star in the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore this person had to die. All 5 9th grade kings had fallen. The battle was over. Huff, huff, as expected, he didn't manage to break through to the 9th grade. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite satisfied with his strength. After all, this was not his full combat strength. He felt like he could deal with dozens of battle emperors and mad sovereigns at the same time. 5 9th grade kings were really nothing much. Seeing the 5 kings fall one after another at the hands of Yi Xian, the 3 pirate groups were so shocked that they were prostrating themselves on the ground. At this time, the 3 camps were completely silent. Yi Xian glanced into the distance and quickly flew over. Now that the battle emperor and the mad celestial are dead, those who submit will be spared. Yi Xian shouted to the experts of the War Emperor pirates and the Quangzun pirates. After a second of silence, they shouted in unison, "We submit." Such a loud and clear voice made Yi Xian feel relieved, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. He was now the strongest person in the chaotic astral ocean. If he wanted to, he could definitely unify the chaotic astral ocean. Of course, this didn't include Mysterious Mountain Man. However, he didn't want to be a pirate leader. His goal wasn't as simple as becoming a Void God Realm king. After that, his gaze landed on the Empress. His gaze caused the Empress to tremble all over. "Don't worry, I won't attack you," Yi Xian said. If he wanted to, none of the people present would be able to escape his pursuit. However, Yi Xian wouldn't attack the Empress because she was related to Guan Yulan. Moreover, Guan Yulan still needed to ask if she could recover her memories. "Now, I want to make a deal with you." Yi Xian suddenly glanced at Guan Yulan and said, "Yulan and I are friends. I knew her before you brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. As long as you recover her memories, you will be the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean." The Empress was stunned. Yi Xian was also from the Tianshui continent. How was this possible? You. The Empress was so shocked that she couldn't speak. You must want to unify the chaotic astral ocean, right? Didn't you find Yulan because you want to train her to become a Void God Realm Great Emperor and unify the chaotic astral ocean? Yi Xian asked. Indeed, that was what the Empress wanted. As long as she could train a Void God Realm Great Emperor, she could unify the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was no need to wait until then. The Empress immediately agreed. The best way to cultivate the heartless Tao was to erase one's memories and start from scratch. In fact, there were many girls like Guan Yulan, but their talents were much worse than Guan Yulan's. That was why the Empress wanted to train Guan Yulan as her successor. Now, with this relationship with Yi Xian, the Empress could unify the chaotic astral ocean and fulfill her wish. Then Guan Yulan wouldn't need to cultivate the heartless Tao anymore. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, she put her hand on Guan Yulan's head. Guan Yulan groaned in pain and blinked. When she opened her eyes again, there was a change in her eyes. Yixin? Guan Yulan looked at the white figure in front of her and whispered softly. Finally recovered. Yixin was overjoyed. As expected, his memories were not erased. Instead they were sealed. Now it was finally unlocked. Yixin. After recovering her memories, Guan Yulan threw herself into Yixin's arms. 7 years. 7 years had passed since that day. Yixin hugged Guan Yulan tightly and patted her back. These 7 years he had been thinking about Guan Yulan, but he couldn't do anything about it. Although he already had a fiancée, in this world even an ordinary warrior could have several wives. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun both had 5 or 6 wives. They all wanted their families to be strong, so 2 wives was nothing. At this time, the Empress and the others finally understood why Yixin wanted to help. The Empress felt very lucky. 7 years ago she took Guan Yulan away from Yixin, but Yixin didn't take her life. He was already very kind. Yulan, from now on you are the Empress. The beautiful woman said to Guan Yulan's back. Guan Yulan trembled and turned around. Mother, you? Chapter 692. Then she glanced at Yixin. Yixin was only a grade 7 king before, but he was able to kill 3 grade 9 kings. Now that he was a grade 8 king, he was invincible under the great emperor level. With such talent he could definitely break through to the void spirit realm. If he married Guan Yulan, wouldn't she be Yixin's mother-in-law? Having a son-in-law in the void spirit realm was even more impressive than unifying the chaotic astral ocean. Hearing her words, the experts of the 3 pirate groups all knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Empress." Empress Guan Yulan. After the fall of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, the Empress became the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean. However, the current Empress was a different person from before. Guan Yulan inherited the position of Empress and became the Empress of the chaotic astral ocean. The territories of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang were merged with the Empress's territory. Yixin didn't expect that the chaotic astral ocean, which had been in chaos for thousands of years, would be unified one day. Moreover, it was through his hands. Now that Guan Yulan was the Empress, there were no more obstacles to the Battle King Palace's route. At that moment, Yixin prepared to tell Song Suijing and the others about this. When they first came to the Blood Rock continent, Song Suijing said that she agreed that Yixin could have other women, but not too many. Therefore she didn't have any objections. After all, there were 2 brothers in the Great Song dynasty and 1 in the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. Now Lan Yu was also taken by him. There were 4 in total. Yixin, including her, only had 2. Where could they find such a loyal man? However, when Yixin brought Guan Yulan to Shuntian Island, Lan Yu told him a piece of news. The heart of the great emperor had appeared. No, it should be said that it had disappeared. Shuntian City. What happened? Yixin couldn't help but ask. Previously, the 3 king palaces combined the 3 maps of the heart of the great emperor and guessed the location of the great emperor's death. This location originally belonged to the eastern continent, but now it belonged to the great wilderness. The 3 king palaces have already come to an agreement to find the great emperor's corpse and study it together, Lan Yu replied. And then? Yixin frowned. Then the great emperor's corpse was taken away by a mysterious expert. Palace Master Situ immediately chased after him, but there has been no news, the great elder Shi Yonghao replied. A mysterious expert? Yixin raised an eyebrow and said, could this mysterious expert be from the Yao clan? I was there at that time. That mysterious expert was very powerful. He was at least a level 6 king. Most importantly, there was still a trace of the great emperor's will left behind in the great emperor's corpse. Sigh, we were too careless. Shi Yonghao sighed. The will of the great emperor? Yixin raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lan Yu, who was at the side, hurriedly said, the demonic beast race emperor's corpse still contains the remnant will of the demonic beast race emperor. If an ordinary king were to obtain it, he would be able to comprehend it quickly. He might even be able to break through to the Void God Realm Emperor realm. What? He directly broke through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor? Yixin was shocked. If that mysterious expert was from the Yao clan, then wouldn't the Yao clan have another Void God Realm Great Emperor? We just don't know who that mysterious expert is. Palace Master Situ has gone out to investigate, but there has been no news, Shi Yonghao added. Then I'll go too. I've already broken through to level 8 King Realm. My strength isn't any weaker than Palace Master Situ's. Yixin took the initiative to resign. As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone's expression changed. In just a few months, Yi Xian had broken through to level 8 king realm? Yi Xian pulled Guan Yulan over and said, "Now that I've killed Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, she's the new great empress. The chaotic astral ocean can be considered unified. Great elder, you can go and choose a route." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, 2 level 9 kings, were killed by Yi Xian. This young lady, who was only 25 years old, was the new great empress? Everyone's minds went blank. They couldn't figure out what had happened in the past few months. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he pulled Song Suijing over and whispered a few words to her. Song Suijing had also broken through to level 4 king realm, but she was still far from Guan Yulan. Yi Xian's current goal was to nurture Song Suijing into a great empress and rule the chaotic astral ocean together with Guan Yulan. Song Suijing was stunned when she heard Yi Xian's whisper. She nodded silently. She had heard about Guan Yulan from Yi Xian a long time ago. She didn't expect the great empress in front of her to be Guan Yulan. "Yulan, take care of things here. I'll go back to the eastern continent to take a look," Yi Xian said to Guan Yulan. "Okay." Guan Yulan nodded. She was quite capable. When Yi Xian came to the chaotic astral ocean again, she would be able to take care of everything and open up a path. After that, Yi Xian directly left Shuntian Island and flew towards the eastern continent. It had been a few months since he came to the chaotic astral ocean. When he came, he was only a level 3 king. When he left, he was already a level 8 king. However, his strength was invincible among the Void God Realm kings. Mysterious expert, Great Emperor's will. I'm already a level 8 king. If I break through again, I'll be a level 9 king. When that time comes, I don't know what I'll need to become a great emperor. Maybe it'll be this great emperor's will, Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He sped up to the extreme and arrived at the eastern continent in just a day. Then he quickly returned to the warlord palace and found Lan Yao. Although he only spent a day to rush back, it had been more than half a month since the great emperor's heart was taken away by the mysterious expert. "Palace master, what's the situation now?" Yi Xian asked anxiously. "Yi Xian, you're back?" Lan Yao was shocked when he saw Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the Jiang family since he dared to come back from the chaotic astral ocean. "Deputy Palace Master, I've heard about what happened. Is there any news about the monster race Great Emperor's corpse?" Yi Xian asked quickly. The Great Emperor's will was very important to him. After all, his father Yi Chong was stuck at the level 9 king realm. If he could obtain the monster race Great Emperor's corpse, he might be able to break through to the Void God realm. "Yes, the Sword God Palace just sent a message." Lan Yao nodded and took out a portrait. "This is the portrait of the mysterious expert. It said that he escaped into the wilderness." Yi Xian took the portrait and was shocked. He knew this person. Chapter 693. "Yi Xian, have you seen him before?" Lan Yao asked hastily when he saw Yi Xian's strange expression. "Yes, he is the great elder of the 9th branch. He colluded with the Beast clan and stole the heart of the heavenly dragon from us." Yi Xian nodded. Lan Yao was shocked when he heard this. How could it be him? The great elder of the 9th branch was only at the empty god realm. Even if he stole the heart of the heavenly dragon, it was impossible for him to become so powerful in such a short period of time. "Hold on. Jiang Tianjin and I were fighting over the Void God Realm Heavenly Dragon Corpse. The palace master had seen it before. This corpse's level is very high. It's at least a level 6 king," Lan Yao suddenly said. "Level 6 king?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the elder of the 9th branch was very lucky to have seen such a powerful corpse. Then, the heart of the heavenly dragon. We humans don't know much about the Beast clan. Although he couldn't comprehend the ultimacy after taking the heart of the heavenly dragon, his physique could be greatly improved. The news from the Sword God Palace also said that he had an extremely strong physique. It seems that he used a special method to become so powerful. Lan Yao said in realization. A level 6 king was not worth mentioning to Yi Xian. However, after the great elder of the 9th branch obtained the empty god realm emperor's corpse, it was unknown. Now that he has obtained the empty god realm emperor's corpse, his strength will definitely increase tremendously. "Deputy Palace Master, is the heavenly dragon corpse from the Beast clan or an ordinary empty god realm beast?" Yi Xian asked again. "It is from the Beast clan," Lan Yao replied. "If it is the Beast clan's heart, it can't be refined into the heart of the heavenly dragon. He must have used other methods to become powerful." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He exclaimed, Oh no, now that he has obtained the Beast Clan Emperor's corpse, his strength. After Yi Xian's reminder, Lan Yao came to a realization. The great elder of the ninth branch had become so powerful after obtaining the Beast Clan's heart. Now that he had obtained the monster race Great Emperor's corpse, how powerful would he become? Most importantly, the monster race Great Emperors will still remain within the corpse. Yi Xian, it's better if you don't go. The Sword God's palace already knows about this matter. They will deal with it, reminded Lan Yao. Deputy Hall Master, don't worry. My current strength is no weaker than Hall Master Situ's, Yi Xian said hurriedly. He said this in a more tactful manner. If he were to fight with Situ Ao Tian, then he would definitely win. This, Lan Yao's heart trembled again. After a moment of hesitation, he said, the Sword God Palace has already sent a team into the depths of the wasteland. How many experts are there in the wasteland? Yi Xian asked curiously. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is stronger than the three halls combined. The agreement between the Sword God Palace and the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness states that the monster kings of the Great Wilderness are not allowed to leave the Great Wilderness. The Sword God Palace also does not allow great emperors to enter the Great Wilderness, Lan Yao explained. Are there any great emperors of the monster tribe in the Great Wilderness? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure about this, but I'm sure there is an expert who is more powerful than the Empty God Realm Great Emperor. Back then, the Sword God Palace made an agreement with him, Lan Yao said solemnly. Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. He asked in shock, is there really an expert who has surpassed the Empty God Realm? Isn't that a legend? The world thinks it's a legend, but it's not. The seniors of the Sword God Palace have seen him with their own eyes. Otherwise, the Sword God Palace would have gone in and exterminated the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness. Lan Yao shook his head. Yi Xian was stunned. An expert who has surpassed the Empty God Realm Great Emperor? What realm is he in? Yi Xian asked curiously. I'm not sure, but he's very powerful. Moreover, he seems to be a human, not a monster tribe. Lan Yao revealed another secret. A human, not a monster tribe? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Since he was a human, why was he helping the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness? This kind of thing was not something he could know about. All right, Deputy Palace Master, I'll head to the depths of the Great Wilderness immediately. Yi Xian nodded and left the Warlord Hall immediately. If possible, he wanted to obtain the monster tribe Great Emperor's corpse. If he could use it, he would become a Great Emperor himself. If the devouring system didn't need it, he would give it to Yi Chong. After leaving the Warlord Hall, Yi Xian headed straight for the Great Wilderness. In less than a day he arrived at the Great Wilderness. He passed through the outer and inner regions of the Great Wilderness and arrived at the depths of the Great Wilderness. Even the Sword God Palace has not explored the depths of the Great Wilderness. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is intimidated by the Sword God Palace. There might be an Empty God Realm Great Emperor, so I can't let my guard down. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the depths of the Great Wilderness. The depths of the Great Wilderness was an unknown place. Yi Xian began to wander around the depths of the Great Wilderness. His speed was very fast. Occasionally he would encounter some void god beasts, but they were all killed by him. However, the vastness of the Great Wilderness had exceeded his expectations. He traveled in a straight line for 3 days, but he still couldn't find the end. It took him less than half a day to go from the outer regions to the depths of the Great Wilderness. Could it be that the size of this great wasteland is even larger than the chaotic astral sea? Yi Xian thought for a moment before continuing his search. His only clue was the depths of the Great Wilderness. However, he had already arrived at the depths of the Great Wilderness, but he didn't see any monster tribe or humans. However, on the 4th day after he entered the Great Wilderness, he finally saw some people. Rumble. The commotion in the distance attracted Yi Xian's attention. It's quite a commotion. It seems like a large-scale group battle. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly flew over. When he arrived, he saw dozens of figures besieging a few people. Dozens of high-level monster tribe kings besieging 6 people? Yi Xian glanced around and found that Situ Outyin was among the 6 monster tribe kings. He quickly sized them up. Among the dozens of monster tribe kings, there were 9 level 9 monster tribe kings, more than 10 level 8 monster tribe kings, and the rest were all level 7 monster tribe kings. F***CK. Is this the full combat strength of the monster tribe? Yi Xian was shocked. The chaotic astral ocean seemed to have only this much combat strength. He didn't expect the Great Wilderness to be so powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly glanced around and found a figure 10,000 meters away from the battlefield. It was the Grand Elder of the 9th Hall of the Warlord Hall, Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong was dressed in black and looked the same as before. At this moment he also noticed Yi Xian. "We've got another guest," Li Yao said. Chapter 694. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and turned around. When he saw that Situ Outyin and the other 5 couldn't hold on any longer, he quickly rushed over. As for Qin Huaizhong, he looked at Yi Xian and didn't make a move. "You are merely from the monster tribe." Yi Xian's eyes widened. If he were to kill these demons, then his cultivation would naturally soar to the 9th level of the king realm. Gravity space, wind space. Yi Xian quickly trapped the weaker kings of the monster tribe. In the next instant, a strong wind blew in the dual space. Huff huff. Death storm. Although these kings of the monster tribe had strong physiques, they were nothing compared to Yi Xian when even Kuang Zun and the War Emperor had died. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 kings of the monster tribe were killed. Their interspatial rings flew toward Yi Xian. What? Situ Outyin and the other 5 kings, the kings of the monster tribe, and Qin Huaizhong were all shocked. How high was Yi Xian's cultivation realm to be able to kill so many kings in one hit? "How dare you kill our monster tribe members? You are courting death." The Grand Elder's eyes flashed as he rushed toward Yi Xian. From the moment he saw Qin Huaizhong, Yi Xian had already guessed that Qin Huaizhong was the only one watching from the side. Since so many monster tribe members had surrounded Situ Outyin and the other 5 kings, they had probably submitted to Qin Huaizhong. Only strength could make the kings of the 9 major monster tribes submit to him. Therefore, Qin Huaizhong had most likely become a great emperor. Devour. Yi Xian quickly devoured the interspatial rings. Unfortunately, he didn't become a grade 9 king because of this. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong had already rushed over. In the next instant, Yi Xian felt a strong force that shook his mind and made him want to retreat. This feeling was very similar to when Wu Shang had appeared outside the King of Weapons Hall. Great Emperor intent. Oh no, Qin Huaizhong has really broken through to the empty god realm. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the dual space on Qin Huaizhong. He could move. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. It seemed that he would not be like an ant in front of a void god realm great emperor. Qin Huaizhong, who was flying towards Yi Xian, was startled. His speed had been restricted, which surprised him. But in the next moment he was enveloped by a strange energy, and the effect of the double space on him was instantly reduced. A cold light flashed by. Qin Huaizhong's eyes widened. A surge of energy instantly dispersed Yi Xian's sword-shattering stars. Great Emperor's will? Is this the Great Emperor's will? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. However, he felt that Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor will was much weaker than Wu Shang's. Perhaps Qin Huaizhong had yet to truly break through to the empty god realm. Since that was the case, he had a chance of winning. He was using the upper-grade virtual god martial art, Wind Cleaver, at the same time, using profound meaning to increase his speed. If one were to compare, his speed was even faster than Qin Huaizhong's. Good boy, I haven't seen you for a year and you've grown to this extent. You can be considered a heaven-defying monster. But today I am the sovereign of the beast race. How dare you kill my people? You're courting death. Qin Huaizhong was furious and he chased after Yi Xian. He had already merged with the great emperor's heart, and his physique was extremely strong. However, the beast race great emperors will had collapsed until only a trace was left. Otherwise Yi Xian would have been shocked to death. The great emperors will couldn't increase Qin Huaizhong's speed. Moreover, he mainly relied on his physique, which was why he couldn't fly fast. As expected, his great emperor's will is very weak. It's worlds apart from Wu Shang's. As long as I go around him and deal with the other beast kings, I'll be able to break through to the 9th grade beast king realm and fight him. Yi Xian thought in his heart. His sword-shattering stars had been directly shattered by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will. However, he continued to attack because he guessed that the great emperor's will would be consumed like true qi. 36 overlapping shadows. 32 layers of earth pulse. Tempest cleave. He attacked and retreated at the same time. Although his attacks were shattered by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will, his true qi recovered faster than it was consumed. Damn it, I should have just killed those 6 people. Qin Huaizhong regretted not being able to catch up to Yi Xian. He had merged with the great emperor's will and become the emperor of the beast race. The 9 beast kings obeyed him. Therefore he didn't interfere in the battle just now. Instead he let the beast race subordinates fight. If he had taken action just now, Situ Outyin and the others would have died hundreds of times. Humph, kid, don't think you can escape. I'll show you my true face. Qin Huaizhong suddenly shouted. In the next moment he transformed into a red sky dragon. His transformation was completed in an instant, unlike the other beast race members who took a long time to transform. So fast. He doesn't have the beast race's curse. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's speed increased greatly. He was much faster than Yi Xian. Yi Xian cursed in his heart and hurriedly landed on the ground. Profound meaning of earth, ground shrink. Qin Huaizhong didn't expect Yi Xian to have comprehended shrink. He immediately gathered the great emperor's will and bombarded the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The great emperor's will was a very special technique. It had many uses. For example, it could be used to suppress, defend, or even attack. If the profound meaning and domain were merged with the great emperor's will, the power would increase greatly. Wherever Qin Huaizhong's eyes looked, it was like an explosion. The power was several times stronger than raging flames incinerate the heavens. He bombarded the ground more than 10 times and blasted more than 10,000 meters into the ground. He realized that Yi Xian's aura was gone. Is he dead? Qin Huaizhong narrowed his eyes. However, in the next moment he suddenly realized something. Oh no! He immediately turned around. He felt that Yi Xian shouldn't be dead. He must have gone back. Rumble. As expected, when he rushed back, he realized that Yi Xian had already arrived. At this moment there were already more than 10 figures in the air. Ding. The host has broken through. The host is now a level 9 king. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He looked at the red figure and smiled. While the other party was in a daze, he quickly used shrink to rush back. Then he killed several beast kings and many level 7 and level 8 kings. The pressure on Situ Outyin and the other 5 instantly decreased. The 6 of them were all elites of the Sword God's palace. Each of them was a genius who could fight against 2 or 3 people at once. That was why they could hold on until now. Just now, Yi Xian had helped them reduce the pressure, but now that he'd done it again, their opponents were only 5 level 9 demon kings and 10 level 7 or 8 demon kings. Chapter 695. 36 overlapping images. 32 layered earth pulse. Tempest cleave. Yi Xian attacked the red sky dragon that was rushing over. Although it was better to use the dragon's judgment and the 8 desolation slaying sword to deal with the sky dragon, the dragon's judgment was too weak. If it couldn't hurt Qin Huaizhong, it wouldn't increase its strength at all. Therefore Yi Xian continued to use his normal attacks. Boom, boom, boom. His attacks were dispersed by Qin Huaizhong's emperor intent. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's strength increased greatly. However, Yi Xian's strength also increased greatly after his breakthrough. Therefore neither of them had the upper hand. Qin Huaizhong used his emperor intent to intimidate Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's speed was too fast. After his breakthrough, the emperor intent's effect on him decreased significantly. He used his speed to dodge frantically. Demonic beasts couldn't use their ultimacies after transforming into their true forms. However, the emperor intent could. The 2 of them were still at a stalemate. Demonic beast emperor, don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. We demonic beasts can't be exterminated. A grade 9 demonic beast emperor shouted. Qin Huaizhong was originally a human. However, he used a special method to fuse with the heart of a demonic beast. Therefore, he directly surpassed the half-demonic beast level and became a true demonic beast. Now that he had fused with the heart and emperor intent, he had become the demonic beast emperor. He didn't have the curse of the demonic beast on him. This meant that his descendants wouldn't either. The demonic beast had put in a lot of effort to remove the curse. Although Qin Huaizhong, a human, had obtained it, he was now a demonic beast. How can I, the demonic beast emperor, retreat? Qin Huaizhong didn't listen at all. However, his great emperor's will was stolen after all. It was much weaker than his own great emperor's will. Moreover, the demonic beast emperor had fallen for so long that his emperor intent had mostly dissipated. Therefore he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. On the other hand, Yi Xian's strength was constantly increasing. Ding. Throbbing of the earth 32 layered earth has transformed into throbbing of the earth 64 layered earth. The throbbing of the earth had transformed at this moment. Its power had increased by several times. Alright. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he unleashed the 36 overlapping shadows at the red sky dragon. Countless sword lights swept towards Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong's dragon eyes widened, and his great emperor's will pressed down. But this time he wasn't able to destroy the 36 overlapping shadows in one go. What? Qin Huaizhong was shocked. He hurriedly extended his claws and dispersed the attack. However, his claws were slightly injured. Good, my attack won't be defeated in one hit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to use up all the true qi in his body to use the sword-shattering stars. The reason why Qin Huaizhong was able to stab him with his sword was because Qin Huaizhong had not transformed, and the distance between them was rather far. At such a close distance, if he didn't have enough true energy, he could very well be killed by the will of the great emperor. Therefore Yi Xian had been waiting for a chance to kill him in one strike. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world, 64 layered waves. Time passed little by little, but Yi Xian's strength continued to increase. At this point, the 36 overlapping shadows could already fuse the 64 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth 5 times. His attack power was getting stronger and stronger. And Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will was getting weaker and weaker. The situation was beginning to tilt in Yi Xian's favor. Qin Huaizhong's heart was getting heavier and heavier. He had no confidence in killing Yi Xian, so he was already thinking of retreating. Although he had the great emperor's will, it was too weak. It wouldn't be too late to seek revenge after he had refined the great emperor's will. After making up his mind, Qin Huaizhong turned around and left, abandoning the experts of the Yao race. Although the Yao race had already made up their minds, they still felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Qin Huaizhong retreat. Once Qin Huaizhong left, they would definitely die. Not only that, but the entire Yao race would be wiped out. However, Qin Huaizhong didn't have the Yao race's curse, and his descendants wouldn't either. When the time came, there would be a new Yao race, a stronger one. You still want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Qin Huaizhong had already become a Yao race enemy of the humans. If he escaped, the eastern continent would be in danger. Therefore he had to stay. 36 overlapping shadows. 64 layered earth pulse. The 64 layered earth pulse combined 7 times flew towards Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong still used the great emperor's will to defend, but Yi Xian's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. The great emperor's will couldn't defeat Yi Xian's attack in one go, and Yi Xian's attacks were getting stronger. As he was retreating, he was finally injured by Yi Xian. 10 times. 11 times, 12 times. Yi Xian's strength continued to grow, while Qin Huaizhong's injuries were getting worse. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong suddenly roared to the sky, turned around and charged. He was going all out. Yi Xian furrowed his brows and attacked with all his might. Ding. Host has comprehended the profound meaning of lifting light is heavy. At this moment, another notification sounded from the system. Lifting light is heavy. This was the 3-layered profound meaning of strength. Ah, you're dead meat. Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. 36 overlapping shadows. 64 layered earth pulse. Boom. A sword ray slammed into Qin Huaizhong's body. Although this attack was weakened by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will, Yi Xian's attack power had at least doubled after he comprehended lifting light as heavy. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong would need to use at least 3 great emperor's will to defeat Yi Xian's attack. Qin Huaizhong roared in pain. This is my chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his right hand holding the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate swordplay, sword shatters the stars. The cold light sank into Qin Huaizhong's body. After a painful roar, he withered inch by inch. Looking at the rain of blood in front of him, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally killed Qin Huaizhong. If Qin Huaizhong did not die, the eastern continent would not be peaceful. However, Yi Xian felt that Qin Huaizhong was still a long way from becoming an empty god realm great emperor. He could only be considered a half-step great emperor. His great emperor's will was too far away. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy floated over. Yi Xian hurriedly took Qin Huaizhong's interspatial ring. This interspatial ring contained a large amount of treasures. At the same time, there was an unusual corpse. It was the corpse of a great emperor of the demonic beast race. However, it was missing a heart. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured the heavenly and earthly treasures inside, causing his cultivation to improve a little. After breaking through to level 9 sovereign, the system did not give any notification. It seems like there are no shackles for me to break through to empty god realm great emperor. Chapter 696. Yi Xian, your strength has increased to such a level. That's terrifying. Sidu Outyin praised and asked, did the monster king escape? He's dead. I killed him. Yi Xian replied faintly. Situ Outyin and the other 5 were stunned when they heard the reply. They gasped. They knew that Qin Huaizhong was not an empty god realm great emperor, but he had the will of a great emperor. However, Yi Xian was able to kill him. He was extremely powerful. Now that the Monster King and the 9 great kings of monsters are dead, Let's go and find the base camp of the monster tribe and eliminate them. Situ Outyin shouted. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. As long as they killed all the monster tribe in the wilderness, the eastern mainland would be connected to the main mainland. However, at that moment, everyone. Suddenly an old voice was heard. Everyone trembled and turned around. They saw an old man in a white robe standing 100 meters away from them. What? Even I didn't notice? Yi Xian was shocked. He was a grade 9 overlord and his strength was stronger than Situ Outyin and the other 5 combined. However, he did not notice how the old man in a white robe got close to him. Powerful. The old man in a white robe was most likely an empty god realm great emperor. May I ask who you are? Situ Outyin cupped his fist and asked. He was the disciple of Sword God Palace's Lu Yang Sword God and had met all the palace masters. However, he had never seen the old man in a white robe before. I am Tianju Elder. The old man in a white robe replied. The name was unfamiliar to Yi Xian. However, Situ Outyin and the other 3 had heard of it before. Senior, you are... Situ Outyin stammered. Situ Ao Tian said with a trembling voice. When Yi Xian saw him like this, he immediately reacted. Could the old man in a white robe be an expert who had surpassed the empty god realm great emperor in the wilderness? Yes, this old man has some connections with the demon clan. The reason why I'm here is because I don't want you to kill them all. From now on, I will restrict the demon clan. They will not be able to leave the depths of the Great Wasteland. You humans can also connect to the main continent from the Great Wasteland. Old Immortal Tianju said indifferently. This, Situ Outyin and the other 5 exchanged glances. However, Yi Xian heard something strange. You humans? This meant that Old Immortal Tianju was not human. Old Immortal Tianju was related to the Yao clan, but he was not a human. Then what was he? Alright, we agree. Situ Outyin nodded. Since that's the case, let's use this place as the boundary. As Old Immortal Tianju spoke, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. A crack so long that one could not see the end of it slowly opened up to form a canyon. What kind of technique is this? Yi Xian was shocked. With just a thought, the ground cracked open to form an endless canyon. Even Yi Xian, who had the earth attribute void spirit, could not do that. From here onwards, it will be the boundary of you humans. I will also set up a formation here. No demon clan will be able to leave. Old Immortal Tianju pointed at the canyon below and said, Yes, senior. Yi Xian and the others nodded. When their voices rang out, a formation rose up in the middle of the canyon, separating the 2 sides. Yi Xian and the others did not see how Old Immortal Tianju set up the formation. When they regained their senses, they realized that Old Immortal Tianju had disappeared without a trace. So powerful. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Old Immortal Tianju came and went without a trace. They did not know what realm he was at. This is too terrifying. He is at least an advanced great emperor. He might even be a prime who has surpassed the empty god realm. Situ Outyin swallowed his saliva. Prime? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the second time he had heard of this term. The first time he had heard of it was in the Zephyr Thunder Palace. At that time, the Zephyr Thunder Emperor had left a message saying that he hoped that his successor could become a prime. It turned out that after the empty god realm great emperor was the prime. Alright, this matter has come to an end. We have to bring the news back. Situ Outyin said as he turned to Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, are you coming with us? Going to the Sword God Palace? Yi Xian asked. Yes. You are already a grade 9 king. If you can reach the Sword God Tower, you will be accepted as a disciple by a palace master. However, I reckon that even if you don't reach the tower, a palace master will accept you as a disciple. Situ Outyin said with a smile. Yi Xian understood what he meant. The main hall master of the warlord hall, Duanmu Yun, had already broken through to the empty god realm great emperor. As long as the other palace masters agreed, he could accept a disciple. Jiang Wenyue was the same. That was why he had accepted his son Jiang Tianjin as a disciple. However, in terms of aptitude, Yi Xian had already surpassed Jiang Tianjin and even the palace master, who could become a peak empty god realm king at the age of 22. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. He felt that it was time to meet his father. The Sword God Palace was located in another corner of the wilderness. However, with Yi Xian around, it only took them 7 days to reach the Sword God Palace from the depths of the wilderness. The Sword God Palace was built on top of the Sword God Tower. If one was not a member of the Sword God Palace, one would have to climb to the top of the tower. There were many cave dwellings built by experts near the Sword God Tower. At that moment, Situ Outyin and the other 5 arrived in front of a cliff. There was a huge golden door there. This is the cave dwelling of the palace master of the 7 Knights Palace. Yi Xian, you can wait here for a while. When I return to the Sword God Palace, I will. Before Sidu Outyin could finish his sentence, the huge golden door opened with a loud bang and a man's voice drifted out. I am in the cave dwelling. Come in. The voice belonged to Duanmu Yun. So Palace Master Duanmu is here. In that case we will take our leave first. Situ Outyin cupped his fists at Yi Xian and left immediately. Yi Xian watched them leave before he turned around and stepped into the huge door. Boom. The huge golden door closed again. After Yi Xian entered the cave dwelling, he walked straight until he finally arrived at a magnificent palace surrounded by flowers. At that moment, there were 2 figures standing at the entrance of the palace. One of them was Duanmu Yun, and the man beside her was Yi Xian, who had not seen him for more than 10 years, Yi Chong. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, Yi Xian recognized Yi Chong at a glance. Father. Yi Xian strode forward. Yi Chong had left when Yi Xian was young, so he was unfamiliar with Yi Xian's appearance. However, the same blood flowed in their bones, so Yi Chong did not suspect anything. Xian. Yi Chong watched as Yi Xian ran in front of him and sized him up carefully. Father, I am here. Yi Xian knelt on one knee and cupped his fists at Yi Chong. Chapter 697. Good. Yi Chong was overjoyed, but he suddenly felt guilty. He had left Yi Xian when he was still young. It had been more than 10 years since then. He did not know how Yi Xian had spent the past 10 years. Father and son are reunited. There must be a lot to talk about. Come in. Duanmu Yun smiled at the 2 of them and led them into the palace. Indeed, they had not seen each other for more than 10 years. They must have endless things to talk about. Yi Xian was very excited when he saw Yi Chong. He began to talk about his experiences and the current situation of the Yi family. They chatted for a few hours. Duanmu Yun sat quietly at the side and listened to the 2 of them talk. He did not seem impatient at all. Yi Chong was his good friend. He was very happy that Yi Xian had come to find him. Yi Xian, what is your current realm? Yi Chong could not help but ask. He felt that Yi Xian's aura was very strong and was not much weaker than his. Father, I am already a grade 9 king. Yi Xian answered honestly. Yi Chong nodded satisfactorily. Not bad. I can feel that your aura is very strong. It is not weaker than mine. Yi Xian looked at Yi Chong's pale face and asked, Father, how are your injuries? There are no serious injuries, but there are many hidden injuries. I am afraid there is no hope for me to break through to the empty god realm. Yi Chong shook his head helplessly. Father, won't it be fine as long as we get the great emperor's will? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Duanmu Yun suddenly said, It is not that easy to get the great emperor's will. Under normal circumstances, when an empty god realm great emperor dies, the great emperor's will dissipate immediately. The great emperor of the monster race in the wilderness used a special method to preserve his will. However, after so many years, it has mostly dissipated. This situation is very rare. Don't worry. I will definitely get it. Yi Xian was very confident. After all, there were no shackles on his breakthrough this time. As long as he had enough experience, he could become a great emperor. Alright, I believe you. Yi Chong patted Yi Xian's shoulder excitedly. Yi Xian looked away and asked, Senior Duanmu Yun, are there any conditions for me to challenge the Sword God Pagoda? No, just go straight ahead. Duanmu Yun shook his head. But? Nihility God Realm Emperor, doesn't that mean no one will be able to pass? Yi Xian frowned. With a Void God Realm Great Emperor as the gatekeeper, it was too difficult. No one would be able to pass. Duanmu Yun still shook his head. No, those who pass the Sword God Pagoda will indeed enter the Sword God Palace. However, there will occasionally be palace masters watching. If they think you are not bad, they will directly accept you into the Sword God Palace. I see. Yi Xian nodded and said, However, I hope to defeat Jiang Wenyue and enter the Sword God Pagoda. That's a good idea. Duanmu Yun said faintly, but Jiang Wenyue has broken through to the Void God Realm and condensed Great Emperor intent. His strength is at least 10 times stronger than the monster emperor you encountered. It will be difficult for you to defeat him with your current strength. Monster Emperor Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor intent was very weak. However, Jiang Wenyue had broken through to the Void God Realm on his own. His Great Emperor intent was 10 times stronger than Qin Huaizhong's. If Yi Xian fought against him, he would be killed instantly. Don't worry, I can challenge the first 9 levels. Yi Xian said. He was already a grade 9 king. One more breakthrough and he would become a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Before he broke through, he would not be able to defeat Jiang Wenyue. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian was not afraid of Jiang Wenyue. Yes, you can try first. Even if you can't increase your strength, you can quickly comprehend the profound at the 5th and 8th levels. Duanmu Yun nodded. The 5th level of the Sword God Pagoda was the Earth level. The Guardian was an Earth attribute peak Void God Realm King. Yi Xian could increase his strength if he fought against him. However, Yi Xian wanted to increase his strength the most. Father, is Mother doing well? Yi Xian suddenly asked. She has been in the Sword God Pagoda. She also has a heart demon, so she has not broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor. Yi Chong shook his head. Seeing Yi Chong's gloomy expression, Yi Xian was motivated. He had to rush up the Sword God Pagoda and defeat Jiang Wenyue to reunite Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan. Let's not talk about this for now. Can you refine the sword essence? Duanmu Yun suddenly changed the topic. Not yet. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have enough devour crystals, so he couldn't refine the sword essence. Otherwise, he would have rushed up the Sword God Pagoda. After all, Duanmu Yun said that if he refined the sword essence, he could kill in Void God Realm Great Emperor even if he was only a grade 3 king. Then continue to work hard. Duanmu Yun nodded. She didn't tell Yi Xian what the sword essence was. Father, Senior, I want to take a look at the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian suddenly stood up. It's north of the cave dwelling. Let me take you there. Yi Chong nodded. Since you want to go, let's go together. Duanmu Yun also stood up. Immediately, the three of them flew toward the towering Sword God Pagoda under Duanmu Yun's lead. The Sword God Pagoda was built by the first palace master of the Sword God Pagoda. Only those who are recognized by the Sword God Pagoda can fly up the pagoda. If anyone flies up without permission, they will be killed on the spot by the guards of the Sword God Pagoda, Duanmu Yun explained while flying. Senior, are there many people in the Sword God Pagoda? Yi Xian asked with a frown. There are a total of 9 palaces in the Sword God Pagoda. I am the palace master of the 7-Night Palace. Situ Outyin is the disciple of the 6-Sun Palace master. Jiang Wenyue is the palace master of the 9th Heaven Palace. As for your mother, Jiang Xinyan, she is in the 4-Moon Palace. The Sword God Pagoda has been established for many years and there are many disciples in each palace. However, the Sword God Pagoda accepts these disciples but not their children. Their children have to rely on their strength to ascend the pagoda. Duanmu Yun turned to look in another direction and said, there is a city of 10,000 swords over there. The relatives of the disciples of the Sword God Pagoda usually live there. I see. Yi Xian nodded. No wonder Jiang Wenyue wanted to accept his son as his disciple. It was because of this. However, the Sword God Pagoda had been established for so many years. If it was passed down from generation to generation, there would be more than 1,000 disciples. Soon the three of them saw a huge pagoda. Chapter 698. Yi Xian was shocked because he realized that the 2 guards were actually level 8 sovereigns. The Sword God's palace was indeed extraordinary. Yi Chong was already a regular at the Sword God's palace, so the 2 guards recognized him and nodded slightly at him. However, this was Yi Xian's first time here. He's going to challenge the tower today. Duanmu Yun glanced at Yi Xian and said, the guardians of the first 9 levels of the Sword God's pagoda are all illusions set up by the seniors. If you want to pass, you have to kill them. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he could go all out. The 2 guards were stunned, but Yi Xian had already entered the Sword God's pagoda. From the outside, the Sword God's pagoda was huge, but it was less than 10,000 meters in diameter. However, after Yi Xian entered, he couldn't see the end of it. So this is an illusion formation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This illusion formation was very advanced. After all, a level 9 sovereign's domain was more than 90,000 meters. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The guardians of the first 9 levels of the Sword God's pagoda were the same as the challenger. The one standing in front of Yi Xian was the Guardian of Gold. Kid, you can only pass if you kill me. The middle-aged man held a golden sword and said to Yi Xian indifferently. Excuse me. Although the person in front of him was just a person formed by the illusion formation, Yi Xian still said politely. In the next moment, the middle-aged man felt an extremely strong pressure. Bang! The pressure of the double space instantly caused the middle-aged man's body to explode. Blood splattered everywhere and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. The illusion formation is really good. It's so realistic. Yi Xian sighed. In the next moment he saw a staircase leading to the 2nd level. Outside the Sword God's pagoda. The lights on the 1st level had already lit up, which meant that Yi Xian had passed the 1st level. So fast. Shinner is actually so strong. Yi Chong was shocked. Even if he wanted to pass the first level, it wouldn't be so easy. It seems that his strength has exceeded my expectations. Yi Chong, stay here and watch. I'll go up and take a look. Duanmu Yun was interested and flew into the clouds, preparing to watch from the Sword God's pagoda. There were some pagoda mirrors in the Sword God's pagoda, so they could see the images of the pagoda's pagoda. When Duanmu Yun returned to the Sword God Palace, he immediately rushed over. However, when he arrived, he discovered that Yi Xian had already passed the second stage. So fast. At this moment, some disciples of the Sword God's Palace happened to pass by and noticed this scene. Past the second's pagoda's Xian S's. Another, S in a, S pagoda in its demons, S realm's pagoda, S's realm. S Yi, S's pagoda, S Yez's. This Yi, S pagoda, S. S1 is, third stage 1 second. Fourth, S's. Fifth. Yi Xian was very fast. He soon reached the 7th level. 7 Knights Palace Master, is Yi Chong here again? Suddenly an old voice drifted over. Duanmu Yun turned around and saw an acquaintance. He greeted, Liang Palace Master. The newcomer was Situ Outyan's master, Liang Sword God. It's not Yi Chong. Who's this kid? Liang Sword God glanced at the pagoda mirror. In the next moment he was stunned. He's insta-killed the 7th level. The combination of gravity space and wind space? Indeed, the older the wiser. Liang Sword God, who was a Void God Realm Great Emperor, saw through Yi Xian's. At this moment Yi Xian had already entered the 8th stage. That kid's. It seems to be the Wind Thunder Emperor's. The weapon in his hand is the Wind Dragon Slash. Liang Sword God discovered another secret. After his reminder, Duanmu Yun also felt that it was true. The Wind Thunder Emperor was their senior. 1,000 years ago, he was also the Palace Master of Sword God Palace. However, they heard that the Wind Thunder Emperor went to the chaotic astral ocean when his lifespan was nearing its end. I see. This kid has inherited the Wind Thunder Emperor's legacy. Duanmu Yun immediately understood. As the two chatted, Yi Xian passed the 8th level and entered the 9th level. Good kid. What a high aptitude. I want this kid. Liang Sword God's eyes lit up. However, Duanmu Yun suddenly said, He's Yi Chang's son Yi Xian. What? Liang Sword God suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yi Chang's son's aptitude is so high? He was wondering if he should offend those people from Nine Heavens Palace for Yi Xian. However, he decided against it. Jiang Wenyue had just broken through to Void God Realm Great Emperor. He was not a threat. However, the Nine Heavens Sword God was very strong and domineering. Otherwise, with Yi Chang's aptitude, he would have entered Sword God Palace long ago. The reason why no one accepted him was because they did not want to offend the Nine Heavens Sword God. Liang Sword God was very conflicted. Liang Palace's strength was weaker. Hence, Liang Sword God was eager to accept Yi Xian as his disciple. However, he was afraid of angering the Nine Heavens Sword God. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed the gatekeeper of the 9th level and entered the 10th level. However, the gatekeeper of the 10th level was Jiang Wenyue. At this moment, he did not know that Yi Xian had already entered the 10th level. Since he's Yi Chang's son, I'm afraid he'll end up the same as Yi Chong if he goes up against Jiang Wenyue. It's a pity that Jiang Xinyan is grounded. She can't come out until she reaches Void God Realm Great Emperor. She can't even see her own son. Liang Sword God sighed. When Yi Xian entered the 10th level, someone from Sword God Palace had already informed Jiang Wenyue. However, Jiang Wenyue did not know that the person entering the tower was Yi Xian. In Nine Heaven Palace. Nine Heaven Palace Master, someone has already entered the 10th level of the Sword God Pagoda. A middle-aged man who resembled Jiang Tianjin opened his eyes and snorted, Is it Yi Chong again? Humph, after a few months of peace, he's overestimating himself again. In fact, he had been annoyed for a long time. He regretted not killing Yi Chong back then. Jiang Wenyue stood up and left Nine Heaven Palace. At this moment, Yi Xian was waiting on the 10th level. The first 9 levels were filled with opponents formed by the illusion array. He had directly used the dual space to crush the illusions. However, the one on the 10th level was his uncle Jiang Wenyue. When Jiang Tianjin entered Sword God Palace, he was only a grade 4 king. Now he should be at most grade 7 or 8. He is no longer a challenge to me. Yi Xian thought as he waited. Chapter 699. Jiang Wenyue had defeated Yi Xian 1,000 times, so Yi Xian wanted to see what Jiang Wenyue was capable of. He waited for a while on the 10th floor. Soon after, the door opened and a middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man was Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue. However, he felt a strange sensation when he entered. He had guessed wrongly because the one who had reached the 10th floor was not Yi Chong. Who are you? Why do you have the Jiang family's bloodline? Jiang Wenyue squinted his eyes and asked. The Jiang family of the Weapon King Hall was powerful, but they were nothing in the Sword God Palace's territory. In his memory he was the strongest expert in the Jiang family, followed by Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Tianjin, and the grade 6 king Old Master Jiang. However, Yi Xian could reach the 10th floor and had the Jiang family's bloodline. He could not figure out who he was. I am Yi Xian. Yi Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Jiang Wenyue was very sensitive to the surname Yi. You are Yi Xian? Jiang Wenyue asked in shock. That's right. Yi Xian replied faintly. As expected, Jiang Wenyue was shocked. Previously, he'd heard the news from the Jiang family. After hearing it, he was also very surprised. After all, Yi Xian had tortured his second son once. In just a few months, Yi Xian had grown to such a level. Yi Chong's talent was not inferior to his. If Yi Chong had been nurtured by the Jiang family since young, he would have broken through to the empty god realm, Great Emperor realm. However, Yi Chong's son Yi Xian was even more talented. Jiang Wenyue calculated and found that Yi Xian was 22 years old. A grade 9 king at 22 years old would definitely become an empty god realm Great Emperor in the future. What a father and son. Yi Chong has entered the tower thousands of times but has never succeeded. I thought he had given up in the past few months, but it seems that he has shown his trump card. Jiang Wenyue snorted. I will fulfill my father's wish, Empyrean Palace Master, Yi Xian said coldly. The man in front of him was his mother's older brother, who was also his uncle. However, the Jiang family did not acknowledge him, so he would not acknowledge this uncle. The two of them were now opponents. Do you think that you have the qualifications to pass just because you've become a 9th-rank king? Jiang Wenyue said disdainfully. My goal is to enter the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian replied in a cold tone. There were two ways to enter the Sword God Pagoda. The first was through the Sword God Pagoda. The second was that a certain palace lord had taken a liking to him and accepted him as a subordinate. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking that even if he couldn't beat Jiang Wenyue, he would definitely be chosen by one of the palace lords based on his aptitude. At that time, wouldn't he be able to enter the Sword God's palace? Haha, you're too naive. Do you think that a palace master would take a fancy to you? Jiang Wenyue suddenly laughed out loud. At this moment, there were only 5 palace lords in the Sword God's palace, including him and Duanmu Yun. They were respectively Tai, 4th moon, 6th sun, 7th night and 9th heaven. In the Sword God's palace, Tai Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were the strongest. Tai Palace did not care about worldly affairs, so 9th Heaven Palace was more or less in charge of the Sword God's palace. In addition, 9th Heaven Sword God was very strong, so no one dared to accept Yi Chong. Even if Yi Xian revealed his extraordinary aptitude, he still needed someone to accept him. 7th Night Palace Lord Duanmu Yun was also an outsider, so she needed the approval of the other palace lords to accept a disciple. Most importantly, 4th Moon Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were on the same side, and 6th Sun Palace did not want to provoke 9th Heaven Palace. Therefore, Jiang Wenyue felt that Yi Xian's words were laughable. However, Yi Xian's words were just a passing remark. His real goal was to suppress Jiang Wenyue. You father and son, both of you overestimate yourselves. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Jiang Wenyue shouted angrily as he recalled the incident where his youngest son, Jiang Tianqing, was brutally beaten up by Yi Xian. Then you better be careful. 9th Heaven Palace Lord, if you're not careful, you'll be killed by me. Yi Xian sneered and raised the wind dragon slash in his hand. Tempest Cloud Slash. Shoo. The sound of air breaking rang out as the green slash approached Jiang Wenyue. Wind Thunder Great Emperor? Jiang Wenyue suddenly realized. In the next moment, the Tempest Cloud Slash was destroyed by his Great Emperor intent. This attack was not Yi Xian's strongest attack. First of all, the Wind Dragon Slash had not been obtained for long, and the time it took to nurture it was not even 1/5 of the Bahuang sword. Secondly, although the Wind Blade Profound could increase his attack power, how could the Wind Blade Profound compare to the 64-layered Earth Pulse? Not bad, but you think you can defeat me with this? Jiang Wenyue mocked. Yi Xian grinned and kept the Wind Dragon Slash. In the next moment he took out the Bahuang sword. Sword God Bahuang's weapon. Jiang Wenyue squinted his eyes. Sword God Bahuang was one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. However, he had fallen, leaving the Bahuang Palace empty. Until now, no one had broken through to the empty god realm. However, Jiang Wenyue had heard of Sword God Bahuang's name before. Sword God Bahuang was stronger than his master, second only to Sword God Tai. If Sword God Bahuang was still alive, Jiang Wenyue would not be able to defeat him even if he had 10 heads. However, the one holding the Bahuang sword was Yi Xian, so why should he be afraid? 36 overlapping shadows, 64 layered earth pulse. A brown sword chi attacked Jiang Wenyue again. Jiang Wenyue stared and the power of the sword chi was reduced by half. What? Jiang Wenyue was shocked. His thought was not enough to disperse the attack? How is this possible? Yi Xian smirked. What a joke. When he fought with Qin Huaizhong, his strength was a few times weaker than now. What? It was because he had comprehended the light as heavy intent at the last moment. This was the triple profound of strength. In addition to his continuous improvement, the number of times he merged the earth pulse to the 36 overlapping shadows increased. Every time he merged the earth pulse, his attack power would increase exponentially. Currently he had merged 18 times. Although Jiang Wenyue was an empty god realm emperor, he was only a rank 1 emperor. In addition to his sword god bloodline, he wanted to disperse Yi Xian's attack with a thought. No way. Ah, 9 Heavens Palace Master, your emperor intent is not that great. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and started attacking crazily. Whether it was empty god realm kings or empty god realm emperors, they all relied on their intents. Yi Xian's intents had far surpassed those geniuses. Of the wind and earth attributes, the only one he had yet to fully comprehend was the throbbing pulse of the world. Although the emperor intent was strong, a battle between emperors relied on their emperor intent to merge into their attacks. Chapter 700. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'll show you what an empty god realm great emperor is like. Jiang Wenyue roared as his figure flashed and swept towards Yi Xian. Like Jiang Tianjin, he was of the fire attribute and had strong attack power. Earth walking technique, 4 agility advancements, repulsive acceleration and wind acceleration allowed Yi Xian's speed to surpass Jiang Wenyue's. Although Jiang Wenyue was an empty god realm great emperor, it didn't mean that he had comprehended all the ultimates. He had only comprehended the inextinguishable flames and rising from the ashes, which was much weaker than Jiang Tianjin. His great emperor's will and inextinguishable flames couldn't even touch Yi Xian. In other words, he was a moving sandbag. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. Great wind cloud slash. Yi Xian's hands continued to attack. Not only that, but he also used various ultimates. Although Jiang Wenyue was protected by the great emperor's will, these attacks were able to weaken his great emperor's will. On the other hand, Yi Xian's energy consumption was equal. The scene of the two's battle was reflected on the tower's mirror. The disciples of Sword God Palace were shocked. Liu Yang Sword God was also shocked. Even Duanmu Yun was shocked to the point of speechlessness. A grade 9 king was actually fighting an empty god realm great emperor? This was the first time they had seen it. That's right. This kid once obtained 2 sword god bloodline seeds and refined one of them. This fitness bloodline seed can increase the power of one sword skills by 50%. No wonder Jiang Wenyue couldn't instantly defeat his attack. Duanmu Yun suddenly realized. However, Yi Xian's 36 instantaneous attacks were extremely powerful. When combined with the earth pulse, the power was extremely strong. More and more disciples gathered in front of the tower's mirror. There were dozens of disciples from all 9 palaces. When the disciples of 9 Heavens Palace saw that their palace master couldn't even deal with a grade 9 king, they were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Some of them had better aptitude than Jiang Wenyue, but Jiang Wenyue was favored by sword god Jiutian. What could they do? Duanmu Yun watched for a while before he quickly left the sword god palace. He wanted to inform Yi Chong, who was anxiously waiting at the bottom of the sword god pagoda. 10th floor of the sword god pagoda. 9 Heavens Palace Master, are all the palace masters of Sword God Palace as weak as you? Yi Xian laughed. Fortunately, he had the Sword God's pagoda. The battle inside the Sword God's pagoda was on the ground. If it were in the air, he would not have the movement speed bonus from the 4 agility advancements. Without the 40% movement speed boost, he naturally couldn't dodge Jiang Wenyue's attacks and Emperor's will. Bastard. Jiang Wenyue was fuming with anger. He was a Void God stage great emperor, but he was actually tricked by Yi Xian, a level 9 king. How could he tolerate this? However, the emperor's will could not increase his speed. Yi Xian was too fast, and his emperor's will could not keep up. If he separated the great emperor's will, the effect would be greatly reduced and it would be useless. After all, Yi Xian still had the 64 layers of pulsating guard, which could be used to block the emperor's will. For a moment, Jiang Wenyue really couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, the gap between the two was constantly changing. Let's wear each other out. Although it's a little disgraceful, as long as we can win, it doesn't matter what method we use. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The sacred tree of life was a part of his strength. Moreover, Jiang Wenyue was a void god stage great emperor, and he was only a level 9 king. This was an unfair battle. In this world, the strong were respected. If this was a battle of life and death, Yi Xian would not hesitate to use sneak attacks, hidden weapons, or poison as long as he could win. In this world, many seniors would teach their juniors that it was not shameful to use unscrupulous methods, but it was shameful to die. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Jiang Wenyue's head was fuming with anger as he roared loudly. His voice was deafening, but Yi Xian was unmoved. He ran and attacked at the same time. His Jinqi consumption was equal to his Jinqi recovery. He was always at peak condition. As for Jiang Wenyue, his great emperors will had to defend against Yi Xian's domain attacks, break through the 36 overlapping shadows, and try to intimidate Yi Xian from time to time. His great emperor's will was rapidly depleting. The two of them, one chasing, one running, circled around the 10th level. More than 10 minutes passed like this. Jiang Wenyue's expression darkened. Only a third of his great emperor's will was left. Not only that, but his Jinqi was also running low. Logically speaking, Yi Xian's Jinqi should have been depleted long ago. However, Yi Xian was still alive and kicking as if only a few seconds had passed. Jiang Wenyue couldn't understand this. This kid is weird. He can't use up all his Jinqi. I can't do anything to him. What should I do? Jiang Wenyue pondered in his heart. He was a void god realm emperor. If he was defeated by Yi Xian, he might as well resign from the 9th Heaven's Palace master position. However, he couldn't think of anything even after thinking for more than 10 minutes. Now he no longer attacked Yi Xian. Instead, he started to evade. His actions fell into the eyes of the Sword God Palace's disciples. The 9th Heaven's Palace master has given up on attacking. Is he admitting defeat? This is too terrifying. A Void God Realm Emperor actually jumped realms to challenge a Void God Realm Emperor. Is this kid the successor of the 8 Desolation Sword God? If he enters, will he become the 8 Desolation Palace Master? Just as these disciples were discussing, someone suddenly shouted, "Shut up!" When this voice entered everyone's ears, they turned around in astonishment and found that the one who spoke was a young man. Not good, it's Jiang Tianjin. Everyone recognized this young man because they were jealous of Jiang Tianjin. A few days ago, Jiang Tianjin had been accepted by Jiang Wenyue into the 9th Heaven's Palace and had gained the favor of the 9th Heaven Sword God. Subsequently, the 9th Heaven Sword God had bestowed Jiang Tianjin with an emperor's will. This emperor's will was left behind by a Void God Realm Emperor that the 9th Heaven Sword God had killed. Although the emperor's will would dissipate after the death of an Void God Realm Emperor, the 9th Heaven Sword God had a special method to capture it. This emperor's will was a 3rd stage emperor's will. With the 9th Heaven Sword God's help, Jiang Tianjin had already refined it. Currently, Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd stage emperor, stronger than Jiang Wenyue. It was said that Jiang Tianjin was applying for the position of the 8 Desolation Palace Master. Damn it, before I refined the emperor's will, I was only a 7th stage emperor. How can he be a 9th stage emperor? Jiang Tianjin was furious. Previously, Yi Xian was at his mercy. Today, although his cultivation realm had suppressed Yi Xian, his birth was countless times better than Yi Xian's. Therefore he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. At the bottom of this book's cover, it says that this book was released on August 24th, and until today, December 1st, there are exactly 700 chapters. That's exactly 99 days. On average, Yuluo updates 7 chapters a day, which is 15,000 words. I'm not bragging, but Yuluo's speed has surpassed 99% of the books in my library. Among the hundreds of thousands of books in my library, my speed can be ranked in the top 100. Yuluo can't be the best, but she can do better than most people. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 701. Jiang Tianjin stared fixedly at the tower mirror on the 10th floor. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred in the battle that shocked everyone present. The 9th Heaven Palace Master, Jiang Wenyue, was struck by Yi Xian's sword and was sent flying. The entire crowd was shocked. At this moment, Duanmu Yun had just returned and witnessed the scene. Great! Duanmu Yun couldn't help but shout. His voice entered everyone's ears, including Jiang Tianjin's. Jiang Tianjin's face was gloomy as he watched in disbelief. Jiang Wenyue, an empty God Realm Emperor, was struck by Yi Xian, a 9th grade king. How was this possible? Father's Emperor's intent has been depleted. Jiang Tianjin immediately reacted. At this moment he couldn't wait to rush in and kill Yi Xian. Jiang Wenyue was only one grade higher than Yi Xian, and his cultivation couldn't make up for the difference in ultimacy. However, Jiang Tianjin was a third-grade great emperor, and he could easily kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the gatekeeper wasn't him. On the 10th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. 9th Heaven Palace Master, how did you become the Palace Master with your strength? Yi Xian grinned and slowly walked over. At this moment, Jiang Wenyue was restrained by Yi Xian's dual space. Without the Emperor's intent, his speed was only 30% of his peak. Damn it! Jiang Wenyue shouted. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a 9th-grade great emperor. TSK 9th Heaven Palace Master, you're not strong enough. Why don't you give up your position and let me have a try? Yi Xian continued to mock. He wanted to take revenge for all these years. Some of this hatred was from Yi Chong while some was from himself. Yi Chong had been beaten by Jiang Wenyue and he had been beaten by Jiang Tianjin. Today he had beaten Jiang Tianjin's father. It was really satisfying. Swish. A wind blade cut open Jiang Wenyue's arm, followed by an earth spike that pierced his thigh. At this moment Yi Xian felt that his soul was about to be refined. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head. He regretted that Yi Chong couldn't see this scene. Kill me if you have the guts. Jiang Wenyue gritted his teeth and growled. It would have been fine if the battle in the Sword God Pagoda was sealed off, but he knew that this battle had already been reflected on the pagoda mirror. He had already lost all his face. Kill you? No, I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian smiled evilly and shook his head. Another crisp sound rang out. This time he was going to treat Jiang Wenyue like how he treated Jiang Tiancheng. Rip. 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 The earth spikes pierced into Jiang Wenyue's body, and he couldn't help but roar in pain. Bastard, go to hell. Suddenly Jiang Wenyue shouted. In the next moment Yi Xian felt a powerful energy coming down on him from above. Jiang Wenyue had actually held back. But how could the scheming Yi Xian not have a backup plan? Boom. The 64 layers of pulsating guard blocked the majority of the great emperor's will, but Yi Xian was still heavily injured by Jiang Wenyue. Pfft. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries quickly healed. Empyrean Palace Master, do you still have a trump card? Yi Xian wiped the blood off and said slowly. The reason why he didn't dodge was to make one thing clear. Even if Jiang Wenyue launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiang Tianjin, are you watching? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Boom. Suddenly, a large door opened near the two of them. The 10th floor was cleared. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the other palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda had judged his victory. Immediately he removed the dual space and passed through the large door. What entered his eyes were some gorgeous buildings, and there were already quite a few people standing in front of him. Yi Xian, you did it. Duanmu Yun walked over quickly with a look of surprise. Senior Duanmu. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. Good, that's great. I didn't expect you to succeed on your first try. You're only a level 9 challenger, but you defeated Jiang Wenyue. That's great. Duanmu Yun praised repeatedly. He wanted Yi Xian to try the first 9 floors first, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to clear the first 9 floors in less than a second. In the end he even defeated Jiang Wenyue, who was an empty God Realm Great Emperor. Senior, I'm now. Yi Xian glanced at the group of Sword God Pagoda disciples behind Duanmu Yun. Don't worry. You're the first genius to clear the Sword God Pagoda in decades. Soon all the palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda will gather here, Duanmu Yun replied with a smile. How many palace masters are there in the Sword God Pagoda? Yi Xian asked curiously. Duanmu Yun answered without thinking. There are only 6 palace masters now. They are Tai Wushuang, Siyu, Luyang, Qiyi and Zhouqian. Sanyuan, Wuxiang and Bahuang have all fallen. Only 6. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he understood that there were definitely more than just these few Void God Realm Emperors in the Sword God Palace. For example, even though the old 9th Heaven Sword God had abdicated, he was only living in seclusion. Duanmu Yun glanced at Yi Xian and said, however, there aren't many Void God Realm Great Emperors in the Sword God Pagoda. Most of them have left for the main continent. The main continent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was currently in the eastern continent, but he heard that the other regions of the Blood Rock continent seemed to have merged into the main continent. This news came from the Sword God Pagoda. Therefore, the people of the Sword God Pagoda naturally went to the main continent, and their route to the main continent should be through the chaotic astral ocean. After all, they had an agreement with old immortal Tianju. Void God Realm great emperors weren't allowed to enter the vast wilderness. The Sword God Pagoda also has a stronghold in the main continent, but the main continent is much stronger than the eastern continent. Our eastern continent has been isolated from the vast wilderness for so many years, and we are already derailed. The difference in strength is too great. As for why the people from the main continent can't come over, it should be because of old immortal Tianju. Duanmu Yun nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly swept over. Palace Master Chia, this kid is really heaven-defying. Do you want him? If not, give him to me. Lu Yang Sword God smiled as he moved to Yi Xian's side. Earlier, he was still hesitating if he should take the risk of angering Jiutian Sword God by accepting Yi Xian. Now he had already made his decision. Accept. Palace Master Lu Yang, don't be anxious. Duanmu Yun said with a smile. How can I not be anxious? He is only a level 9 king, but he defeated the Emptiness God Realm Great Emperor Jiutian Sword God. If he breaks through to the Empty God Realm, he will definitely be able to challenge those of a higher rank. Lu Yang Sword God looked excited. Chapter 702. The 6 Yang Sword God had lived for a few decades and had seen people with dual attributes. However, this was the first time he had seen a genius who had comprehended both gravity space and wind space at the same time. When these two spaces were combined, they were invincible. If they were combined with the Great Emperor's will, they would be even more powerful. Just as the 6 Yang Sword God's voice sounded, Jiang Wenyue slowly walked out. Jiang Tianjin quickly rushed over and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. Hey, this guy is here too? Yi Xian did not pay much attention to Jiang Tianjin earlier. Who would have thought that his enemy Jiang Tianjin would be here too? It seemed that he'd also seen the scene of his father being ravaged by Yi Xian. Awesome. Trash, I hate that I didn't burn you to ashes back then. Jiang Tianjin gritted his teeth and said. What a pity. Yi Xian grinned. Even Jiang Wenyue couldn't do anything to him. What could Jiang Tianjin do? However, he did not know that Jiang Tianjin had already refined the Third Order Great Emperor's will. He was much stronger than Jiang Wenyue. When Duanmu Yun saw Jiang Tianjin, he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Yi Xian, I want to tell you something. Jiang Tianjin previously obtained the will of the Great Emperor bestowed by the 9th Heaven Sword God and has already broken through to the 3rd stage of the Great Emperor. He's even stronger than me. What? This news was too bad for Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought that Jiang Tianjin was still a Void God Realm king. That way he could easily send him flying. Who would have thought that Jiang Tianjin was already a 3rd Order Great Emperor? Refining the Great Emperor's will seems to be weaker than condensing it yourself? Yi Xian replied softly. That's right, but it's still stronger than a 2nd Order Great Emperor. Duanmu Yun nodded. Yi Xian did not take it to heart. He thought to himself, hey, wait until I become an emperor. I'll be able to crush you anytime I want. Refining the Great Emperor's will was much weaker than condensing it himself. As long as he broke through, he would definitely be able to send Jiang Tianjin flying. Right at this time, another figure appeared. It was an old woman with a walking stick in her hand. 4th Moon Palace Lord. Duanmu Yun nodded slightly in greeting. The 4 Moon Sword God glanced at him before his gaze finally landed on Jiang Wenyue, who was covered in blood. He said, 9 Heavens Palace Master, you actually lost to a 9th grade king tier? Just now, Duanmu Yun had sent someone to inform her, so she already knew about this matter. At this moment, Jiang Wenyue wished he could find a hole to hide in. He was so ashamed that he couldn't speak. Yi Xian's gaze also landed on the April Moon Palace Master, because the April Moon Palace Master was the master of his mother, Jiang Xinyan. Haha, 4 Moons Palace Master. Would you believe me if I said that this brat is Jiang Xinyan's son? Lu Yang Sword God laughed. What, son? The 4 Moon Sword God was stunned. Among her disciples, Jiang Xinyan had the highest aptitude. She had already begun to condense the will of a great emperor. Who would have thought that Yi Xian was actually Jiang Xinyan's son? That's right. Yi Xian is Jiang Xinyan and Yi Chang's son. Duanmu Yun nodded. This time the 4 Moon Sword God believed it. However, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she carefully sized up Yi Xian with her old eyes. Now there were already 4 palace masters in the Sword God Palace. Only Tai Sword God was left. Whoosh! Another figure flew over. However, this time it wasn't Tai Sword God. It was his son Wu Shang. Huh, you look like Wu Shang. Lu Yang Sword God looked at him in surprise. I obtained a bit of the Fountain of Youth a while ago. Wu Shang answered honestly. He originally looked like a middle-aged man, but now he looked like he was in his 30s. Lu Yang Sword God said enviously, Fountain of Youth. I'm so envious. I've already forgotten what I looked like when I was young. Not only that, but even the four-moon sword god was the same. Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Father is in seclusion, so he can't come personally, Wu Shang said. Tai sword god was the strongest person in the sword god palace. He was in seclusion all year round. Even his son Wu Shang only saw him a few times in a year. At most, he would listen to his voice. No one had any objections to Wu Shang taking over. Alright, Yi Xian has passed the test and is qualified to join the Sword God Palace. I wonder which palace master wants to take him as a disciple? Wu Shang finished speaking and looked around. I want him. Lu Yang Sword God immediately said. Although Yi Xian defeated Jiang Wenyue, Lu Yang Sword God wasn't weak either. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Jiang Wenyue. He was more than enough to teach Yi Xian. As for Duanmu Yun, after fusing with the Sword God's bloodline, he felt that he was only slightly stronger than Jiang Wenyue. Therefore, he felt that he wasn't qualified to be Yi Xian's master. Palace Master Lu Yang, are you sure? Four-Moon Sword God asked with a frown. Palace Master Lu Yang, don't use your old flame to pressure me. I want this brat. Lu Yang Sword God said with a firm expression. Yi Xian was stunned. He guessed that the Palace Master Lu Yang Sword God's old flame was the Empyrean Palace Master. He looked around and found that everyone was calm. It seemed that this wasn't a secret. Indeed, Jiang Xinyan could become the Four-Moon Sword God's disciple because he and Jiang Wenyue's master were husband and wife. How dare you? Four-Moon Sword God snorted coldly. Yi Xian was extremely grateful to the Six-Yang Sword God. Although this was the first time he'd seen the Six-Yang Sword God, he felt as if they were old friends. Based on his intuition, this old man was definitely a good person. Anyone else? Wu Shang looked at Duanmu Yun and the others. Four-Moon Sword God also had his eyes on Yi Xian. However, he had heard about the Jiang family. If he accepted Yi Xian, it would be troublesome. Duanmu Yun wasn't qualified, and it was even more impossible for Jiang Wenyue to be defeated by Yi Xian. The Sword God Palace disciples present all understood that Yi Xian was going to become Lu Yang Sword God's disciple. Being in the Sword God Palace didn't mean that they were all personal disciples of the Palace Master. Most of them were just in-name disciples. However, with Yi Xian's talent, he was definitely going to be a personal disciple. However, just as Lu Yang Sword God was waiting for Wu Shang to announce, Wu Shang suddenly said, Palace Master Lu Yang, my apologies. After my father found out about this, he also wanted to accept a disciple. When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. Didn't the Tai Palace Master never accept personal disciples? Even the in-name disciples were taught by Wu Shang and the others. However, this wasn't surprising. A genius like Yi Xian was rare. Although someone had passed the Sword God Pagoda a few decades ago, the guardian of the 10th level was only a level 9 king. The Tai Palace Master accepting a disciple was unexpected, but within reason. Wu Shang, you can't do this. Lu Yang Sword God wanted to cry but had no tears.